Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I didn't plan on keeping any of this in. When I sat down to record that episode, I thought the weird clicks in my headphones and the stray knocks in the wall were just artifacts, glitches, things I'd edit around and then forget about once the video went live and the comments started filling up with timestamps. And this one gave me chills and fake, but good story, bro. But here's the thing about making horror for a living. Eventually, you start to notice when the pattern shifts. I've been doing this long enough to know my own noise floor. I know what my apartment sounds like at midnight, at 1 at 3. I know which pipes and which walls pop when the neighbor upstairs flushes. I know the way the elevator motor hums when someone comes home late, and the way the front entrance door downstairs slams if they're careless. I've turned all that into the background hum you never hear when you're focused on a story. Since I recorded those 3 emails, that hum has changed. It started small. After I finished the rough cut of the episode, Emily's house, Alyssa's wall, Jake's woods, I exported a test audio file, just the narration, no music. Normal routine. Let it render. Drop it on my phone. Go sit on the couch. Listen through once with earbuds, make notes. The first time I played it back, right when I hit the part about Emily locking her bathroom door. My actual bathroom door, 10 feet down the hallway, made a single clean click, like the latch settling. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was just perfectly on time. Coincidence, I told myself. The night I got to the section about Alyssa hearing drilling in her wall, my neighbor decided that was the perfect moment to hang a picture. Tiny rrr through the plaster, just as my own recorded voice said the word hole. It made me jump hard enough that I had to back the audio up 30 seconds to figure out where I'd left off. Coincidence too. I edited, I mixed. I added the usual low-key music under everything. The weird noise in Jake's track, the clicking I thought I'd heard but couldn't see on the waveform, didn't show up in the final bounce. The file looked clean. Peaks where they should be. Silence where I'd left it. When the upload finally finished, it was a little after 2 in the morning. The progress bar on YouTube slowly crawled from processing HD to checks complete. I filled in the title, the tags, the description. I scheduled it to go public at 3:00 a.m., peak time for the insomniacs and graveyard shift workers that keep my analytics graph alive. Habit again. I sat there for a moment after I hit schedule, staring at the thumbnail frozen on the screen. 3 vague images, 3 vague titles, all wrapped up in one nice digestible package for the algorithm. Then I noticed the time in the corner of my monitor. 2:17 a.m. It meant nothing to me at the time. Another random digital clock, reading in a long string of late nights. I leaned back, stretched, and decided I'd earned a glass of water and a minute away from the screen before I checked the early comments. I left the softbox on, but it bled only weakly into the hallway. The rest of the apartment was dark. The floor under my bare feet was cool as I padded out past the bathroom, past the coat rack toward the tiny kitchen. The fridge hummed to itself, its little compressor working overtime. My phone was face down on the desk behind me when I left the room. Halfway to the sink, the apartment filled with a small burst of sound. Not from the PC speakers, which were muted. Not from the hallway. From my phone, one sharp chiming notification tone, the default one I've heard 1,000 times when emails and comments come in. It rang once clean and hollow in the dark. Then nothing. I hesitated, one hand on the kitchen counter. No second ping. No vibration. Just that one lonely chime hanging in the air. I walked back to my desk. My glass stayed empty in my hand. The monitors had dimmed into their standby glow, bathing the mic and keyboard in pale blue. My phone lay exactly where I'd left its screen up now. The lock screen was on. No banner. No little stacked icons at the top. No red badge on the mail app. No YouTube comment preview. The notification shade, when I slid it down, was empty. No missed calls. No texts. No "your video is now live" email yet. I picked it up, turned it over, checked the side buttons. Volume still on. No apps running, that should have chimed, and then auto-cleared. The last thing in the log was a weather alert from 2 hours earlier. The screen timed out in my hand, the light dying with a soft wink. The time flashed just before it went dark. 2:17. I put the phone down harder than I meant to. Coincidence, I said out loud because saying it made it feel more true. Glitch. Whatever. The air in the room had shifted. Not colder exactly, but denser. Like the foam on the walls, and the cheap rug on the floor, and the low ceiling had all leaned in a fraction of an inch. I backed out into the hall again, suddenly very aware of the front door at the far end. In most of the stories I read, the front door is where things start, or end. It's where you stand, trying to convince yourself no one's out there. It's where you pretend the peephole makes you powerful, and not the other way around. I don't usually think about mine. It's just their wood deadbolt peephole, 3 cheap locks between me and the rest of the building. That night, walking past, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Not the usual kind. Not the fast, hurried tread of somebody late for work or the sloppy shuffle of someone drunk. These were slow, heavy, deliberate. Each one landed with that soft, muted thud you get from worn carpet over thin plywood. One step, pause, another drawn-out heel to toe, getting closer. I stopped walking. The wall on my right buzzed faintly with the building's AC. The overhead light in the hallway hummed its fluorescent hum. Under it, the footsteps came on. Whoever it was wasn't talking. No keys jingling. No grocery bags rustling. No dog leash snapping. Just that careful, weighty tread, like they were testing each board to see which would give. They came right up to my door, and then they stopped. The silence that followed had a shape, a weight. It felt like someone had pressed their hand flat against the other side of the door and was leaning in to listen. I held my breath without meaning to. My throat had gone dry. The glass in my hand felt heavy, stupid. Years of reading other people's mistakes into a microphone filled the back of my head. Don't open the door. Don't ask who it is. Don't give whatever is on the other side proof that you're real. I moved closer anyway. The peephole sat at eye height, a little brass circle with smudges from the last time I cleaned it. From where I stood, the door itself looked perfectly ordinary. No shadows under the crack, no telltale flicker of movement on the edges. I raised my eye to the hole. Nothing. Not the warped fisheye view of the hallway I usually get. No distorted carpet pattern, no exit sign glow at the far end. No blurred shapes of other doors. Just darkness. Not the soft gray dark of an unlit hall. A flat, absolute black pressed right up against the glass like someone had put their thumb over the lens from the outside. Or like someone's face Some part of it was so close to the peephole that the viewing angle couldn't catch anything but the absence of light. I stayed there, eye open, breath shallow, staring into that black circle. On the other side of the door, the footsteps didn't resume. No one knocked. No one cleared their throat. The building around us went on, doing what buildings do. Pipes ticking, heaters, cycling some television, murmuring faintly 3 floors up. But right in front of my door, there was nothing. After a long, slow count in my head, I stepped back. If you're waiting for the part where I rip the door open anyway, there isn't one. I didn't. I backed away down the hallway, glass still empty in my hand, the peephole shrinking back into anonymity as I went. The footsteps never left. Not that I heard. There was no retreating thud, no echo of weight moving away. Wherever they went next, sound didn't narrate it for me. I went back into the recording room, shut the door, and sat down at the desk. The monitors woke up with a twitch when the mouse moved. The waveform from my last take still lay there, green and jagged. The microphone hung in front of me, patient as ever. This is the part of the story where someone like me is supposed to reassure you. It's probably nothing. It's all in our heads. These are just stories. That's what keeps the comments light and the watch time good and my inbox from turning into a support group. I don't have that in me tonight. So instead, I'm going to do what I do best and talk directly to you. Wherever you are right now, propped up in bed, with the room lights off, hunched over a steering wheel, at a red light, sitting alone at your desk with one earbud in, and your coworkers' screens glowing around you, I want you to take the same inventory I did. Listen. There's something humming in your space. The fridge, cycling in the kitchen. The little whir of your computer fan. Maybe the breath of your AC creeping through the vent in a steady whisper. There's a clock somewhere ticking. Even if it's not on a wall, it might be in your phone. The soft tap of a notification as it checks for messages. The faint buzz when an email arrives. Maybe you can hear your neighbors through the wall, muffled TV dialogue, or a shower turning on. Maybe you're close enough to a street to catch the distant whoosh of cars passing tires on wet pavement, like a low shushing voice that never quite forms words. Now just for a second, separate those sounds in your head. Name them. Fridge, fan, pipes, elevator, wind in the trees, whatever fits. Then ask yourself, is there anything that doesn't quite fit the list? A little knock in the wall where there shouldn't be pipes. A tap on the window you've already checked twice. A tiny persistent click near your ear that doesn't show up anywhere when you look for it. A sound that always seems to start up right when the story gets to a certain point. Remember Emily with her laundry chute rattling under unseen blows. Remember Alyssa finding an eye where the wall was supposed to be solid. Remember Jake realizing too late that something had learned his name on a dirt road miles from anyone. None of them thought they were in danger until something ordinary turned into context. A stair creak at the wrong time. A breath on the wrong side of plaster. A footstep that didn't match any familiar weight. Every person in these stories thought they were alone until sound proved them wrong. If anything around you goes quiet right after this sentence, don't check the door. Whatever it is already knows exactly where you are. What makes this story so unsettling isn't just the ghosts, the stalker neighbor, or the thing in the woods. It's the way fear slips into ordinary spaces we all recognize: a suburban hallway, a cramped Bronx apartment, the edge of a campfire, a small recording room at 2 a.m. On the surface, these are true horror-style stories. People who heard something they shouldn't have heard, survived, and wrote into a channel. But underneath, there's a deeper thread about how we live with our private fears and what it means to finally speak them out loud. Emily, Alyssa, and Jake all have something in common. Each of them is alone in a place that's supposed to be safe. Emily has her family's alarm system. Alyssa has walls and doors and a mother's warning. Jake has friends, a truck, and the illusion that nature is neutral if you respect it. What breaks that illusion isn't a jump scare or a monster dramatically appearing. It's sound, a thud, a whisper, drilling in the wall, clicking in the dark. The story quietly suggests that horror often starts in the gap between "I'm probably overreacting" and "something is really wrong." Every character tries to rationalize what they hear. They doubt themselves before they doubt the environment. And that's something many of us do, even outside of horror. We downplay discomfort. We explain away the strange. We silence our own alarms. The meta-narrator, the horror YouTuber, becomes a bridge between their experiences and ours. He's used to turning fear into content. But as soon as similar sounds begin to intrude into his own space, the distance collapses. Suddenly, it's not just their stories, it's his story. And by listening, it becomes ours too. That's the most powerful part, the way the ending looks straight at the listener and reminds us that our attention has weight. We're not just consuming fear, we're participating in how it echoes. There is unexpectedly something positive here. Each character survives and chooses to tell their story. They move apartments, grow older, set boundaries, change habits. They never get clean closure, but they get language. And language is a kind of light, naming the thud, the drill. The click doesn't remove the fear, but it prevents it from owning them in silence. Maybe that's the real invitation to the audience, not to become paranoid, but to become more honest with ourselves and with others about the moments we felt watched, unsafe, or unheard. Horror in this form isn't just about scaring you. It's about saying, you're not the only one who felt something was wrong. So what about you? Have you ever ignored a small sound or feeling because you didn't want to seem dramatic or paranoid? Is there a place in your life, a hallway, a stairwell, a parking lot, that changed for you after something unsettling happened there? When you hear stories like these, do they just scare you? Or do they also make you pay closer attention to your own limits and instincts? And right now, as you're reading this, what's the quietest sound in the room with you? And what does it mean to you? I used to treat work travel like a chore you don't talk about. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't the kind of thing you posted. It was just miles receipts, fluorescent lighting, and that strange feeling of living out of a suitcase, like you were always half unpacked, even in your own life. That week, I'd been on the road more than I'd been in my apartment. A training event got scheduled last minute in central Pennsylvania, and the company did what it always did, emailed me an itinerary, booked the cheapest decent hotel near the site, and acted like that solved the human part of it. Drive out, sleep, show up, smile, teach, drive back. By the time I crossed into Pennsylvania, the sky had already taken on that exhausted, washed-out look it gets in winter gray light, smeared thin across the clouds, like the day couldn't commit to being fully daytime or fully night. The rental car smelled like it always did, a mix of plastic mild chemical cleaner and something faintly sweet that never belonged to any human. I'd turned the heat up too high, then down, then up again. The vents blew warm air in short artificial bursts, the kind of heat that made your eyes dry and your shoulders tense without you noticing. I kept the radio low because I needed the sound, but couldn't stand anyone's voice too close to my head. When I travel alone, I do that thing. People don't admit they do. I talk to myself, in tiny practical fragments. 2 more exits. Don't forget the laptop. Text your manager when you check in. Coffee. God, coffee. I stopped at a rest area off I-81 because my body started to do that thing where it pretends it can stay awake but quietly starts negotiating with your brain. The signs came up fast and bright in the headlights. Services fuel food. The rest area itself was lit like a stage. Sodium lights turned the concrete a sickly yellow, and everything looked sharper than it should have. Every crack in the pavement, every parking line, every discarded wrapper caught in a gust of wind. Inside, the air smelled like disinfectant and hot sugar. A vending machine hummed in a corner, and the floor had that faint tacky feel that means it's been mopped 100 times but never actually cleaned. I bought coffee from a machine that hissed like it was annoyed to be doing its job. The cup was too hot, and the first sip tasted like burnt plastic and hope. I didn't care. I held it anyway because it gave my hands something to do, something to grip something warm. When I stepped back outside, the cold hit me like a slap. The kind of cold that makes your lungs tighten for a second, like your body has to remember how to breathe. My breath turned white under the lights. A semi idled somewhere across the lot, its engine rumbling low and steady like a giant animal asleep with one eye open. There were other cars, but not many. People moved in and out of the building without looking at each other. All of us passing through the same bright little island on our way to somewhere else. That's what I liked about places like that. No expectations, no history, just anonymity. I got back on the highway and followed the signs the way you follow instructions when you're too tired to question them. I-81 to I-78. Exit numbers ticking down like a countdown you didn't sign up for. The farther I went, the more empty the road felt. Traffic thinned. The trees on either side turned into a black wall. Every so often, another set of headlights would appear behind me and hang there for a while close enough that I could feel them in the mirror, then drift away. It wasn't threatening. It was just present. Somewhere around 10:30, my phone buzzed with a reminder about tomorrow's schedule. The notification lit the inside of the car, a pale blue, and for half a second I saw my own face reflected in the windshield. Tired, washed out, not quite real. I swiped it away without reading it. I knew what tomorrow was. Tomorrow was fluorescent conference room, light dry pastries, and pretending you were more awake than you were. The hotel sign appeared the way cheap hotel signs always do, too big for what they are posted up, like a promise they can't keep. 2 stories of red neon that buzzed faintly, the letters slightly uneven, like someone had repaired it badly. The parking lot was mostly empty. A few cars clustered near the front, their windshields reflecting the sodium lights. The building sat back from the road behind a strip of dead landscaping brown shrubs, salt-stained mulch, a half-frozen patch of grass. As I turned into the lot, my headlights swept across a tall pole with a camera mounted at the top. It wasn't one of those obvious big-box store cameras. It was smaller, more discreet, angled down toward the rows, the kind you don't notice until you're already under it. The camera was moving, not snapping, not jerking, just slowly rotating in a steady arc, scanning the lot like it had all night to look for something. I parked under a light because that's what you do without thinking. You pick the brightest spot and tell yourself that means safer. The cold outside felt sharper now, and the air had a faint smell of gasoline that always seems to cling to hotels near highways, like the building itself is made from exhaust. Somewhere behind the hotel, a generator or industrial unit hummed a low mechanical vibration you could feel through the soles of your shoes if you stood still long enough. I grabbed my bag, locked the car twice out of habit, and walked toward the entrance. The automatic doors took a second too long to respond, and when they did open, they did it with a reluctant sigh. Warm air spilled out heavy with lemon cleaner and something damp underneath it carpet that had been shampooed 100 times and never dried right. The lobby was small. That's the first thing I noticed. Not the kind of lobby that says welcome. The kind that says check in and leave. There was old red carpet that looked tired, worn down in the paths where people dragged suitcases. The walls were beige in a way that felt intentional, like they didn't want you to remember the color. A few chairs sat against one wall, upholstered in a pattern that probably seemed modern in 2004. A fake plant leaned in a corner, its leaves dusty bent slightly toward the light, like it was trying to escape. Behind the front desk, there was a printer. It made a soft, regular chirping sound every few seconds, like a bird trapped inside a machine. Not constant enough to fade into the background, just frequent enough that you kept noticing it. Chirp, pause, chirp, paper feed, another pause. It sounded like an insect in your ear if you listened too hard. The man at the desk didn't look up when I approached. He was middle-aged, maybe late 40s, with tired eyes and a hoodie under his uniform jacket. One of those people who had the posture of someone who spent too many nights under fluorescent lights. His gaze stayed on the monitor in front of him as he spoke. Checking in. Yeah, I said, and gave my last name. He typed it in fingers, moving fast, practiced. The printer chirped behind him. He slid a clipboard toward me without making eye contact. I filled out the usual stuff, signature, license plate, phone number. The pen was attached to the counter with a chain, and the chain made a small metallic rattle when I moved my hand. It was a sound you'd never notice in a louder place, but the lobby was quiet enough that it landed hard. When I handed the clipboard back, he glanced at my driver's license. His eyes flicked over my face, like he was confirming I matched the picture. Then he looked down again, immediately, like looking at people was too much work. He printed my keycard sleeve. The printer made that chirp again, louder this time, as if it wanted credit for being useful. He slid the card across the counter toward me. 3rd floor, he said. Elevators down the hall. Thanks. He hesitated for the smallest moment, like there was something else he wanted to say. Then he did. If you need towels, he said, voice flat, don't call after midnight. We don't have housekeeping at night. It was such a minor thing, a simple policy note. But it landed weird, not because it was scary, but because it sounded like a warning disguised as information, like he was trying to make sure he wouldn't have to come upstairs for something. I nodded. Okay. He gave me a look that wasn't quite a look, more like his eyes, lifted to my face, for half a second, then dropped. I couldn't read it. There was no expression to hold on to. Just tiredness, or something that lived close to tiredness. The hallway to the elevator was narrow and dim. The lighting was too soft, as if the bulbs were old, and the hotel didn't replace them until they died completely. The carpet muffled my footsteps. Along the wall, a vending machine hummed steadily, its glass front filled with chips and candy that looked like they'd been there for months. The hum was constant, comforting in a mechanical way, like the building was reminding you it was alive. The elevator doors opened with a slow chime and revealed a small box that smelled faintly like metal and stale perfume. The buttons were worn smooth. I pressed 3, and the doors slid closed with a soft, delayed thud that made me think the elevator didn't seal so much as it gave up. As it rose, I listened. The cable sound above the ceiling. A faint squeal. The kind of noise that makes you picture the elevator shaft in your head, even if you never wanted that picture. When it stopped on the 3rd floor, the doors opened to a hallway that felt emptier than it should have. It was quiet in a way that didn't match the time of night. Not dead silent. There was still the low hum of the building, but empty. Like a place that had already decided no one should be here. The lights were on, but dim. They didn't pool warmly. They cast an even-tired glow that made every door look the same. The carpet up here was different, darker, more worn. The pattern had been rubbed down in the center, where countless feet had gone back and forth. The air smelled faintly of laundry detergent, but under that was something older dust humidity, the ghost of cigarette smoke baked into drywall. I started down the hall, rolling my bag behind me. The wheels made a soft rattle that sounded louder than it should have because there was nothing else competing with it. Every door I passed was closed. No TVs playing, no voices, no laughter from a room with too many people. Just the long stretch of identical doors and the muted hiss of the vents. Halfway down the hall, I noticed the ice machine alcove. It was recessed into the wall, the kind with a little plastic curtain and a metal bin inside. Even standing 20 feet away, I could hear it, a low, intermittent groan, like the motor was struggling. Every few minutes it would clunk, then settle, then clunk again. It wasn't loud. It was just persistent a sound that made you aware of time passing. My room was near the end. The number plate on the door was slightly crooked, like someone had bumped it and never fixed it. I slid my key card in, heard the lock, beep green, and pushed the door open. The room smelled clean, in the way. Cheap rooms smell clean bleach and fabric spray, a chemical freshness that sits on top of everything instead of replacing it. The bed was made tight, the corners squared. A small desk sat against the wall, a chair tucked under it like it didn't want to take up space. A TV faced the bed on a low dresser. The bathroom was off to one side, the light inside bright and harsh. Nothing about it looked obviously wrong. And that's important, because I wasn't looking for wrong. I'm not the person who walks into a hotel room and starts hunting for hidden cameras or checking behind paintings. I'm the person who checks the essentials and moves on. The adult checks, the things you do, because you've read enough news stories to know bad luck exists, but you don't want to live like it's hunting you. I set my bag on the bed and went straight to the door. I turned the deadbolt, tested it, then the chain lock. I pulled it across and made sure it caught. It did with a small metallic click that sounded final. I peeked through the peephole out of habit. The hallway was empty, just the dim carpet and the far-off glow of the exit sign at the end. I walked to the window. It faced the parking lot, which was mostly darkness beyond the sodium lights. I could see the camera pole from here, the small lens glinting when it turned. I checked the window latch. It was intact. I pushed on the glass lightly. It didn't give. I left the curtains mostly closed because even though the lot was quiet, I didn't like the feeling of being visible in a lit room. The bathroom was exactly what you expect. White tile, a shower curtain that clung slightly damp from recent cleaning, a fan that sounded like it was eating itself when I turned it on. I ran the water hot for a second, watched the steam start to gather, then shut it off. The mirror fogged in a small crescent shape and cleared again like the room was exhaling. I was tired enough that the details didn't scare me yet. They were just data. A tired man taking inventory. Back in the main room, I plugged in my phone. It buzzed once with a weak vibration, like it didn't have energy either. I tossed my wallet on the desk, my keys next to it. I took my jacket off and hung it on the back of the chair, then stared at it for a second, wondering if I should drape it over the chair or fold it. The kind of pointless decision your brain fixates on when it's trying not to think about how alone you are in a building full of locked doors. I turned on the TV for noise, not because I wanted to watch anything, but because silence in hotels always feels wrong to me. Silence makes you notice too much. Silence makes you hear the building breathe. The TV came on with a soft pop and a burst of static before settling into a channel I didn't recognize, some late-night program with smiling people selling something. Their voices were bright, rehearsed, unreal. The glow filled the room and softened the corners. It made the space feel occupied. I changed into a t-shirt and sweatpants. I sat on the edge of the bed and answered a couple work emails I should have ignored. My manager sent a message about tomorrow's schedule, and I replied with a thumbs up, like my brain wasn't already halfway asleep. At some point, the heat in the room started to feel too dry, so I adjusted the thermostat. The HVAC unit responded with a click, sharp and distinct, then a delayed rush of air. The sound was louder than I expected, like the machine had been waiting for a reason to speak. The vent blew cold air across my ankles and made me pull the blanket up higher when I eventually lay down. I ate a stale granola bar from my bag. I drank half a bottle of water and regretted it immediately, because then I'd have to get up later. I turned the TV volume down, but not off. The room settled into that late-night hotel rhythm, the hum of the HVAC, the distant clunk of the ice machine, an occasional pipe tick, like someone turning in their sleep in a different room. I remember thinking briefly about what the clerk had said downstairs. Don't call after midnight. No housekeeping at night. It was nothing. It should have been nothing. But my mind snagged on it for a second like a thread on a nail. Hotels always have someone, even if it's just one tired guy sitting behind the desk. The way he said it made it sound like after midnight meant more than a staffing issue. Like after midnight was a line the building drew. I told myself I was being stupid. I was tired. That's what tired does, it gives ordinary things extra weight. I checked the door one more time. Deadbolt, chain, handle, solid. I looked at the peephole again without knowing why. Still empty. I turned the lamp off, leaving the TV glow as the only light. The room went soft around the edges. The ceiling looked lower in the half-dark. The curtains moved slightly when the HVAC kicked on a tiny breath that made the fabric shift. I lay on my back and stared at the ceiling until my eyes started to burn. Somewhere down the hall, a door closed quietly, the latch making a small thunk. My body tensed automatically, then relaxed when nothing followed. The ice machine made that slow groan again, like it was dragging itself through another cycle. The longer I lay there, the more the quiet stopped feeling peaceful and started feeling staged. Not because anything happened, nothing had happened yet, but because the building was too still. It reminded me of walking into a store right before closing, when everything is technically open but feels like it's already shutting down around you. Still, I was exhausted. Eventually, exhaustion wins. It always does. My breathing slowed. The TV voices turned into a mush of sound. The HVAC clicked again, and the rush of air faded into the background. I felt myself slipping under the way you do when your brain lets go all at once. The last thing I remember clearly before sleep wasn't a thought. It was a sound. A soft, distant clunk from the ice machine, followed by a long stretch of silence that felt too complete. And then nothing. Not yet. The first thing that pulled me out of sleep wasn't loud enough to justify waking up. It wasn't a knock. It wasn't a voice. It wasn't even a footstep in the hallway. It was a sound so thin and dry that my brain tried to file it under not real before my eyes were fully open. A soft, careful shh like paper dragged across carpet. I didn't sit up right away. I stayed flat on my back and listened, holding my breath, without meaning to the way you do when you're waiting for the sound to repeat so you can decide whether you imagined it. The TV was still on. I'd forgotten to turn it off. The screen had dimmed into one of those late-night no-signal patterns, faint lines, and a low hiss, like the room was whispering to itself. The HVAC was cycling low. Somewhere down the hall, the ice machine made a tired clunk, and then went quiet again. And then, shh. Closer this time. Not down the hall. Not from another room. Right at my door. My eyes snapped open, and my body did that immediate, unreasonable thing it does when fear flips a switch. Heat rushed up my neck, then drained out of my hands. My skin went cold in a single wave. I stared into the half-dark, trying to convince myself it was the HVAC pushing air under the door, or the carpet shifting, or any explanation that didn't involve a person standing inches away. The sound came again slower, like whoever made it wanted me to hear every inch of it. I reached for the lamp and clicked it on. The room filled with light too suddenly, harsh yellow, the kind that makes shadows jump, that turns everything familiar into something cheap and exposed. For a split second, my eyes couldn't focus. Then they did, and my gaze went straight to the door. Something thin and white was sticking out from under it. Not a full sheet, just a strip, about 2 inches, curled slightly like it had a mind of its own, like it had been pushed through and then left there to breathe. I sat up slowly. My heart was hitting hard enough to make my ribs feel tight. I remember thinking absurdly that I should be able to hear my heartbeat in the hallway through the door, that whoever was out there could probably hear it too. I swung my legs off the bed and stood. The carpet felt colder than before. The air in the room had that still stale quality of hotel air at night, like it's been recycled too many times. I took 2 steps toward the door and stopped, because the hallway was silent. No footsteps. No elevator ding. No door shutting down the corridor. If someone had just slid something under my door, they should have been walking away. They should have made some kind of noise. But the quiet didn't change. It stayed pressed against the door like a hand. I crouched and reached down, careful like the paper might move on its own. I slid it out. It came easily, almost too easily, and the moment it cleared the carpet, I understood what it was. It wasn't a flyer. It wasn't a pizza menu. It wasn't a note on notebook paper. It was a thermal receipt slip, smooth, slightly glossy, curled at the edges the way receipt paper curls when it's freshly printed or warmed. It even smelled faintly like a printer. That hot plastic ink smell, like money and machines. My stomach sank in a slow, heavy way. I stood up with the receipt in my hand and stared at it for a moment, like it might explain itself if I waited long enough. The paper was plain. No logo, no price breakdown, no dateline, nothing that said it came from a business. Just one centered sentence in sharp black text as if the machine had typed it with confidence. You left the latch broken. My throat went dry instantly, because I hadn't. I had checked the window latch. I always check the window latch. Not because I'm paranoid, because I've traveled enough to know hotels are made of shortcuts. A door is only as good as the person who installed it, and a window is only as good as the last person who remembered to lock it. I walked to the window, fast receipt still clenched in my hand like evidence. The curtains were mostly closed, but I pulled them aside just enough to see the latch clearly. The parking lot outside was a wide slab of dim yellow light and darkness. A few cars sat like abandoned objects. The camera pole turned slowly in its steady arc. I leaned close to the window and checked the latch. It wasn't broken in the obvious way. It wasn't hanging off or snapped in half. It was worse. The latch was intact, but it wasn't aligned right. The metal clasp didn't sit flush. It looked like it had been forced at some point, then bent back just enough to make it look normal from a distance. If you weren't the kind of person who checked windows out of habit, you'd never notice it. If you were the kind of person who checked, you'd feel your stomach drop. I ran my thumb along the latch. The metal was cold. It had a slight roughness on one edge, like the paint had been scraped. I pushed the window gently. It didn't open, but it shifted a fraction of an inch, just enough to tell me the lock wasn't holding as cleanly as it should. And that was when my fear changed shape. Up until that point, it was the kind of fear you can still laugh at later. The maybe a prank fear. The maybe a weird coincidence fear. This was different, because the receipt didn't say your window is open. It said you left the latch broken, meaning whoever sent it believed they were in a position to notice, meaning they had either been close enough to my window to check it, or close enough to my room to already know. I stepped back from the window and looked at the room as if it had shifted while I slept. The desk, the chair, the closet door slightly ajar. The bathroom door cracked open just enough to show darkness inside. Everything was still, but now it felt staged. Like the room was pretending it was normal because it had always been normal to whatever else lived around it. I glanced at the door again. The chain lock was still on, still latched. That should have made me feel safer. Instead, it made me think of the clerk downstairs and his warning. Don't call after midnight. We don't have housekeeping at night. I didn't know why my mind went there, but it did. And once it did, it wouldn't let go. Because where did a thermal receipt come from at 3:17 a.m.? Not from a guest. Not normally. Guests don't have receipt printers. Guests don't have blank thermal paper. Guests don't have a reason to print something that looks official and slide it under a door like an invoice. Employees do. The front desk does. Maintenance might. Housekeeping, if it existed at night, might. And the moment I thought that, the fear doubled. It didn't matter whether the person outside my door was a creep or a prankster. If it was staff, then the building itself was part of it. And that was a different kind of helpless. I forced myself to move. I checked the deadbolt again, even though I'd already checked it. Twisted it, pulled the handle. Solid. Then the chain lock. I gave the chain a firm tug to make sure it was seated. The metal clicked softly. The sound felt too small to protect me from anything. Then I did the thing I swore I wasn't going to do, but couldn't avoid. I searched the room. Not dramatically. Not with a weapon. Not yelling hello, like a movie character. Quietly fast, and with a knot in my chest that made breathing feel like work. I went to the closet first. It was the closest hiding place, and it was the one my brain refused to stop imagining. I yanked it open fully. The hinges creaked just a little, and it sounded impossibly loud in the silence. Empty. A few hangers. An extra blanket folded on a shelf. Nothing else. I crouched and checked behind the hanging clothes area, even though there was nowhere for a person to fit. I'm not proud of that, but it's what fear does. It makes you check things you already know are stupid, because the alternative is not checking. Then I went to the bed. I dropped to my knees and looked under it. The bed frame blocked part of the view, so I had to press my cheek close to the carpet, the way you did as a kid when you lost something under furniture. It was empty under there too. Just dust bunnies and the faint outline of a lost sock that might have belonged to someone else months ago. I checked the bathroom next. I pulled the shower curtain aside in one hard motion, the rings clattering along the rod. The sound made my shoulders jump. For half a second, I expected to see someone standing there, water-dripping eyes locked on mine. Nothing. The tub was empty. The tiles were clean. The little shampoo bottles sat in their plastic holder like they'd never known fear. I checked behind the bathroom door, behind the main room door. I looked in the space between the dresser and the wall, like a person could flatten themselves into it. Nothing. Every corner I checked gave me the same answer. And somehow, that answer didn't calm me down. Because the receipt still existed. Because the window latch still looked wrong. Because silence doesn't mean safe. Silence just means whatever is happening isn't in a hurry. I stood in the middle of the room and tried to listen. That sounds stupid, but when you're scared, listening is the only tool you have. You listen for footsteps, for breathing, for fabric brushing against carpet. You listen for the smallest confession of a body moving somewhere it shouldn't. I heard the HVAC unit click, then the faint rush of air. Then the ice machine, far down the hall, groaned again and clunked like it was spitting out another load of ice. That was it. No footsteps outside my door. No elevator. No voices. The quiet felt deliberate, like the building was holding its breath with me. I walked back to the door and stared at the bottom gap where the receipt had come through. The carpet fibers at the threshold were flattened in a thin line the way they get when something slides over them. It was subtle, but it was there. Proof of motion. Proof that it hadn't been a dream. I considered calling the front desk. I even picked up the room phone and held it. It was heavier than it should have been, a cheap plastic handset, slick with hotel disinfectant. The cord felt stiff, but my thumb hovered above the buttons and didn't press anything. Because my mind was already running through the worst version. What if the person who slid the receipt was downstairs? What if the person who checked me in was involved? What if the front desk picked up and acted confused? And then 10 minutes later, someone with a key came upstairs to help, and that was exactly what they wanted. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's where my brain went. That's what fear does when it doesn't have enough information. It fills in the blanks with whatever can hurt you most. I set the handset down. I made a decision instead. I locked the chain again, even though it was already locked. I checked it twice. Then I pulled the desk chair over and wedged it slightly against the door. Not because it would stop anyone with a key, but because it would make noise if the door moved. Noise is control when you have nothing else. I went back to the bed and sat with my back against the wall, knees bent, feet flat on the carpet. I kept the lamp on. I didn't want to be in the dark again. Dark makes you imagine. The receipt was still in my hand. I read it again, as if repetition would make it less real. You left the latch broken. The wording bothered me more the longer I stared at it. Not the latch is broken. Not your latch is broken. You left the latch broken. Like it was my fault. Like it was something I'd done carelessly. Like someone was reprimanding me. That was what made it feel personal. That was what made it feel like the person outside my door wasn't just trying to scare me. They were trying to make me accept a story about myself. I folded the receipt carefully and put it in my wallet. I don't know why I did it so neatly. Maybe because neatness is a way of pretending you're calm. Maybe because part of me wanted it preserved. Proof. Something tangible I could point to later so no one could tell me I imagined it. My phone said 3:21 a.m. Only 4 minutes had passed since the first sound. It felt like 40. I stared at the door and waited. I told myself it was a prank. That was the story I tried to give myself so my nervous system would stop screaming. A bored guest, a stupid joke, someone sliding random paper under doors. But the receipt paper wasn't random, and the latch wasn't right, and the hallway had been too quiet for someone to walk away unnoticed. I kept watching the bottom of the door. My eyes started to ache from not blinking. I listened so hard that every small mechanical sound became a threat. The HVAC click became a footstep. The ice machine groan became a breath. The TV hiss became a whisper. Minutes crawled. 10 minutes. 15. My body stayed tense the entire time, like it was waiting for impact. And slowly, against my will, another thought formed, one I didn't want to entertain because it made everything worse. If someone could slide a receipt under my door without me hearing them approach or leave, then either they were incredibly careful or they didn't have to approach at all. I stared at the door until my eyes watered, and I realized I wasn't really waiting for a sound anymore. I was waiting for confirmation that I was not alone in a building full of locked rooms. And the worst part was how quickly my mind adapted to that idea. How quickly this is impossible became this is happening. I didn't call anyone. I didn't go downstairs. I sat there in the light with my back against the wall, listening to the hotel breathe and trying to convince myself that the first receipt was the end of it. That it had been enough. That whoever was out there had gotten their reaction and moved on. But even as I told myself that, I couldn't stop looking at the thin gap under the door. Because now I knew exactly how easy it was for something to cross it, and I knew I would hear it coming. That dry, careful shh on the carpet. Slow, deliberate, right at my door. After the first receipt time stopped behaving normally. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's the only way I can describe it. The minutes didn't feel like minutes anymore. They felt like a slow, sticky substance I was trapped inside. I sat there with my back against the wall lamp on TV, hissing low, listening so hard that my ears started to hurt. I kept telling myself the same 2 sentences like they were instructions. It's a prank. If it happens again, you go downstairs. Simple, adult, rational. But rational doesn't live comfortably in a quiet hotel room at 3 a.m. Rational gets thin. It starts to tear at the edges. And in the silence, every small mechanical sound becomes something else in your head. The HVAC clicked. I flinched. A pipe ticked. I held my breath. The ice machine groaned down the hall and clunked like it was dropping another load of ice, and my stomach tightened because it sounded too much like a door latch being tested too much, like something shifting weight in the hallway. I checked my phone again. 3:34 a.m. The glow of the screen made the room look even emptier when it dimmed back down. I didn't know what I was waiting for. A shout, a knock, footsteps. Part of me wanted something obvious, something I could point to and say, there, that's the danger. Because a clear threat is easier than this soft, deliberate uncertainty. A clear threat gives you a script call. The desk called the police run. This didn't give me anything except the feeling of being watched through a keyhole I couldn't locate. I stayed still another few minutes, then forced myself up. Not because I felt brave, but because sitting there was making me feel like prey. I needed to move. Movement felt like doing something. I walked to the door and stared down at the thin gap between the bottom edge and the carpet. The space looked smaller than it had earlier, like the door had settled, or like my eyes had changed. I crouched slowly, listening. Nothing. No breathing outside, no shift of weight, no tiny scuff of a shoe. Just the same heavy padded silence the hallway had been filled with when I checked through the peephole. I leaned closer, almost embarrassed by what I was doing, and peered at the strip of carpet I could see under the door. It was dim out there, but not pitch dark. The hallway lights should have been on. I couldn't see any moving shadow. I stood up again and backed away, like I expected something to reach back under the door and grab my fingers for being too close. I went to the window and looked out. The parking lot was still quiet. The camera on the pole rotated slowly, sweeping the light and dark with calm patience. I remember thinking absurdly that the camera looked like an eye, like it was watching too. Only it didn't look like it was watching to help. It looked like it was watching because that was what it was built to do: record, observe, and remain indifferent. I went back to the bed, sat down, and tried to steady my breathing. The lamp stayed on. I kept it on deliberately, like bright light could keep the room honest. My wallet was still on the desk, the first receipt tucked inside like a secret. I told myself again, if it happens again, you go downstairs. And for a while, nothing happened. Long enough that my shoulders dropped a fraction. Long enough that my body started to remember it was tired. Long enough that the thought crept in, quiet and dangerous. Maybe it really was a prank. Maybe whoever did it got bored and left. That thought was the first time my fear loosened its grip. It was also, looking back, the moment the person outside my door decided to push harder, because the second receipt didn't arrive like the first. The first one had been quick, efficient slide and leave. A sudden disturbance that jolted me awake. The second one came like a message meant to be felt. It started with the same sound but different. Not a short scrape. Not something you could dismiss. A long, slow drag. Shh. The paper moved inch by inch beneath the door, as if someone was pushing it with a fingertip and pausing just enough between movements to make sure I heard it. It was the most deliberate sound I'd ever heard in my life. The kind of sound that doesn't just announce itself, it demands your attention. I froze mid-breath. My eyes locked on the bottom of the door. The white edge appeared curling up as it met the air of my room. It slid farther in. Stopped. Slid again. Stopped. In that moment, I understood something I hadn't wanted to admit after the first receipt. This wasn't random. This was a conversation, and I was being forced to participate. The slip came in far enough that I could see it clearly without moving. Thermal paper curled at the corners, the surface catching the lamplight. I didn't rush for it this time. I stayed still, listening for footsteps outside the door, for any movement that would tell me who was there. Nothing. No retreating steps. No shifting weight. Nothing but the paper, finally stopping, resting on the carpet, like it had been placed there by a hand that didn't need to hurry. I stood slowly and crossed the room. My knees felt loose, unreliable, like my body was trying to decide whether it should run or collapse. I crouched again, and this time I didn't reach under the door. I picked the receipt up from my side of the threshold and stood. The paper felt warm. Not hot, but warm enough that my skin noticed, warm enough that it reminded me of a receipt you get right after someone prints it and hands it to you. Warm enough to make the idea of it being in the hallway for any length of time feel impossible. I unfolded it with 2 fingers and read, "Room 312 is empty." That was all. No signature, no logo, no explanation. Just those 4 words printed in the same sharp black font as the first message. Room 312. The number didn't register immediately. My brain had to pull it from the pile of facts it had already recorded that night. 3rd floor, quiet hall, ice machine, exit sign, my room number, not 312. But the number still hit me like it meant something, like it had weight, like it wasn't just a room, it was a label, a place, a destination. I stared at the receipt, and for a second I had the stupid impulse to laugh. It sounded like a bad fortune cookie. Room 312 is empty. Okay, so what rooms are empty all the time? But the paper had been slid under my door at 3. I checked my phone, 3:49 a.m., and the feeling underneath my ribs didn't laugh. It tightened. Because the message wasn't about the room being empty. It was about the room being available. It felt like a suggestion, or an invitation, or a warning, depending on how you read it. I walked to the door, receipt in hand, and put my eye to the peephole. The lens warped the hallway into a narrow fisheye world. Dim carpet, beige walls, identical doors stretching both directions, the exit sign glowing green at the far end. No one, no movement, no cart, no shadow crossing. The hallway looked exactly like it had earlier, too still to be comforting. I stood there with my hand on the doorknob chain, still latched, and argued with myself in silence. If you go out there, you can check. You can walk to 312 and see if someone's messing with you. If you go out there, you're stepping into a hallway you can't control. The adult part of me wanted to verify. The scared part of me wanted to stay behind the door like it was a shield. The truth is, I didn't feel brave. I felt cornered. The more I waited, the more it felt like the person outside was deciding how much fear I deserved, like my hesitation was part of their entertainment. So I did the only thing that felt like taking control. I unlatched the chain. The little metal slide made a soft final click. The sound felt loud in the room. My hand was shaking. I wrapped my fingers tight around the doorknob and turned it. For half a second, the door resisted as if the building itself didn't want to open. Then it gave, and the crack of hallway air hit my face cooler dryer, smelling faintly of detergent and old carpet. I opened the door and stepped out. The hallway swallowed sound. That was the first thing I noticed. The carpet was so thick, it ate the noise of my shoes. The air had a low hum in it from the vents, but it wasn't enough to make it feel alive. The light was dim, but steady. No flicker, no movement. I looked left, then right. Nothing. No one standing at a corner. No figure retreating. No cartwheels squeaking away. Just rows of doors. I held the receipt in my hand, like it mattered. Like it was proof that I wasn't making this up. I took a few slow steps away from my room, my head turning slightly as I walked, trying to see everything at once. Every door I passed looked the same. Same number plate, same peephole, same thin strip of darkness beneath. The exit sign buzzed faintly at the end of the hall. Not loud, but enough that I could hear it now that I was paying attention. It had the same quality as the neon outside an electrical insect sound, a steady vibration that reminded you this building ran on wires and current and systems you didn't understand. I stopped and listened. Still nothing. My heartbeat sounded too loud in my ears. I hated that. I hated feeling like the only living thing in a corridor full of closed doors. I started walking again, not toward room 312 exactly, because I couldn't remember where it would be without checking the numbers. I just moved counting doors in my head, trying to place myself. 312. I stopped. The number plate on the door in front of me said 312. Of course it did. Seeing it made my chest go tight, like my body recognized the number as danger, even though it was just metal and paint. The door looked normal. No scratches, no tape, no note. No obvious reason it should be part of my night. I stood there for a few seconds, not close enough to touch it, just staring like it might move. The hallway was still empty. No footsteps behind me. No doors opening. No sound from inside 312. And that's when I realized the quiet had changed. Not because there was noise, but because the silence had a new shape. It felt like something was waiting for me to do something. I didn't touch the handle. I didn't lean into the door. I didn't want to make contact with it in any way. I just stood there, breathing shallow, staring at the peephole like it was an eye. I told myself, room 312 is empty. The receipt said so. So why did it feel like I was standing in front of something occupied? I backed away from the door and turned, intending to walk back to my room. My plan was simple. Go inside, lock up, wait until morning, check out, never return. I took one step, then two, and then the hotel intercom clicked on. The sound wasn't a chime. It wasn't a pre-recorded welcome message. It was a hard mechanical click, like a switch being thrown in a room somewhere behind walls. Then dead air. Not static, not white noise, nothing. For a few seconds, it was like the whole building held its breath, like even the HVAC hum dipped, like the hallway itself became a long tunnel of listening. I stopped walking. My skin prickled under my shirt. I felt suddenly unmistakably exposed, standing in the hallway where every door had a peephole, and every peephole could be watching me. The dead air lasted longer than it should have. Long enough that my mind started to scream, "This isn't normal. This isn't normal." And then a voice came through. Not loud, not echoed, not like an announcement meant for dozens of rooms. It sounded like someone's mouth was right against the microphone. A soft, intimate tone. One word. Housekeeping. Click. The intercom shut off immediately after, as if it had only been used for that single syllable. I stood frozen. It took me a moment to understand what that did to me. The voice didn't just scare me, it positioned me. It placed me inside a scenario where housekeeping was relevant, where it was plausible, where it belonged. And it didn't belong. The clerk downstairs had told me they didn't have housekeeping at night, but the intercom had just spoken. And it had spoken like it was addressing me personally. My throat tightened. My mouth went dry. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the hallway, expecting to see someone at the far end, a shadow stepping back behind a corner, a cart rolling away. Nothing. The hall was empty. The exit sign buzzed. The doors remained closed. The silence felt thicker now, as if the building had proven it could speak and then decided not to. I didn't walk back casually. I went back fast. Not running. Running would make noise. Running would attract attention. But fast in the way you move when you're trying to be quiet and still get away. My shoes made soft thuds on the carpet, muffled, but real, and each one sounded wrong to me, like I was announcing my position. When I reached my door, my hand went to the knob with shaking fingers. I slid inside and shut it behind me, and the click of the latch felt like the only safe sound I'd heard all night. I threw the deadbolt, then the chain. Then I pressed my palm against the door and listened. My breathing was loud in the small room. The TV hiss seemed brighter. The lamplight felt harsher. I stood there for a long moment, my forehead almost touching the door, listening for footsteps in the hallway. Nothing. I backed away slowly and looked at the bottom of the door again. The gap looked the same as it always had. But now, it felt like a mouth. Like something could speak through it without you seeing the speaker. I sat down on the bed again, facing the door receipt still in my hand. I didn't know when I'd picked it up off the floor after walking back. My fingers were cramped from gripping it. I checked my phone. 4:07 a.m. I thought about calling the front desk again. I thought about going downstairs. I thought about leaving right then and there, driving 20 minutes to another hotel, or sleeping in my car under a highway light. But another part of me, the stubborn, rational part, kept trying to reassert itself. You didn't see anyone. You didn't hear footsteps. It was a weird intercom glitch. Someone is messing with you. It's just paper. That part of me wanted to believe that fear was something you could outthink. The other part of me, the part that had been listening to sounds all night, understood something worse. This wasn't someone trying to break in. If they wanted to break in, they would have tried the handle. They would have rattled the chain. They would have forced the latch while I was asleep. They hadn't done any of that. They had slid a receipt under my door. They had guided me into the hallway. They had spoken one word over the intercom, like a whisper in my ear. And now they were letting me return to my room as if I'd been released. Like the goal wasn't entry. The goal was reaction. The goal was to watch how I moved when I thought I was being watched. I stared at the door until my eyes burned. And then from the other side, the key reader beeped. A single clean electronic chirp, sharp and polite. Beep. I froze so hard my muscles cramped. There was a pause, long enough for my brain to fill with images I didn't want. A hand holding a key card, a master key, a person leaning close to the door listening to see if I'd react. Then beep. Another pause. Then a third sound so soft I almost missed it, a faint shift of weight outside the smallest scrape of something against carpet. And then beep. The handle didn't move. The door didn't push. No force. Just those beeps spaced out like a code, like a patient person tapping a pen on a desk. Testing. Checking. Confirming that I was awake. Confirming that I was paying attention. The beeps stopped. The hallway went silent again. I stayed staring at the door for a long time, not blinking, waiting for the next phase, whatever it was. But nothing came. Not yet. And that was almost worse, because it meant whoever was out there didn't need to finish anything tonight. They'd already gotten what they wanted. They'd learned how quickly I would turn on the light. They'd learned whether I would leave the room. They'd learned that I would walk toward room 312 if they pointed me there. They'd learned that I would lock myself back inside and sit facing the door, listening like a hunted animal. They didn't have to break in to prove they could reach me. They just had to prove they could steer me. And lying there in that harsh lamplight, with the TV hissing and my heart still racing, I realized the most unsettling truth of all. This hotel wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trying to train me, to respond, to listen, to obey the next message that slid under the door. I didn't really sleep after the intercom. I know my body technically shut down for brief stretches, micronaps, where my eyes closed and my thoughts blurred, but it wasn't sleep the way people mean it. It was my brain giving up in short defensive collapses, only to jerk awake the moment the HVAC clicked or the ice machine groaned down the hall. Every sound had become a signal. Every pause in sound felt like the most dangerous thing. By the time the gray morning light started pushing through the edges of the curtains, I felt wrung out. Not just tired, frayed. Like my nerves had been sanded raw by hours of listening. I checked my phone again and saw it was after 6:30 a.m. The night had stretched so long, it felt like it should have earned me something, clarity maybe, or relief. Instead, it left me with the same problem, only sharper. I had receipts in my wallet that shouldn't exist, a window latch that didn't sit right, and a memory of a voice on the intercom that sounded like it had spoken directly into my ear. What bothered me most wasn't the fear itself. Fear made sense. It was the logistics. Who printed those receipts? How did they get under my door without footsteps? Why did the intercom work when it supposedly didn't? And why did it say housekeeping, like it was a personal label placed on the moment the night clerk had warned me about housekeeping? He'd said it like a policy, but it felt like something else now, like a boundary. I showered because I needed something normal. Hot water makes the world feel procedural. The bathroom fan whined and rattled like it was trying to shake itself apart, and I flinched at the sound before I could stop myself. I hated that. I hated how quickly my body had learned to react. I dressed in clean clothes, packed my bag faster than I normally would, and did one more sweep of the room. Closet, under the bed, bathroom. Not because I thought someone was still in there, but because leaving without checking felt like leaving a story unfinished. Like I'd be giving someone permission to rewrite what happened. I checked the window latch one more time. In daylight, it looked less dramatic, which was almost worse. The misalignment was subtle. The scrape along the edge was the kind of mark you could explain away with old building cheap hardware maintenance issue. But I remembered how the receipt felt warm in my hand. I remembered the words, "You left the latch broken." That wording wasn't random. It wasn't an observation. It was an accusation. I didn't touch the chain lock again. I just left. The hallway in daylight felt different, but not comforting. It was still too quiet. The carpet still swallowed sound. Doors remained closed, like sealed mouths. The ice machine alcove still had that faint mechanical breath, but it didn't groan as much now, like it was saving its effort for when the hall was empty again. When I reached the elevator, I pressed the button and listened to the distant machinery respond. The doors opened with that same slow reluctance, and I stepped inside alone. As it descended, my reflection in the stainless steel wall looked paler than it should have. My eyes looked too alert for the time of day, like I'd been caught doing something wrong. The lobby was brighter in the morning, but not kinder. The overhead lights made everything flatter. The old red carpet looked even more depressing, like the color had been sucked out of it over the years. A small TV mounted in the corner played local news at a low-volume weather radar, and a traffic update, the anchor's voice, cheerful in that way that makes you feel like they've never been afraid in their life. There was coffee, in a thermal carafe on a side table near the breakfast area with a stack of paper cups beside it. The smell was weak and sour. The kind of coffee brewed too early and left sitting until it turns on itself. Someone had set out a tray of powdered donuts that looked tired and a bowl of apples with bruises that had been turned away from view. A different employee was at the desk. That was the first thing that hit me. The man from the night before was gone, replaced by a woman in her late 20s or early 30s, hair pulled back posture, too upright, like she'd trained herself to look competent no matter what shift she was stuck on. She looked up when I approached. Real eye contact this time. A practiced customer service expression that didn't reach her eyes. "Good morning," she said. Checking out, I nodded. My voice came out rougher than I intended. "Yeah. I had a problem last night." Her expression didn't change much, but something tightened around her mouth. "I'm sorry to hear that. What happened, I could have summarized. I could have said, someone slid notes under my door and left it at that. But the details felt too important, because the details were the only thing that made me trust myself. So I pulled my wallet out and took the receipts out with 2 fingers, careful not to smudge them like they were ink evidence. I laid them on the counter between us, flat and neat. Her eyes flicked down. I watched her reaction closely, trying to catch something honest. "What are these?" she asked, though her tone was controlled, like she already knew what they were. "Those came under my door, around 3-something. They were printed, not written." And the intercom, I swallowed, because saying it out loud made it feel ridiculous. The intercom turned on. It said, "Housekeeping." For the first time, her expression moved. Not much, just a small blink that lasted a fraction too long, a micro delay, before she spoke again. "We don't do that," she said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement delivered with the calm certainty of someone trained to make things disappear with words. "I know you don't," I said. "That's why I'm telling you." She picked up the first receipt and turned it over as if there might be handwriting on the back. Then she looked at the second. Her nails were short and clean. Her hands moved quickly, efficiently. She set both slips down again and gave me that careful face people give when they're trying to decide whether you're upset or unstable. "We don't slide paper under guest doors," she said. "And the intercom isn't connected. It hasn't been for a while." I stared at her. It turned on. "It can't," she said. And there was something in the way she said it that bothered me. Not just denial. Not just customer service smoothing. It sounded like she was stating a rule. Like she believed that if she said it firmly enough, the event would cease to exist. I felt my jaw tighten. "Okay, then where did these come from?" She shifted her weight slightly. "Sometimes guests prank each other. People do weird things in hotels." It was silent, I said. I didn't hear anyone. And the receipts were warm when I picked them up. She didn't respond to that part, and her silence was its own kind of answer. Instead, she pointed at the second slip with one finger. "Room 312, she said, as if reading it for the first time. "You're not in room 312. "I'm in 318, I said. "That's why this is weird." Her mouth opened slightly, then closed again. She looked at her computer screen, typed something, then looked back down at the receipts. She seemed to be doing mental math, aligning a story she could live with. "It could have been printed accidentally," she said. "Sometimes we print key sleeves and papers. And no," I said sharper than I meant to, "this isn't a key sleeve. This is a blank receipt slip with a message. That's not an accident. Her gaze hardened a fraction. Sir, my name is... I stopped myself. I didn't want to sound like the kind of person who insists on being addressed properly in a cheap hotel lobby. But my nerves were too stretched to perform politeness perfectly. Look, I'm not trying to cause a scene. I just want to know what happened. Someone got information about my room. She glanced to the side as if checking whether anyone else was listening. There were 2 other guests in the breakfast area moving quietly, not paying attention. The local news anchor was talking about rain later in the week, smiling through a traffic accident report. The woman leaned forward a little, lowering her voice, even though no one was near. Are you sure it wasn't left outside your door? Like on the floor? Sometimes people drop things. It was pushed under, I said. Twice. She nodded slowly, but her eyes didn't show belief. They showed calculation. What exactly did the intercom say, she asked. It clicked on, I said. There was dead air. Then it said, housekeeping. Like someone's mouth was right on the microphone. Then it clicked off. She stared at me for an extra second. The silence between us stretched, and in that silence, I felt something I couldn't name. Not fear, exactly more like the sensation of being evaluated. Then she looked back at the screen and typed again. We don't have an active intercom system, she said. If it turned on, it would have had to be. She stopped, like she'd almost said something she wasn't supposed to say. Had to be what I asked. She shook her head gently, the way someone does when they want to end a conversation without appearing rude. Like I said, it's not active. It can't broadcast. The frustration in my chest sharpened. I knew this wasn't going anywhere. The denial was too smooth, too practiced, so I tried a different angle. Who was working last night, I asked. The guy with the hoodie. Her eyes flicked up. He was the overnight clerk. I told him I said. He came up to my room. He saw the latch. She paused. He went to your room? Yes, I said. He brought a master key. He looked nervous. The window latch was off, like it had been forced. Her expression shifted again, smaller this time, but I saw it. A tightening, a brief controlled inhale. I'm sorry you experienced that, she said, voice returning to that polished tone. But I can assure you that there was no incident recorded. No one else reported anything. I stared at her. Maybe no one else heard anything, because I didn't call the second it happened, because I didn't know if it was safe to call. She didn't respond. She just looked at me, like she'd already decided what category to put me in. Annoyed, guest-tired traveler, overreacting. The receipts sat between us like 2 small corpses. I tapped the second one. What about 312? She followed my finger to the text, then glanced at her screen again. A moment passed where she seemed to hesitate, as if she was deciding how honest she could afford to be. Then she said it. 312 isn't a room, she said. The words landed wrong. Not because they were scary, because they were absurd. I blinked. What do you mean? She pressed her lips together. I mean, it's not a guest room. But the door number is right there, I said, before I could stop myself. I could see the hallway in my head, the numbers on the doors as I walked. I knew I'd seen 312. She shook her head, once firm. Not anymore. There was a pause after that, the kind of pause that makes you aware of your own breathing. What does that mean? I asked, slower this time. She looked down at the receipts again, as if hoping they would evaporate. Sometimes hotels renumber floors. Sometimes rooms get converted. Maintenance, storage, It's not something you need to worry about. It was the first time she said something that felt remotely real, and it made everything worse. Because the word storage didn't calm me. It made me imagine a room full of abandoned furniture, old mattresses, leaned against walls, cleaning supplies stacked in the dark. It made me imagine a place in the building that wasn't meant for guests, a place people could enter and leave without being noticed. A place behind a door that still looked like a room from the outside. A place that could be empty and still not safe. Okay, I said, forcing my voice to stay even. So why is this telling me room 312 is empty? She shrugged in a way that didn't match the seriousness of the question. Like I said, it could be a prank or a mistake. But we didn't print these. You're sure? I said. Her eyes met mine, and for a second, something colder than customer service flickered there. Yes, she said. I'm sure. I didn't believe her, but belief wasn't the point anymore. The point was what I did next. Because I could stay in the room I'd barely slept in, with a window latch that didn't sit right, and receipts in my wallet that felt like they were still warm. Or I could make the safer, simpler choice and move like she wanted. Move floors, move rooms, reset the story. That's what hotels offer you when something goes wrong. A new key, a new number, a new version of reality. They act like the building itself can be swapped out like bedding. Can I change rooms? I asked. Her expression relaxed immediately, just a fraction, but I noticed it. Like this was the resolution she'd been aiming for from the start. Of course, she said. I can move you to a different floor. A different floor? I repeated, making sure she heard the emphasis. Yes, she said quickly. We have availability. I can put you on the second floor, closer to the elevator. Closer to the elevator meant more traffic, more noise, more witnesses. That should have been comforting. But the idea of being closer to people didn't feel safer anymore. It felt like being placed somewhere for convenience, hers, not mine. Still, I wanted to believe in a simple fix. I wanted to believe I could step out of the version of the night where receipts slid under doors and intercoms whispered into hallways. So I nodded. Okay, I said. Move me. She typed again. The printer behind her chirped in word feeding paper, like it was eager to participate. She printed a new key sleeve, slid it toward me, and placed a fresh card inside. Here you go, she said, cheerful now. New room. Second floor. If you need anything, just dial 0. Her tone was too normal, too bright. It was like she was doing a reset on me, trying to pull me back into the usual hotel script. I took the key card sleeve and looked down at the number. My fingers felt clumsy. I was still holding the receipts in my mind like a bruise. Can I keep these? I asked, gesturing to the slips. She hesitated, then nodded. Sure, if it makes you feel better. It didn't make me feel better. It made me feel worse because the way she said it implied that my fear was the thing that needed managing, not the situation. I slid the receipts back into my wallet carefully. Before I left the counter, I tried one more time quietly, almost as if I didn't want to force her into a lie. Was anyone else on my floor last night? I asked. Do you know? She glanced at the screen. There were a few guests, but like I said, no one reported anything. And there it was, again the script. No report. No incident. No evidence. Except the evidence in my wallet. I walked away from the desk with my bag, my new key, and a growing understanding that the hotel wasn't going to help me. Whether they couldn't or wouldn't didn't matter. The result was the same. As I crossed the lobby, I poured myself a cup of coffee out of habit. The coffee was lukewarm and thin tasting, like it had been brewed by someone who didn't believe in flavor. I drank it anyway. It gave me something to do with my mouth besides swallow fear. The local news anchor smiled about the weather. Behind him, a graphic showed a map of Pennsylvania with little blue raindrops. The world outside looked normal. Cars on roads, people heading to work. Nothing about the broadcast suggested that a person could be trapped in a hotel room at 3:17 a.m. with a receipt that accused them of leaving a latch broken. I took one last look at the desk clerk before heading toward the hallway. She had already turned back to her screen. Her posture was relaxed. The receipts were gone from her counter. If someone walked into the lobby right then, they would see an ordinary hotel morning. And that's what bothered me most. How quickly the night could be erased by daylight. How easily the building could pretend nothing had happened. I headed toward the elevator to move rooms, carrying the new key like a promise I desperately wanted to believe. But as I stepped into the hallway, I caught myself doing something I hadn't done yesterday. I glanced up instinctively, searching for where the intercom speaker might be. I didn't see it immediately. That made my stomach tighten again. Because if I couldn't see where the hotel's voice came from, then I couldn't know when it might speak again. Moving rooms should have felt like a reset. That's the whole promise hotels sell when something goes wrong. A new number, a new key, a new space, where the air hasn't been contaminated by whatever you experienced. Fresh sheets, fresh carpet, fresh chance to pretend the building is neutral. But when I rode the elevator down to the second floor with my bag dragging behind me, I didn't feel reset. I felt relocated, like a piece on a board someone else was playing. The second floor hallway was brighter than the third, and there were more signs of other people, little things that should have comforted me. A couple doors had towels hanging from hooks. Someone's kid-sized sneakers sat outside a room, neatly paired. There was a faint smell of microwaved food mixed with cheap air freshener. Proof of human life. Still, the soundscape was the same carpet-swallowing footsteps vents, whispering distant machinery breathing. The building still felt like it knew how to hold itself perfectly still. My new room was closer to the elevator, like the clerk promised. I stood in front of the door for a second and stared at the numbers, forcing myself to actually see them to anchor my brain to something concrete. Not 312, not my old room. A different number. It didn't matter. That realization came quietly, like an unwelcome thought sliding under a door. I used the new key card. The lock flashed green with a polite beep, and I went inside. The room was nearly identical to the first one, same layout, same cheap furniture, same faint chemical clean smell. But there were tiny differences that immediately caught my attention because I was paying attention in a way I hadn't been paying attention yesterday. The lampshade sat slightly off-center, like it had been bumped. The TV remote was placed too precisely on the dresser, aligned with the edge, like someone had set it down carefully, rather than casually. The curtain wasn't fully closed. There was a finger-width gap that let a strip of parking lot light cut into the room. The detail that bothered me most was how normal it all looked, while my body refused to accept normal. I set my bag down on the bed and didn't unpack. I couldn't. Unpacking would have implied I was staying. Unpacking would have been agreement. Instead, I started my checks. I checked the door first. Deadbolt chain handle. I locked everything and tested it twice, then 3 times as if repetition could create certainty. I pressed my palm flat against the door and held it there for a moment, feeling the faint vibration of the building's systems on the other side. It was subtle, but it was there like the hotel had a heartbeat that you could only feel if you tried. Then I went to the window. I examined the latch so closely I could see tiny scratches in the paint. I pushed on the glass and felt it resist. I tugged gently at the frame. It didn't shift. That should have calmed me. It didn't. I checked the closet. I opened it, fully looked inside, then closed it, then opened it again, as if the first look didn't count. I checked the bathroom shower curtain pulled back behind the door under the sink cabinet. I looked under the bed with my phone flashlight, even though the overhead light was already on. Nothing. Of course, there was nothing. The emptiness didn't reassure me. It just made the room feel like it was waiting for something to happen. I moved the desk chair and wedged it against the door again. Not hard enough to damage anything, just enough that it would scrape loudly if the door moved. Then I stared at it for a second, thinking about how ridiculous that looked. One chair pretending it could stop whatever a master key could do. I turned the TV on for sound, but kept the volume low. A local channel played a rerun of something harmless, bright colors, and canned laughter that felt out of place in my throat. I watched for maybe 2 minutes before realizing I wasn't absorbing any of it. My eyes were fixed on the door, not the screen. The TV was just there to keep the silence from becoming too perfect. I lay down with the lamp off and the TV glow filling the room like weak daylight. My body was exhausted, but my mind was too alert to follow it. Every time I started to drift, some small sound yanked me back. The HVAC relay clicked on with a hard mechanical snap, like a switch being thrown in a distant room. The vent pushed cold air in a steady stream. Then the relay clicked off again after a while with the same sharp finality. Each click made my muscles tense. It sounded too much like a lock mechanism, too much like a decision. The mini fridge ticked occasionally, one of those little internal pops that happen when the compressor cycles or the plastic shifts. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet, it sounded like a fingernail tapping a desk, like someone testing whether you were awake. Somewhere inside the wall, a pipe made a soft knocking sound, 3 taps close together, then silence. I tried to tell myself it was water pressure. Hotels do that. Buildings do that. But the pattern bothered me anyway. Everything had started to feel patterned. I stared at the ceiling until my eyes blurred. My phone screen said 12:48 a.m., then 1:06, then 1:19. Time moved, but it didn't move like it normally did. It moved like I was watching it from behind glass. At some point, my body finally forced sleep through the way it does when it runs out of fuel. I don't know how long I was out. It could have been 20 minutes or 2 hours. In my memory, it was a blink. The sound that woke me didn't belong to a room. It belonged to a hallway. A slow, squeaking roll rubber wheels on carpet. At first, my brain tried to place it as something harmless. Someone dragging a suitcase. A late arrival. A guest moving around. But the rhythm was wrong. Too steady. Too deliberate. Not the uneven drag of luggage. It was a cart. A housekeeping cart. The squeak wasn't continuous. It came in short pulses as the wheels turned and hit the same rough spots in the carpet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Pause. Then again. It sounded like the cart was being pushed slowly, carefully, like whoever was behind it didn't want to create too much noise. I sat up in bed so fast the sheets snapped. The TV had turned off at some point, leaving the room in near darkness except for the faint glow of my phone screen on the nightstand. The parking lot light seeped through the curtain gap in a thin stripe across the carpet. The squeak grew louder, then louder. Then it stopped, right outside my door. Not outside a door down the hall, not passing by, outside mine. The silence that followed was so complete, it felt unnatural, like the building itself had paused to listen with me. I could hear my own breathing, thin, controlled, as if even my lungs were afraid to make noise. I stared at the door and didn't move. My eyes locked on the handle, on the chain, on the narrow gap under the door. I waited for the next sound to explain itself. The cart didn't squeak again. Instead, I heard something else. Breathing. Not from inside my room, from the hallway. It was faint, but unmistakably human. Slow, heavy inhale, then a soft exhale. Not loud enough to be a person talking. Not sharp enough to be the HVAC. It had moisture in it. Life. My skin went cold so fast it felt like someone poured ice water down my back. I held my breath so I could listen better. My chest started to ache. The breathing continued anyway, patient and steady, like whoever was out there wasn't worried about being heard. Like they were close enough that being heard was part of the point. I wanted to reach for my phone. It was on the desk across the room, because I'd been trying not to sleep with it right beside me. That decision felt stupid now. The desk might as well have been miles away. I didn't move. The breathing stopped. For a second, the quiet was so intense, I thought the whole thing had been a nightmare. I almost let myself believe that. Then I heard a sound that made my stomach drop lower than fear. A soft contact against the door. Not knuckles, not a knock, a palm. It wasn't a tap. It was a press. A slow, gentle pressure applied to the door, like someone placing their hand flat against it and feeling for warmth on the other side, feeling for movement, feeling for me. My throat tightened so hard it made swallowing impossible. I stared at the door and imagined the outline of a hand on the wood fingers spread. I imagined skin against the paint. I imagined someone leaning close forehead, maybe resting near the peephole, listening for the smallest sign of panic. The palm stayed there for a few seconds. Then it slid slightly not up or down enough to be a knock, just a small shift like a test, like a person adjusting their grip on something they owned. I felt my heart pounding against my ribs with the kind of force that makes you think you'll be sick. Then outside the door, the key reader beeped. Beep. The sound was clean and polite. An electronic chirp that in any other context would have meant access granted or try again. In the dark, it sounded like punctuation. There was a pause after the beep, long enough to feel like someone was counting. Beep. Another pause. Beep. The pattern was too careful, too evenly spaced. Not the frantic beep, beep, beep of someone who couldn't get the card to read. Not the impatient scramble of a tired guest. This was measured, almost calm. Counting beeps, counting seconds, counting my reaction. The handle didn't turn. The door didn't push. No force was applied, just the beeps. I stared at the chain lock as if I could will it to become stronger. I stared at the chair wedged against the door and felt a bitter, helpless thought pass through me. If the door opened, the chair would scrape and announce it sure, but only after it was already happening. Only after the boundary was breached. The breathing returned. One slow inhale, one quiet exhale. Then the palm pressed to the door again. This time, it wasn't gentle. It wasn't aggressive either. It was familiar, like a person repeating a gesture they'd done many times before, like it was part of a routine, like checking the door was the point, not opening it. Beep, pause, beep. Another pause, then silence. The key reader stopped. The breathing stopped. The palm lifted away from the door. For a few seconds, nothing happened at all, and my body stayed frozen in that exact position, upright, in bed, eyes, wide muscles, locked, because my mind didn't trust the quiet anymore. Quiet had become a trick. Then the cartwheels squeaked again. Slow, steady moving away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound drifted down the hall, fading as it went, until it blended into the building's background hum and disappeared completely. I sat there long after the sound was gone, unable to move, as if moving would confirm I'd survived something. My skin tingled with leftover adrenaline. My hands were cold fingers, slightly numb. I didn't go to the peephole immediately. That's the thing I'm most embarrassed to admit. Not because it would have been brave to look, but because part of me knew looking wouldn't help. If the hall was empty, it would make me doubt myself again. If the hall wasn't empty, it would make me a target. Either way, I would lose something. So I stayed still and listened. No more squeaks, no footsteps, no elevator ding, nothing. Eventually, my legs started to cramp from holding tension. My throat hurt from not breathing properly. I forced myself to move inch by inch like my body belonged to someone else. I slid off the bed and crossed the room with careful steps, avoiding making noise. I reached the door and stood close enough that I could feel the cool air around it. I could almost imagine the shape of the hallway on the other side, the cart's shadow, the person behind it. I leaned toward the peephole. My eye met the warped view of the hall. Empty. Of course it was empty. The exit sign glowed at the far end. The carpet lay flat. The walls held their dim light. Not a single moving shadow. It was the same emptiness as the night before, the same staged stillness that made me feel like the building knew how to clean up after itself. I stepped back from the peephole and locked the chain again, even though it hadn't been unlatched. I shoved the chair tighter against the door until it wedged with a dull scrape. Then I pressed my ear to the door, listening for any hint that the cart might turn around. Nothing. My phone was still on the desk. I stared at it from across the room, thinking about calling the front desk, thinking about the clerk's voice, thinking about the morning woman's calm denial. I could already hear the response I would get. We don't have housekeeping at night. We didn't see anything on the cameras. Are you sure it wasn't a dream? And then what? They'd move me again. Another number. Another reset. Another attempt to push me back into the script. But the building wasn't following the script anymore. It didn't need to enter. It didn't need to leave evidence beyond sound. It only needed to show me it could stand outside my door whenever it wanted, close enough to breathe against it, close enough to press a hand flat against it, close enough to make the lock beep like a metronome. It was teaching me something. Not how to be safe, how to listen, how to react, how to stay awake and wait for the next message. I sat back on the edge of the bed and kept my eyes on the door because I no longer believed that moving rooms meant anything at all. It just meant the hallway knew my new number. I must have stared through the peephole for a full minute, waiting for the hallway to catch up to what I'd just heard. Because my brain couldn't accept the sequence cart stops outside my door, breathing palm pressed to the wood key reader beeping like a countdown, then nothing. No footsteps, no retreat, no proof. The peephole showed an empty corridor, dim carpet, beige walls, the exit sign glowing green at the far end, buzzing faintly the way cheap signs do when they've been left on too long. No cart, no shadow, no movement. It looked so normal, I almost felt foolish. Almost. I stepped back and listened with my ear near the door. The building hummed low. Somewhere a pipe ticked. The mini fridge gave a small internal tick, like a settling bone. The HVAC relay clicked once, then went quiet. I waited for the squeak to return, for the beeps to start again, for the palm press to leave some evidence, a smear, a mark, anything. Nothing. And that was what finally pushed me over the edge. Not the threat, but the way it could happen, and then erase itself without effort. I unlocked the chain. My hand moved like it belonged to someone else. Fingers stiff, knuckles pale. I didn't know why I was opening the door. I told myself it was because I needed air, because I needed to stop feeling trapped. The truth was simpler. If the hallway was empty, I wanted to see it with my own eyes. I opened the door. The hall was empty, same as the peephole, same as before. But the moment I stepped into the doorway, my eyes went straight down, not to the carpet, not to the exit sign, but to the outside surface of my door, because something was stuck to it. A strip of thermal paper, white and glossy, pressed flat against the wood, like a label, like a shipping tag, like a document meant to be seen from the hallway. It had been placed neatly at eye level, just below the peephole. I stared at it for a second, without moving. My mind tried to reject it, the way it rejects impossible things. It wasn't there. It couldn't have been there. You would have seen it through the peephole. But the peephole didn't show the outside of my own door. It showed everything else. And whoever put the paper there knew exactly what I could and couldn't see. I reached for it with shaking fingers and peeled it off. It made a soft ripping sound as the adhesive let go, and my body reacted as if I'd just made a noise loud enough to summon someone. The paper felt warm. Again, that detail hit me harder than the words for a moment, warm enough to suggest it hadn't been sitting there long, warm enough to imply it had been printed and placed recently, warm enough to make my skin crawl. Then I read what it said. Checkout complete. Thank you for staying in 312. My stomach dropped so fast I felt it in my knees. It wasn't just wrong. It was confidently wrong. It wasn't error. It wasn't mix-up. It was a statement of fact delivered like the hotel's system had already decided the story for me. Checkout complete. As if I'd left. As if I'd already gone. As if the room I was standing in didn't exist for me anymore. And that number again, 312, printed like a destination, like an identity. The hallway stayed silent. No doors open. No one stepped out to see what I was doing. The building gave me the space to process it, which felt less like kindness and more like control. I backed into my room, shut the door, and locked everything without thinking. Deadbolt. Chain. Chair wedged. It was muscle memory now, not logic. I stood in the middle of the room and stared at the receipt like it might change. Then I looked around at my things, the bag on the bed, my phone on the desk, my jacket on the chair, and the receipt's words sank in deeper. If checkout was complete, then why was I still here? And if the hotel's system believed I belonged in 312, then what exactly was this room? My throat tightened. I felt the urge to vomit, not because I was sick, but because my body was trying to expel the feeling of being mislabeled, misplaced, filed away under a number that didn't belong to me. I didn't call the front desk. I didn't wait for daylight. I didn't even pack neatly. I grabbed my bag and started throwing things into it, charger wallet keys. Quick, sloppy motions that felt like tearing myself out of the room before it could decide something else about me. My hands shook so hard, I dropped my keycard sleeve once and had to pick it up off the carpet. The thermal paper slipped from my fingers and landed near the bed. I stared at it for a half second, then snatched it up and folded it hard. I didn't want to leave it behind. I didn't want the building to keep it like it had kept everything else. When I finally reached the door again, I paused with my hand on the chain. Because the worst part of all of this was how quiet it was while it happened. There was no dramatic escalation, no shouting, no banging, just the calm, deliberate placement of evidence designed to make me doubt my own position in reality. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway with my bag. The corridor was still empty. The exit sign buzzed. The carpet swallowed my steps. I moved fast toward the elevator, not running, but close. My shoulders were tight. My head kept turning, slightly scanning, expecting to see the cart behind me, expecting to hear that slow squeak return. Nothing. The elevator arrived with a soft chime and opened on an empty box of stale air. I stepped inside and hit the lobby button. The doors slid closed. My reflection looked wrong in the stainless steel eyes, too wide-faced, too pale, like I'd been awake for days. As the elevator descended, I realized something that made my chest feel even tighter. The receipt said, "Checkout complete." If that was true, then my key shouldn't work anymore. My card should have been deactivated. But the system that printed those receipts didn't seem to care about consistency. It cared about something else, about asserting that I was in 312, that I belonged to 312, that the night belonged to 312. The doors opened to the lobby. It was dimmer than before, the overnight vibe returning. The TV in the corner was muted now, or turned off, leaving the lobby with only the hum of vending machines and the faint chirp of the printer behind the desk. The front desk area looked empty. No clerk visible. No face. No eyes to meet mine. The counter sat there like a barrier I was done trusting. I didn't stop. I walked straight through the lobby and out the front doors into the cold night air. The parking lot hit me like a shock. The sodium lights made everything look yellow and bruised. My breath came out in thick white clouds. The generator hum was louder out here, a steady mechanical growl behind the building that made the silence feel less empty but not safer. The camera pole loomed near the center of the lot, its lens rotating slowly as if it had all the time in the world to watch. I walked under it on purpose. I don't know why. Maybe because part of me wanted to be seen by something that recorded. Part of me wanted proof that I was here, that I was leaving, that I wasn't just a story someone else could rewrite with thermal paper. The camera turned above me with a slow motor whir. It didn't react. It didn't follow me sharply. It just continued its steady arc like it didn't care. I reached my car, unlocked it, and slid into the driver's seat. The interior smelled like cold plastic and stale air. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled the keys for a second before getting them into the ignition. And that's when I saw it. On the passenger seat. A white strip of thermal paper curled at the edges like it had been sitting there waiting. For a split second, I thought maybe I'd dropped one. Maybe one of the receipts had flown out of my hand when I packed. Maybe I'd put it there without remembering. But I hadn't been in the passenger seat at all. I stared at it, frozen my hand, hovering over the key in the ignition. The paper looked exactly like the others. Blank receipt stock, no logo, no header, just text. I picked it up with 2 fingers. It was warm. Of course it was warm. I unfolded it slowly, like the words might bite. You're still here. My chest locked. My mouth went dry. I looked up immediately, out the windshield, out at the lot, out toward the entrance of the hotel. The front doors were closed. The lobby glass reflected the parking lot lights. No one stood behind the desk. No one stood in the doorway. The camera pole continued its slow rotation. I turned my head and looked in the back seat. Empty. I looked at the floor. Empty. I looked at the passenger side door, at the handle at the window. Everything was closed. No one had opened the car. No one had approached while I was walking out. And yet the receipt was here warm, as if it had been printed in the last minute and laid on my passenger seat with care. The phrase hit me in two ways at once. The obvious way, you're still here, meaning I hadn't escaped the hotel's attention. And the deeper way, the one that made my hands go numb, you're still here, as if leaving the building didn't count. As if the building's here wasn't geographic. As if here meant inside a system I couldn't see. I started the car immediately. The engine's roar felt like relief, real sound, real power. The headlights washed the lot in bright white flattening shadows. For a second, the beam caught the camera pole, and I thought I saw the lens angle slightly, as if acknowledging me. I don't know if that was real, or just my mind trying to assign intention to machinery. I didn't wait to find out. I drove out of the lot, fast tires crunching over salt and gravel. The hotel sign buzzed behind me in the mirror like a fading warning. I didn't look back after the first glance. I didn't want to see anything moving at the edge of the light. I drove until I found another place, another hotel, another building, another set of doors. Then I kept driving anyway. The idea of checking into a second hotel felt impossible, like I'd just carry the problem into the next room. I ended up parking in a well-lit rest area and sitting there with the engine off hands, locked around my phone, watching the time change minute by minute. I didn't sleep. Not really. I watched the sky lighten and hated how normal it looked. The next morning, when the sun was fully up and my nerves had dulled into something like numbness, I convinced myself to do what I should have done right away, call the hotel and demand an explanation. I told myself daylight would make it rational. Daylight would make people take me seriously. Daylight would give the story edges. I pulled out the key sleeve from my wallet. The address was printed on it. Highway, exit, street name, zip code. Everything you'd expect. I dialed the number. It rang twice, then picked up with an automated voice that sounded too cheerful. Thank you for calling. I listened to the options, pressed the number for the front desk, and waited. A different voice answered. A call center voice, not local. I gave my name, explained I'd stayed there the night before and had to leave early due to a safety issue. I said it carefully, trying to keep my tone controlled so I wouldn't sound like a person telling a ghost story. There was a pause on the line. Then the person said, "I'm sorry, sir. There is no property at that address." I thought I misheard. "What? No property," the voice repeated. "That address does not match any of our listed locations." I felt cold spread through my arms. "I was there last night," I said. "I checked in. I have the key sleeve. I have the address. I have the charge on my card." Another pause. I heard keyboard clicks, the kind of background sound that is supposed to reassure you someone is checking. Instead, it sounded like a machine trying to find me and failing. "I'm not seeing anything," they said. "Are you sure you have the correct number?" I looked down at the key sleeve again, as if the numbers could rearrange themselves. "Yes," I said. "I'm calling the number printed on the sleeve." Silence. Then in the same calm tone, "I'm sorry, sir. I can't locate a property for that." I hung up without even saying goodbye. My hands were shaking again, but not in the same way as the night before. This was a different kind of fear. The fear that the world could be rewritten around you, and you'd have no recourse because there would be nothing to point to. I opened my phone and searched for the hotel online. The listing was gone. I searched the address. The map showed an empty stretch of road. No pinned location, no photos, no reviews, no book now button, nothing. I searched by the name from the sign, at least the name I remembered. Nothing. I tried different spellings, different combinations. Highway, plus city, plus hotel. I scrolled through results until my thumb ached. It was like the hotel had never existed, except for the charge on my card, except for the receipts in my wallet, except for the key sleeve in my hand, except for the warm strip of paper that had been waiting on my passenger seat telling me I was still here. I sat in my car in broad daylight and stared at the steering wheel, trying to force my brain into a shape that could hold this. Maybe it was a scam property. A place that rebranded constantly. A place that changed names and numbers and listings to dodge complaints. Maybe the call had been routed wrong. Maybe the clerk had given me an outdated sleeve. Maybe there was an explanation that didn't involve something impossible, but the night's details didn't behave like a scam. A scam wants money. A scam wants theft. A scam wants your credit card. This felt like something else. This felt like a place that didn't need your money. A place that wanted to mark you, to assign you a room number you didn't choose, to print your check out like it was a fact, and then leave a receipt in your car like a reminder. And the more I tried to rationalize it, the clearer one thought became quiet, heavy, impossible to ignore. I didn't just leave a hotel. I left a place that could erase its own footprint, a place that could exist for one night, complete its checkout, and then vanish from every map and database as if it had never been there at all. And if it could do that, then it could show up again, somewhere else, with a new sign, a new address, a new front desk clerk who didn't make eye contact, and the same receipt paper warm in my hand, telling me I belonged to a room that wasn't a room, telling me calmly, confidently, that I was still here. If you've never had a night like that one, where a place seems to choose you, then you probably think you'd swear off hotels forever. I thought that too. I told myself I was done with cheap roadside properties, done with dim hallways and old carpets and front desks, staffed by people who looked like they lived inside the building. I told myself I'd start paying extra for places with better reviews, brighter lobbies, a sense of accountability. I even opened a travel app the next week and stared at the higher price options, like I was bargaining with my own survival. Then real life did what it always does. It made the choice for me. Work scheduled another training run and a site visit within the month. 2 different locations, 2 different crews, 2 different urgent emails that somehow still sounded bored. My manager called it routine travel. Like routine can't be dangerous. Like routine can't eat you whole. And because the company was paying, and because the company's definition of reasonable lived inside a spreadsheet, the hotel was already booked before I could argue. Cheap. Close to the site. Good enough. That phrase, good enough, has a way of becoming the last thing you hear before something goes wrong. I tried to do everything right on that drive. I left earlier. I stopped before I was exhausted. I drank water. I didn't push through fatigue the way I used to. I even checked the hotel address on maps before I went scrolling through satellite view, like seeing the shape of a building from above could tell me whether it was safe. It was the kind of property you see everywhere in the US. 2 or 3 stories flat roof, a rectangle built with the sole intention of being forgettable. It sat just far enough from the highway to feel separated, but not far enough to feel private. A gas station across the street. A diner with a flickering sign a quarter-mile down. A pharmacy that closed early. When I pulled in the lot, wasn't empty this time. It was half full, mostly work trucks and sedans, the kind of vehicles people drive when they're passing through. The lighting was dimmer than it should have been, like some of the lot lamps were out, and no one had bothered to fix them. The edges of the property fell into darkness quickly. There were pockets of shadow between the rows of cars where you couldn't see the pavement. The building itself looked tired, not condemned, not falling apart, just used. Like it had been hosting the same kind of nights for too long. The neon sign above the entrance buzzed softly, and one of the letters flickered as if it couldn't decide whether it wanted to stay lit. It made me think of that other sign, that other lot, that slow-turning camera pole. I felt my stomach tighten, and I hated myself for it. I hated that I was carrying a previous place like a stain. I sat in the car for a moment, with my hands on the steering wheel, watching people come and go. A man in a hoodie crossed the lot without looking up. A couple argued quietly near a stairwell, their voices too low to understand, but sharp enough to feel. Someone smoked near a door, the cigarette tip glowing in the dark like a tiny warning. I told myself this was normal. This was just a hotel. Then I noticed the doors. Most of them had do not disturb signs hanging from the handles. Not 1 or 2. Not the occasional privacy request. A lot of them. Like the hallway was full of people who didn't want to be seen, full of rooms that wanted to be left alone. That detail was small, but it changed the feeling. It made the building seem less like a place people stayed and more like a place people hid. I grabbed my bag and walked inside. The lobby was narrow and dim lit by overhead panels that buzzed faintly. The air had that familiar mix of lemon cleaner and something older, damp carpet, stale fabric, a whisper of mildew hidden behind the smell meant to cover it. The front desk clerk barely looked up. He was younger than the guy from the first hotel, maybe mid-20s, with an expression that said he'd already decided he didn't care about anything that happened here. There was a phone pressed between his shoulder and his ear, and he was half listening to someone on the other end while tapping at a keyboard with one hand. He held up one finger at me without making eye contact, the universal gesture of wait, but his body language made it feel like you don't matter. I waited. There was a little convenience shelf near the desk with overpriced snacks and travel-sized toiletries. The shelves were half empty. Dust gathered in the corners like it had been ignored for weeks. A vending machine in the back hummed steadily, the sound too consistent to be comforting. The clerk finished his call with a bored, "Yeah, okay," and hung up. Then he finally looked at me. Name I gave it. He typed it in, then slid a key sleeve toward me without smiling. His eyes flicked briefly over my face, then away. His gaze didn't linger. It didn't assess. It avoided. "3rd floor," he said. "End of the hall." Something about that end of the hall made my throat tighten. I didn't want the end. The end is where you disappear. The end is where fewer people pass by, where noise doesn't carry the same way. Any chance I can get something closer to the elevator? I asked, trying to sound casual. He blinked at me like I'd asked him to solve a math problem. Then he shrugged. That's what's available. I wanted to push. I wanted to insist. But the way he said it made it clear he didn't care enough to debate. So I nodded and took the key. I walked toward the elevator and felt that familiar tension in my shoulders. Not full fear yet. Just vigilance. That heightened awareness that makes you notice things you'd normally ignore. The hallway to the elevator was lined with doors to back offices. One of them was cracked open a sliver, and inside I could see stacks of linens and a cart tucked into a corner. The air back there was cooler, and it smelled like detergent and something metallic. I rode the elevator up alone. The interior smelled faintly like cheap cologne and old plastic. The panel buttons were smudged, the kind of smudges that tell you 100 hands have been here recently. When the doors opened on the third floor, the hallway looked exactly like the kind of hotel hallway you forget the moment you leave. Long, narrow, dim. Carpet in a dark pattern designed to hide stains. Walls painted a pale neutral color that made everything feel less human. Light fixtures spaced too far apart, leaving soft shadows between them. An exit sign at the far end glowed with a faint electrical buzz, and those do not disturb signs again, more of them now hanging from knobs, like little warnings. As I walked, I realized another thing: people were avoiding each other. You could feel it. The building was occupied, but it wasn't social. Doors stayed shut. No laughter. No casual hallway conversations. Even the sounds were muted, as if the hotel had trained its guests to move quietly and keep to themselves. I passed a room where the TV was on loud enough to hear muffled voices through the door, but even that sounded like it was trying not to be heard. Another room had music, playing softly, bass low, the rhythm dampened by carpet and drywall. I smelled cigarettes faintly, even though the floor was non-smoking. The odor threaded through the air like a secret. My room was at the end of the hall, exactly as promised. The last door on the right. The corner beyond it faded into shadow, where the hallway turned toward the stairwell. The lights didn't reach all the way there, which made that section feel like a blind spot in a camera feed. I stopped in front of my door and listened. Nothing. No footsteps behind me. No elevator ding. No cart squeak. Just the building's hum and the faint buzz of the exit sign behind me. I swiped the key card. Beep. Green light. The lock clicked. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. At first glance, the room looked fine. Clean enough. Bed made. Towels in the bathroom. The kind of standard setup you could drop into 100 times and never remember. But within 2 seconds, my brain flagged something as wrong. Not blood on the walls wrong. Not someone hiding in the closet wrong. Small wrong. The lamp on the nightstand was tilted slightly, the shade not centered. It was the kind of tilt you get when someone bumps it and doesn't fix it because they don't care. One of the dresser drawers was not fully closed. It was open maybe half an inch, just enough to create a thin, dark line that caught the light. And the blanket on the bed, the comforter had a wrinkle near the corner, a shallow crease that looked like the imprint of someone sitting there recently. Not a big dent, just a suggestion of weight. My body went still. Because after what I'd been through, I didn't see messy housekeeping. I saw recent presence. I forced myself to move slowly, keeping my face neutral like the room could read it. I dropped my bag on the chair and walked closer to the bed. I pressed my palm lightly against the comforter where the wrinkle was. The fabric was cool. Not warm, not freshly compressed. That should have reassured me. It didn't. It just made the wrongness feel more subtle. I went to the dresser and pushed the drawer closed with 2 fingers. It slid in smoothly, no resistance. That meant it wasn't broken. It had simply been left open. I straightened the lampshade, twisting it until it sat properly. The motion felt too intimate, like I was fixing evidence. Then I stood in the middle of the room and did something I hadn't done automatically before, something I used to consider paranoid. I checked the closet first. I pulled it open quickly and looked inside. Empty. Hangers. An extra blanket on the shelf. No body. No shadow. I checked the bathroom. I pulled the shower curtain aside, hard rings clattering like a small alarm. Empty tub. Clean tiles. I checked behind the bathroom door. I checked under the bed. Nothing. Every check gave me the same answer, and the relief that should have followed never arrived. Because the question wasn't, is someone here right now? The question was someone here recently? And emptiness doesn't answer that. I told myself, the most rational explanation, housekeeping was sloppy. A rushed cleaner. A short-staffed hotel. Someone made the bed, wiped the surfaces, and forgot to close the drawer fully. Someone bumped the lamp and didn't center it. Someone smoothed the blanket but didn't get the corner perfect. That's what cheap hotels are. Corners cut so often they become round. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the room had a faint memory to it, like it had been lived in a moment before I arrived and hadn't fully cooled down. I went to the door and locked it. Deadbolt. Chain. The motions were automatic now. I hated how automatic they'd become. I tried to distract myself. I turned on the TV. The screen glowed with an infomercial bright faces selling something that promised comfort. I set my laptop on the desk and opened tomorrow's schedule, forcing my brain back into the safe boredom of work details. But even while I read, my eyes kept drifting to the little details in the room. The lamp now straight, but the base slightly scuffed. The drawer now closed, but the wood around the handle worn smooth. The comforter corner still faintly wrinkled if you knew where to look. I sat down on the bed and told myself something simple, almost childish. You're tired. You're jumpy. You're making a normal room feel sinister because you haven't fully recovered from the last hotel. That was true. Part of it anyway. But the other truth was this. The feeling wasn't supernatural yet. It was practical. The fear wasn't about ghosts or intercom voices this time. It was about keys, people, access. Because in a hotel, the scariest thing isn't what you can imagine. It's what someone else can do with a master key. I changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt, kept my shoes close to the bed, like I might need them fast, and tried to settle into the routine. Shower. Brush teeth. Phone on the nightstand. Wallet and keys on the desk. Bag zipped. I left one lamp on. I told myself it was because the light was comforting. Really, it was because I wanted to see the door. When I finally lay down, the building's sounds crept in around me like a second set of sheets. The HVAC unit clicked softly and began to push air. The mini fridge made a quiet internal tick. Somewhere down the hall, water moved through pipes with a faint tapping sound. Normal hotel noises. The kind you ignore when you're not listening for footsteps. I stared at the ceiling until my eyes started to burn, then turned on my side and tried to let my body sink into the mattress. I kept the TV volume low, not to watch, but to keep silence from becoming too complete. And as I hovered on the edge of sleep, I realized the most unsettling part of this second trip. I had chosen another cheap hotel, not because I believed it would be safe, but because I needed to prove to myself that the first place wasn't going to follow me. That whatever happened before was a fluke, a freak night, an exception. I needed a normal night in an abnormal building. I needed to believe a new key card meant a new story. But lying there under that too-white comforter, with my eyes fixed on the door, and my mind cataloging every tiny sound, I couldn't shake the feeling that the room wasn't simply sloppy. It felt prepared, like it had been left slightly imperfect on purpose. A drawer left open half an inch, a lamp tilted just enough to be noticed, a wrinkle on the bed that made you think someone was here. Not enough to prove anything, just enough to plant the idea. And once the idea is in you, you do the rest yourself. You listen harder. You check more. You stay awake. You become easier to read. I didn't understand it fully yet. I just knew that whatever had happened before had taught me the worst habit a person can learn in a hotel: to treat every quiet detail like a message. And that night, in that necessary little room at the end of the hall, I lay there, waiting, trying to convince myself I was being ridiculous, while the building's silence pressed in around the edges, patient as a hand on a door. Night in a cheap hotel has its own kind of darkness. It isn't the clean, complete darkness of a closed room in your own house. It's a layered darkness. Light leaks in from places you can't control. Parking lot lamps filtering through thin curtains, the faint green glow of the exit sign bleeding under doors, the intermittent flicker from a TV in someone else's room. Even when your lamp is off, the room isn't truly dark. It's just dim enough for your imagination to have room to move. I turned the lamp off, but left the TV on low. Not because I wanted to watch it, but because the murmur of a show was better than silence. Silence in a hotel doesn't feel empty. It feels attentive. The show was something harmless, a rerun with a laugh track, but the volume was so low, the laughter sounded distant wrong, like people laughing behind a wall. The blue glow from the screen poured across the carpet and climbed halfway up the door, giving the room a faint underwater look. I lay on my side, facing the door. I hated that I couldn't stop doing that now. Before all of this, I'd sleep facing the window, or curl up and let exhaustion take me wherever it wanted. Now, my body had decided the door was the center of the room. The door was the boundary. The door was where the story would enter. The HVAC clicked on. Cold air started drifting from the vent above the window. The mini fridge ticked softly. Somewhere in the building, water moved through pipes with a faint tapping rhythm that came and went. Normal. I repeated that word in my head like it mattered. Normal. And for a while it almost worked. My eyelids grew heavy. My breathing slowed. My muscles began to loosen in small increments, like my body was testing whether it was safe to relax. I felt myself hovering on that edge where you're not fully asleep, but not fully awake either, where sounds become part of your dream. Before you know you've started dreaming. That's probably why the first sound didn't register immediately. It was so soft, my brain tried to file it under the show on the TV. A subtle shift in tone, a change in the laugh track, something moving in the hallway that had nothing to do with me. Then it happened again, different, clearer. A slow, careful turn. Not a click, not a jolt, a deliberate rotation. My eyes snapped open. For a second I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I listened with my whole body, trying to decide whether I was hearing what I thought I was hearing. The door handle was turning. Slowly. Like someone on the other side had wrapped their hand around it and was easing it down with patience, making sure it didn't squeak, making sure it didn't sound like a break-in, making sure it sounded like nothing. The TV glow was just bright enough for me to see the handle's shadow shift against the door. That shadow was what locked my fear into place. Sound can be explained away. Shadow is harder. Shadow is proof. The handle turned a fraction more, then stopped. I stared at it, eyes burning from not blinking. In that pause, my mind raced through the usual explanations people cling to. A guest got the wrong room. Someone's drunk. Staff mistake. Housekeeping checking something. But none of those explanations fit the slowness. Someone with the wrong room number usually rattles the handle quickly and then curses under their breath. Someone drunk is clumsy. Someone in a hurry isn't careful. This was careful. This was quiet on purpose. The handle eased back up slightly, then turned again. Not all the way this time, just enough to test. Then it stopped again. I lay perfectly still, letting the fear settle in my chest like a stone. I didn't want the bed to creak. I didn't want the sheets to rustle. I didn't want to give the person outside even the smallest sign that I was awake and watching. Because the moment they knew I was awake, the scenario could change. A person who thinks you're asleep will do things a person who knows you're awake won't do. I watched the shadow of the handle in the TV glow, my heart beating slow and heavy, like it had decided it needed to be silent too. Then the handle stopped moving entirely. A long pause followed. I waited for footsteps, someone retreating, someone shuffling away. I waited for the elevator ding, for a muffled voice, for anything that would place this moment into a normal category. Nothing. The hallway on the other side of my door was dead silent. That silence didn't feel like the person had left. It felt like they were still there, standing close enough to the door that their breath could touch it if they leaned in. And then I heard the next sound, a faint metallic scrape. It was soft, but it had a distinct texture, metal on metal, careful and controlled, like a key being guided toward a lock. My mouth went dry instantly, because hotel doors aren't supposed to have keyholes you can pick the way a home door does. They have card readers. They have electronic locks. They beep. They flash. They grant access with a green light. This sound wasn't a card beep. It was a key entering something. Scrape. Then a tiny pause, like someone adjusting their angle. Then another scrape, followed by a subtle, deeper click, like a key finding its groove. My stomach tightened so hard it made me nauseous. I stared at the door and pictured it someone with a metal key, not a card. A master key. Something physical. The key turned. Not fast, not forced. Smoothly. A quiet internal click answered from inside the door, the sound of a mechanism acknowledging permission. My entire body went rigid. If the chain lock hadn't been on, if I hadn't engaged it out of habit, that door would have opened. The realization hit me like a cold slap. Whoever was outside wasn't guessing. They weren't trying random cards. They weren't hoping. They had access, and they were using it as gently as possible. The door pushed inward just a fraction, enough to make the chain go taut with a soft metallic pull, enough to make the wedge of air between door and frame shift, enough to let a thin line of hallway light spill into the room, brighter than the TV glow, a pale slice that cut across the carpet like a blade. The door didn't jerk. It didn't slam against the chain. It pressed, gently. like a person leaning in just to test resistance, like a person confirming the chain was engaged, like a person learning. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. My eyes stayed locked on that narrow strip of light. On the other side of it, on the other side of the door, there was someone standing close enough that their shadow should have been visible in that gap. But the angle was wrong. I couldn't see them. All I could see was that line of hallway light and the slight tremble of the door as pressure rested against it. Then the pressure eased. The door settled back into place slowly, softly, as if the person had decided not to push. Not yet. The light slice disappeared as the door closed fully again. The chain slackened with a tiny metallic rattle. And then nothing. No footsteps. No retreat. No whisper. No muttered curse. No elevator ding. Just silence dense and complete, like the building had swallowed the moment. That was the part that made the fear turn into something else. Because a person who makes a mistake leaves quickly. A person who is caught retreats with urgency. A person who is scared of consequences doesn't linger. But whoever was outside my door closed it the way you close a door when you don't want to wake someone, when you don't want to announce yourself, when you intend to move quietly and keep doing what you came to do. The quiet stretched. 10 seconds, 20, 30. I waited for the handle to turn again, for another key scrape, for the beep of a card, for anything. Nothing. At some point, the show on the TV shifted to a commercial. The volume changed slightly, a louder voice, and I flinched even though it was harmless. My nerves were stretched so thin, I couldn't separate threat from noise anymore. I kept my eyes on the door for a long time. So long that my eyes began to sting and blur. So long that my neck cramped from holding the same angle. I thought about reaching for my phone to call the front desk, but the front desk was downstairs and the person outside my door had a key. I thought about getting up and turning on the lamp, making it clear I was awake, but I didn't want to show my hand. I didn't want to escalate. I didn't want to turn this into a confrontation in a room where the only exit was past the door. I thought about yelling. But yelling would mean admitting fear. Yelling would mean admitting I was alone. So I did what terrified people do when they don't know what action will save them. I did nothing. I stayed still, staring at the door, waiting for the next move. Minutes crawled. My body began to tremble slightly from the sustained tension. I clenched my jaw to stop my teeth from chattering. My hands were clammy. My skin felt too cold, even though the room temperature was normal. Eventually, I heard something faint, so faint I almost missed it. A soft shift of weight outside, like someone stepping away from the door. But it was so quiet, it could have been nothing. It could have been my imagination filling the silence. Then another faint sound, maybe fabric brushing against fabric. A sleeve moving. A pocket shifting. Still no footsteps. It was as if the person had moved away without walking, as if the hallway itself had absorbed them. I didn't believe they were gone. I didn't believe it because the night before the hotel had taught me how easily a hallway can look empty while something is still there. I stayed awake like that for what felt like hours. In reality, it was probably less. Time behaves strangely when you're scared. It stretches moments into long corridors. It compresses minutes into blinks. It steals your ability to measure. At some point, the commercial ended. The show returned. The laugh track drifted through the room like a ghost of normal life. My eyes stayed on the door anyway. My body started to ache from the effort of staying rigid. My eyelids grew heavy again, but this time It wasn't the soft heaviness of natural sleep. It was the brutal heaviness of exhaustion. I fought it. I tried to keep my eyes open. I tried to keep my breathing shallow so I could listen. But there's a moment exhaustion reaches that doesn't feel like drifting off. It feels like collapsing. My eyes closed. I told myself it would be for a second. Just a second to rest my muscles, to reset my nerves, to regain control. When I opened my eyes again, the TV glow had shifted slightly. The angle of light on the carpet, different meaning time had passed. I didn't know how long. My heart lurched as I snapped my gaze to the door. The chair was still wedged where I'd left it. The chain was still engaged. The deadbolt was still locked. Everything looked exactly the same, and that should have calmed me. Instead, it filled me with a cold dread that settled in my stomach like poison. Because if everything was unchanged, it meant one of two things. Either the person had left and I had survived the night by luck, or the person had gotten what they wanted without needing to open the door. I lay there staring at the handle again, feeling the sweat, dry cold on my skin, listening to the building's normal sounds return around me. HVAC click, mini fridge tick, distant water pipes, normal noises. But now they felt like a cover, like the hotel was resuming its routine, pretending nothing had happened, while somewhere in the building, someone with a key moved quietly from door to door. And I realized something that made my chest tighten even more than the turning handle had. The scariest part wasn't the attempted entry. It was the patience. The way the person outside didn't force the chain, didn't rattle the handle, didn't curse or stomp away. They tested my lock like they were learning me. Then they left, without leaving a sound, like they'd done it before. Like they had time. Like the night belonged to them, and I was just another door they could return to whenever they wanted. I must have fallen asleep again. Not because I felt safe, because my body ran out of options. Fear keeps you awake until it can't. After that, exhaustion takes over like a switch getting flipped, and you drop without permission. 1 second, you're staring at a door handle trying to hear through it. The next second, you're gone, and the room keeps breathing around you without you. When I woke, the first thing I noticed wasn't sound. It was the shift in the air. The room felt occupied, not in a mystical way, in a physical way, like the temperature had changed by a degree, like the space held more mass than it should. That's the only way I can describe it without sounding like I'm trying to sell a story. Then the sound arrived, a soft, dry rustling. Not the hallway, not the door, not the lock. Inside the room. Close. The kind of rustling you hear when fabric is being moved, when a zipper is brushed, when plastic packaging is disturbed. It wasn't loud. It wasn't frantic. It was careful, controlled, someone trying not to make noise in a room where the person they don't want to wake is sleeping. My eyes opened fully instantly. The TV was still on, but the volume had dropped to near nothing. The screen threw that familiar blue light across the carpet, painting the bottom half of the room in a cold glow. The ceiling was dark. The corners were darker. The curtains were closed, but the edges let in faint stripes of parking lot light. I didn't move. I didn't even sit up yet. I listened. The rustling paused, then resumed slightly to the right near the chair where I'd dropped my bag. My bag. My stomach tightened so hard it felt like it folded in on itself. The chair was at the corner of my vision, half swallowed by darkness. I could just barely make out the silhouette of my duffel dark shape against darker background. The zipper pull was on the side facing away from me. And then against that blue TV glow, I saw movement, a shape that didn't belong, a person. They were bent forward, shoulders hunched, head lowered toward my bag like they were reading it with their hands. Their outline was hard to see in the dim, but the posture was unmistakable. Someone leaning over close intimate in the way only thieves and people you trust are ever intimate with your belongings. For one heartbeat, my brain refused it. It tried to tell me this was a dream, a sleep paralysis trick. My mind replaying the fear from earlier putting a body inside it. But the rustling continued, and I could hear breath, faint, steady human. Not the HVAC, not the fridge. Breathing that belonged to someone who didn't belong in my room. I felt a cold surge run down my arms. My hands clenched into the sheets without permission. My heart began to pound so hard I thought the person might hear it. I forced myself to sit up. The mattress shifted a small creak. The rustling stopped immediately. The figure froze. That freeze so fast, so reactive, told me everything I needed to know. If this was housekeeping, they would have announced themselves. If this was staff, they would have spoken. If this was a mistake, they would have apologized right away. Instead, they froze the way a person freezes when they realize the person they were counting on being asleep is awake. I swallowed my throat dry. My voice came out thin and shaky, but it came out. Who is that? The question hung in the room like a flare. The TV's blue light flickered across the carpet. Somewhere in the building, a pipe ticked faintly indifferent. The figure didn't move at first. Then from the darkness, a voice answered. Deep. Male. Low enough that it sounded like it was coming from the floor. It's housekeeping, he said. The tone was wrong. Too calm. Too practiced. Not the cheerful professional voice of someone doing a job. Not even an annoyed voice. It was flat. Controlled. Like he'd said that sentence before, and it usually worked. He added, after a small pause, "Sorry, I'll leave now." The words were polite. The situation wasn't. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. My mind was screaming too many things at once. Get up. Grab your phone. Turn on the light. Run. Lock the door. Don't let him out. Let him out. Don't get near him. Don't give him your back. In that moment, the person moved. Not toward me. Toward the door. A dark mass shifting across darker carpet, moving with a quiet confidence that made my skin crawl. He didn't stumble. He didn't hesitate. He moved like he knew the room. Like he'd been in rooms like this before. Like he knew exactly where the door was in the dark. The door latch clicked. The my chain didn't rattle. Because I had taken it off at some point, after the earlier attempt, sometime after I'd convinced myself the hallway was empty. I must have done it without thinking, the way you loosen a grip without realizing. That's what makes me feel sick now. I had made it easier. The door opened with a soft, controlled motion. A slice of hallway light cut into the room, dim yellow enough to outline the figure in a sharper silhouette for half a second. I saw his shoulders, his arm, the side of his face, but not enough to make out features. Then he slipped out. The door closed behind him as gently as a bedtime gesture. No slam, no rush, like he didn't want to wake anyone else. The click of the latch sounded too final. For a second, I just sat there in the bed, frozen in the aftermath, staring at the door, as if he might reappear through it. Then my body moved all at once. I lunged for the lamp switch, but my hand hit the nightstand, wrong, knocking something over a plastic cup maybe, or the remote. It clattered softly. I didn't care. I flipped the light on. The room flooded with harsh yellow light. and reality snapped into place in the most brutal way possible. My bag was open, not slightly, open enough that the zipper teeth had separated cleanly down the side. Items were shifted. My toiletry kit was partially pulled out. A stack of papers, work documents, receipts, random folded notes I'd shoved in there had been moved. My wallet was still on the desk, thank God. But the bag itself looked like someone had gone through it with purpose. My chest tightened hard. I stumbled out of bed and went straight to the door. My hands shook as I threw the chain lock on with too much force metal snapping into place loudly. I engaged the deadbolt. I tested it twice, yanking the handle like it had betrayed me. Then I stood there back against the door, breathing too fast, trying to get control. The room looked normal under the light. The sloppy details from earlier, the drawer, the lamp, the wrinkle felt meaningless now. Those had been warnings I'd tried to interpret. This was not interpretation. This was evidence. I crossed the room quickly and grabbed my phone. My fingers were clumsy. The screen felt too bright. I dialed the front desk without thinking, pressing 0 like the clerk had said, as if a hotel phone system had any obligation to be truthful. It rang. Once, twice. A voice answered, sleepy and irritated. Front desk. My voice came out louder than I expected, sharp with panic I couldn't hide anymore. Someone was just in my room. A man. He had a key. He went through my bag. There was a pause. I heard typing, or maybe a pen scratching on paper. The clerk's voice came back flat. "What room are you in?" I told him. Another pause. Then he said, "Housekeeping's not here right now." I blinked hard. "What?" "No housekeeping staff is here right now," he repeated, like he was reading from a script. "They're gone for the night." My skin went cold all over again. "He said he was housekeeping," I said. "He was in my room. He had a key. I saw him." The clerk exhaled, like this was inconvenient. "Do you want me to send security?" "Do you have security?" I snapped before I could stop myself. A longer pause. "No," he admitted, "but I can come up." The idea of that bored voice walking up the hall toward my room felt useless. It felt like bringing a napkin to a house fire. But I needed something official. I needed a witness. I needed the building to stop pretending this was normal. "I want you to check the cameras," I said. My voice shook. "I want the police called. Someone has access to guest rooms." The clerk made a small sound, not quite a sigh, not quite a laugh. "We can't just..." "Then I'm calling." I cut in, and the words came out with a clarity that surprised me. "And I'm not staying here another minute." Silence on the line, then softer, more cautious now. Okay. Okay. Just stay in your room. Lock the door." I stared at the chain lock like it was a joke. "I did," I said. After I hung up, the room felt too small, not because it was physically small, but because it had been violated. The air felt touched. The corners felt watched. Every surface felt like it might carry fingerprints I couldn't see. I checked my bag more carefully, hands trembling. I made a quick inventory of what mattered: cash, credit cards, keys, phone. Nothing critical seemed missing, but that didn't make me feel better. The theft wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the access. He'd been inside while I slept. He'd been close enough to hear my breathing. Close enough to watch my face in the TV glow. Close enough to answer me in a calm voice that assumed he could talk his way out of anything. It's housekeeping. That phrase hit me differently now. Not like a creepy intercom voice. Not like a weird hotel superstition. Like a weapon password. A line that works because people want to believe in uniforms and roles and official explanations. A line that buys a thief 3 seconds of hesitation, 3 seconds where you're trying to decide whether you're allowed to panic. I heard movement in the hallway outside my door, distant, muffled. Maybe the clerk, maybe another guest, maybe nothing. I didn't open the door. I stayed inside, lit the room fully, and sat on the edge of the bed with my phone in my hand, like it was the only real object left. When the front desk clerk finally knocked real knuckles this time, not a palm press, I didn't answer immediately. I made him speak first. "Front desk," he called. I listened for a second voice behind him. I listened for that same deep, calm tone. I listened for anything that sounded like someone smiling in the dark. Only one voice. I cracked the door enough to keep the chain engaged. The clerk stood there in a wrinkled uniform shirt, eyes, heavy expression, annoyed, but now edged with concern because my face must have looked wrong. Behind him, the hall was empty. I told him again what happened. I made him look at my bag. I made him acknowledge the open zipper, the shifted items, the fact that someone had been here. He nodded like he believed me, but his eyes didn't want to stay on the details. He glanced down the hall, once quick, then back at me. "We don't have anyone cleaning rooms right now," he said again. Quieter, like repeating it would keep it true. "No one is supposed to have keys except staff." "Then someone stole one," I said. The words felt heavy and real. Or someone who's not supposed to be using it is using it. He didn't argue. That was its own confirmation. He offered to move me to another room like changing numbers could undo what had already happened. He offered to check the lock, like the lock was the problem, and not the person holding the key. I told him I was leaving. I didn't ask. I told. He looked like he wanted to protest, but he didn't. Maybe because he knew he couldn't guarantee anything. Maybe because he'd seen this before, and his job had taught him to survive by not absorbing other people's fear. I packed fast. This time, I didn't fold clothes. I didn't care about order. I just needed my things and a straight path to the door. As I zipped the bag shut, my hands shook so hard the zipper snagged once. That tiny resistance made my pulse spike like the bag itself was trying to keep me there. When I finally stepped into the hallway with my bag, the air outside felt colder. The lights looked harsher. The carpet seemed thinner. Every door with a "Do Not Disturb" sign now felt less like privacy and more like silence enforced. I walked toward the elevator with the clerk behind me, and I kept expecting that deep voice to appear from somewhere calm as ever claiming a role. It's housekeeping. But no one spoke. No one stopped me. The hotel let me leave like it didn't care. And that's when it became undeniable. This wasn't a feeling. This wasn't paranoia from the last place. This wasn't the building being creepy in a vague way. This was a real person with real access who had been inside my room while I was asleep, close enough to touch my belongings, close enough to answer me without fear. A human threat, not a ghost story. The most terrifying kind. Because when it's human, there's no mystery to blame. No maybe. No supernatural excuse. Just someone who can open your door, quietly close it gently, and disappear into the hallway, like they were never there at all. By the time I reached the lobby, my body was running on something harsher than adrenaline. Adrenaline is quick. It spikes and fades. This was different, like my nervous system had found a new setting and locked itself there. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, not the dramatic shaking you see in movies, but a fine tremor in the fingers that made everything feel slightly unreliable. Even holding my phone felt like holding something too light. The lobby looked the same as it had when I checked in. Same tired carpet, same stale lemon cleaner smell, same buzzing overhead lights, same convenience shelf with half-empty slots and dusty corners, same vending machine hum. It was almost insulting how normal it looked. That's the thing about places like this, the violence isn't loud. The violation isn't obvious. The building keeps its face on. The overnight clerk was behind the desk again, sitting in the same posture like he'd never moved. He looked up when I approached, and for a moment his expression sharpened, not with sympathy, but with irritation. Like I was an inconvenience that had returned. "What now?" He said not quite those words, but the tone. I put both hands on the counter to steady myself. I didn't want him to see them shake. "Someone entered my room," I said, "with a key. I saw him." He went through my bag. The clerk blinked slow. "You already said that. And you said there's no housekeeping staff here," I replied, keeping my voice as even as I could. "So either someone stole a key, or someone who works here is lying." His jaw tightened. He glanced over my shoulder toward the lobby doors, like he was checking if anyone else was around. The place was empty, except for us. The silence made my words land harder. "I'm not saying anyone's lying," he said, "but people lose keys. Guests leave them indoors. Sometimes it wasn't a key card I cut in. It sounded like a metal key, and he opened the door, quietly, like he'd done it before." For the first time, I saw something in the clerk's eyes that wasn't boredom. Not fear exactly, more like calculation. Like he was weighing how serious this could get if it became official. "I want to see the cameras," I said. He exhaled slowly, like I'd asked him to move furniture. "We don't just show that." "Yes, you do," I said. My voice cracked slightly on the last word, and I hated it. I hated sounding desperate. But desperation was appropriate. This was my room, my belongings, my safety. "You have footage. I need proof. I'm calling the police." That got a reaction. His eyebrows lifted slightly, and he sat up straighter. "You don't need to do that. I already am," I said, and I pulled my phone out, right in front of him. I didn't turn away. I didn't pretend to be polite. I dialed while staring at him, because I needed him to understand this wasn't going to be smoothed over with a room change and a shrug. When the dispatcher answered, I gave the address and explained that someone had entered my hotel room using a key and gone through my belongings. I kept my voice controlled. I didn't mention the earlier handle test or the quiet key turn. I described the clear part, a man inside my room at 2:15 a.m., claiming to be housekeeping leaving when confronted. I requested officers and said there should be surveillance footage in the hall. The dispatcher asked questions. Did I see a weapon? Was anyone injured? Did anything appear stolen? I answered as accurately as I could. No weapon seen. No injuries. Unsure about theft. My bag had been rummaged. While I spoke, the clerk watched me with a stiff expression that tried to hide panic. His eyes kept flicking toward the back office door behind the desk, like he wanted to retreat into it and disappear. When I hung up, the lobby felt even more silent. The vending machine hummed. Somewhere behind the desk, the printer made a small chirp, like it had woken up from sleep mode. Every tiny sound now felt amplified, like the building was listening. The clerk cleared his throat. Look, he said softer. We can handle this without police. How, I asked. By pretending it didn't happen. He frowned. I'm saying, sometimes people get confused. Sometimes guests. I was awake, I said. He was in my room. He spoke. He left. The clerk stared at me for a second, then looked away. I saw it then, the instinct to minimize, to blur facts, until they turn into something safer for the property. A hotel's first defense isn't locks. It's denial. I want to see the cameras, I repeated. Now. He hesitated. His jaw worked like he was chewing on his own reluctance. We need manager approval, he said. It's 2 a.m., I replied. You're the one here. He opened his mouth, then closed it. He knew he didn't have a good answer. I leaned forward slightly, lowering my voice. If you don't show me, the police will ask. And if you say you can't, that's going to look worse. That did it. He stood up abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. The sound was sharp in the quiet, and I flinched, even though it wasn't threatening. My body was still reacting to everything. Fine, he muttered. Come on. He walked around the side of the desk and motioned for me to follow him behind the counter. I hesitated. The idea of stepping into the staff area felt wrong, like crossing into a space where I had less control. But I wanted proof. I needed proof. And I couldn't let myself be alone in that room again, without something solid to hold on to. I followed him. Behind the counter, the air smelled different. More concentrated, cleaner, warm electronics. There was a small back office door that led into a cramped room, lit by a single overhead bulb. The clerk opened it and motioned me in. The camera room wasn't impressive. It wasn't like in movies where security feeds cover a wall in perfect clarity. This was a cheap setup. A monitor on a desk, a DVR unit, humming beneath it, a tangle of cords, a cheap swivel chair, and a handwritten list of camera labels taped to the edge of the screen. Cam 1 lobby, Cam 2, front doors, Cam 3 hall, 3F east, Cam 4 hall, 3F west. Stuff like that in marker. The clerk sat down and moved the mouse. His hand shook slightly. He tried to hide it by keeping his wrists stiff. Which floor, he asked. 3rd, I said. End of the hall. He clicked through menus. The footage loaded with a delay, grainy at first, then stabilizing. Timestamps in the corner. A date. The minutes sliding forward like a quiet threat. I leaned in close enough to see the pixels. And there it was, the hallway. My hallway. Same dim lights. Same carpet pattern. Same doors lined up like teeth. The image wasn't great, but it was clear enough to recognize the geometry. Clear enough to see movement. At first, nothing happened. The hall sat empty, dead still, the way it always looked when no one was walking. My own body tightened as I watched, because the emptiness reminded me too much of the moments when I'd looked through peepholes and seen nothing. Then a figure entered the frame from the far end. A man, large, broad shoulders, heavy build. Not tall in a graceful way, tall in a way that made the hallway look narrower around him. He walked slowly, not stumbling, not rushing. He moved with a kind of casual ownership, like he belonged there. The clerk's posture shifted. He leaned forward instinctively. "Who the hell is that?" he muttered, as if saying it out loud could distance him from responsibility. The man walked past several doors, paused briefly at one, then continued. His head turned slightly as he passed each door like he was reading numbers. I felt something tight in my throat, because I recognized that behavior, not from movies, but from people scanning shelves in a store, searching for a specific item. Focused. Methodical. The man reached the section of hall near my room. He stopped. He faced my door. Even through the grainy feed, I could see the way his body angled toward it, the way his arm lifted. He didn't knock. He didn't try the handle dramatically. He simply stood close, as if listening. Then he stepped away. He walked down the hall again, out of frame, then returned a minute later, passing my door again, as if checking something. He did it repeatedly, back and forth, like he was rehearsing, like he was waiting for the right moment. I swallowed hard. "He came to my door earlier," I said, voice low, before he entered. The clerk didn't answer. His eyes were glued to the screen. The time stamp advanced. The man returned again. This time, he stood at my door longer. His arm lifted, and I saw a glint, something metallic in his hand. He leaned toward the lock. His body blocked the exact moment of contact, but a second later, the door moved. Opened. Just enough for him to slip inside. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. The door closed behind him. The hallway remained empty again, as if nothing had happened. I stared at the screen, waiting for him to emerge. In my mind, I saw the room, my room lit only by the TV glow, and him bent over my bag. I felt the humiliation of it again, my things in someone else's hands, while I lay there inches away. The clock ticked forward on the monitor. Finally, the door opened. He stepped out calmly, not running, not panicked. He closed the door gently behind him the way I'd heard it close. Then he walked away down the hall without hurrying, like it was just another task. I realized my hands were clenched into fists. I forced them open. My palms were damp. "That's him," I said, and my voice sounded unfamiliar to me. "That's the man." The clerk stared at the screen, then at me, then back at the screen. His face had gone pale under the harsh office light. "He doesn't work here," he said immediately, too immediately, like he needed to say it before I accused him. "How do you know?" I asked. He swallowed. "I'd know if he worked here. You barely looked at me when I checked in," I said, sharper than I intended. "You don't know everyone's face." His expression tightened. He clicked around, pulling up another camera angle maybe, to find the man entering the building. The lobby feed appeared: empty chairs, vending machines, the front doors. Then a few minutes before the hall footage, the man appeared in the lobby. He walked in, like he belonged there too. No hesitation, no looking around. He didn't approach the desk. He didn't ask for help. He walked past the front area and toward the hallway, leading to the elevator or stairs. My stomach dropped again. "He walked right past you." The clerk's eyes narrowed. "I might have been in the back," he muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. On the screen, the man disappeared toward the stairwell. A minute later, he reappeared on a different camera feed, third-floor stairwell door, emerging with that same calm stride. He wasn't sneaking. He wasn't hiding his face. That meant something. People who fear consequences behave like they fear consequences. He didn't. The clerk clicked another menu option, probably searching for a face shot, a clearer angle. But the cameras were cheap and the lighting was dim. The man stayed a shadowy bulk, moving with purpose. Could he have stolen a master key? I asked, though my voice already knew the answer. The clerk exhaled, rubbing his forehead hard, like he could wipe the situation away. "I don't know," he said, "but that's what it looks like." He said it like an excuse, like if he blamed a stolen key, the hotel itself could remain innocent. I stared at the screen again, watching the man move through the lobby footage in my mind, watching him slip into the stairwell without speaking to anyone. A stolen master key made sense technically. Keys can be misplaced, staff can be careless, guests can steal things. It was plausible. But something about his behavior didn't feel like opportunistic theft. He wasn't grabbing random doors. He wasn't wandering. He was coming back to mine, again and again, like my room mattered. The clerk clicked the footage forward and backward, showing me how many times the man returned to my door before entering. 3 times. 4. Maybe more. Each pass looked like a check, like a test, like he was making sure of something. My skin prickled. The clerk leaned back and ran a hand through his hair. "This is bad," he murmured, more to himself than to me. "Yes," I said. "It is." He stared at the screen again, then looked at me with a forced calm that didn't match his eyes. "We can refund you," he said. "Comp the stay. Whatever. You can go somewhere else." The offer felt insulting in its simplicity. Money wasn't the point. But the offer did confirm something important. He wasn't going to fight me now. The footage was too clear to deny. "You're going to give me that footage," I said. His eyes widened. "We can't police," I said, cutting him off. "And if you want to help yourself, you'll cooperate." His jaw tightened. He looked like he wanted to argue, but the argument died before it formed. "Fine," he said quietly. "When they get here." The word "when" hit me like a reminder. The police weren't here yet. I was still in the building. And the man with the key, whoever he was somewhere out there. Somewhere in the same structure. Somewhere with access and patience. I suddenly became aware of the thin back office door behind me, of the lobby's glass front doors, of the hallway leading to the elevators. I felt exposed. I didn't want to be cornered in the camera room while waiting for officers. I stepped back toward the lobby and kept my eyes on the entrances, watching for movement. The clerk hovered behind the desk like a person suddenly aware he might be held responsible for everything he'd ignored. When the police finally arrived, it wasn't dramatic. 2 officers walked in with calm expressions, the kind that made me feel simultaneously safer and more invisible. They asked questions. They took notes. They watched the footage. One of them pointed at the screen. "That's not staff," he said flatly, like he'd seen 100 versions of this. "He's too comfortable." They asked the clerk about keys, master keys, access logs. The clerk stammered, insisted keys were secured, insisted staff had procedures. The officers didn't look impressed. They asked me if anything was stolen. I told them I didn't know. I told them my bag had been rummaged. I told them the man claimed to be housekeeping. The older officer's expression hardened slightly at that. He said that, "Yes," I replied. He nodded slowly, like that detail fit into a pattern he didn't like. They asked if I wanted to press charges. I said yes. Not because I believed it would solve everything, but because saying no felt like letting the building win by turning it into a story. I swallowed. I wanted a record. I wanted paper. I wanted something that couldn't be erased by a hotel shrug. The clerk offered the refund again, fast, desperate. "We'll refund the full stay," he said, voice too eager. "We'll comp it. We're sorry. We'll cooperate." The officers told him they'd follow up with management. They told him to preserve the footage. The clerk nodded so hard it looked like his neck hurt. As I stood there in that lobby under buzzing lights, watching uniformed officers take notes, while the footage looped in the back office, a grim clarity settled in my chest. I had wanted proof. I got it, and the proof didn't comfort me the way I thought it would. Because it didn't just prove I wasn't imagining things. It proved something worse. A man could walk through that building with a key and treat guest rooms like entries on a list: doors, to revisit doors, to test doors, to enter once the timing felt right. A human threat, not a ghost. A person who didn't need darkness to hide only indifference. And as the clerk slid paperwork toward me for the refund, forcing polite phrases through a tight mouth, I realized the hotel's version of fixing it was exactly what it always was. Erase the problem with money. Move the guest. Reset the story. But there are some nights you don't reset from. Some nights you don't walk away relieved. You walk away with the footage burned into your eyes, watching a large man circle your door again and again, patient, methodical, until he finally decides it's time to step inside. The moment the footage proved I wasn't imagining it, something in me shifted. It's strange to say, but the fear didn't disappear when I got proof. It became sharper, more directed. Proof doesn't comfort you. It traps you inside the reality you were hoping was a misunderstanding. The officers hadn't arrived yet at that point. It was still me and the overnight clerk in that cramped back office, the cheap monitor humming softly, the DVR unit blinking like a heartbeat under the desk. The hallway feed sat on the screen, in grainy dim color, the timestamp in the corner, advancing in quiet, indifferent increments. I leaned closer until my reflection faintly overlapped the image my face ghosted on top of the hallway. "Go back," I said. The clerk glanced at me. We already saw it. "Go back," I repeated firmer. "I want to see what he did before he came to my door." He hesitated like he didn't want to. Not because it was hard, but because it was responsibility. Because every second of footage was another nail in the hotel's coffin. Still, he clicked the mouse and dragged the timeline backward. The footage rewound with that stuttering jump. It always has, frames skipping time, sliding in reverse. The hallway became empty again. Then the man reappeared, walking backward for a moment as the playback reversed. Then the clerk hit play. Now we were earlier, and the man wasn't at my door. He was down the hall. He moved slowly, stopping in front of a door, then another, then another. At first, I told myself he was lost. Maybe he'd stolen a key and was wandering to see what worked. Maybe he was just testing random doors, like a desperate thief, hoping to get lucky. But the longer I watched, the clearer it became. He wasn't random. He wasn't frantic. He wasn't just trying doors. He was selecting. The man would stop in front of a room and stand still for a moment, just long enough to listen, just long enough to look at the number, just long enough to decide. Then he'd move on. He didn't touch every handle. He didn't attempt entry at every door. He only tested certain ones, and when he did it with the same methodical calm I'd felt outside my door earlier. Stand, listen, slight movement, then leave. It looked less like a thief and more like someone checking inventory. The image was grainy, but I could see his head tilt slightly toward some doors. I could see his arm lift sometimes, just a brief motion near the lock, then drop. He'd linger at a few doors longer than others, almost like he was waiting for something to change inside the room. A cough, a shift in bed, the soft sound of a TV turning off. I felt my stomach tighten. "He's not guessing," I murmured. The clerk didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the screen, his mouth slightly open, as if he didn't know what to do with what he was seeing. On the footage, the man approached a door near the middle of the hall. He stopped. He leaned in slightly. Then he moved his hand near the lock, and the door shifted a fraction, just a fraction, like he tested it and found it resisted. Maybe a chain, maybe a deadbolt. Whatever it was, he didn't force it. He didn't push harder. He simply stepped back. He looked down the hall. Then he moved on. He did that again at another door, then another always, with the same deliberate restraint. I watched him like I was watching a predator on a nature documentary, calm, patient, not wasting energy, not panicking. And then I watched him do something that made my skin go cold in a different way. He stood in front of one door, and his hand lifted, not to the handle, not to the lock, but to the door frame. He touched the frame with 2 fingers briefly, and then withdrew his hand and walked away. It was such a small gesture, barely visible on the grainy feed, but it hit my nervous system like a siren, that I said, pointing, "What was that?" The clerk leaned closer, squinting. "He's just touching it. Like marking it," I said, and I hated how sure I sounded. Like he's leaving a sign for himself. The clerk's jaw tightened. "That's no. It's probably nothing." But his voice didn't carry conviction. I didn't argue. I just kept watching. The man moved down the hall, stopping at one more door, then another. He never rushed. He never checked behind him. He never acted like someone who feared cameras. That confidence felt almost obscene. Finally, he arrived at my door. And watching him reach my door after testing others first felt like watching a finger land on my name in a list. Like my room wasn't a coincidence. Like my room wasn't a mistake. He had been working his way toward it. He stood there. He lingered. He left. He returned. The pattern was clearer now. He wasn't just repeating because he was nervous. He was repeating because repetition was part of the method. Like he wanted to confirm something each time. Like he was building certainty. My chest felt tight. My mouth went dry again. Proof was turning into something structured, something planned. "Go back further," I said. The clerk looked at me sharply. "Why?" "Because I want to know if this started tonight," I replied. Or if he was doing this before I even checked in. That made the clerk pause. A thought flickered behind his eyes, brief, uncomfortable. He clicked again and dragged the timeline further back. We watched earlier, footage the hallway empty, then the man appearing again, then disappearing. We watched him move through the corridor with that same calm, the same scanning, the same pauses at doors. It wasn't a single incident. It was a behavior. He wasn't hunting one room. He was cycling through, checking, selecting, returning, like a route, like a list. That word rose in my mind without invitation list. I didn't say it out loud yet. Saying it out loud would make it too real. The clerk shifted in his chair. I could tell the footage was changing something in him too. His posture was tighter now. His breath was shallow. The board mask was slipping. "Okay," he said abruptly, as if he wanted to end this. "We've got it. We know. He's not supposed to be here." "Wait," I said, because something had just happened on the monitor that didn't fit. It was subtle. So subtle, I wondered if my brain was creating it out of stress, but I saw it. On the top corner of the security feed, there was a small overlay label, something that indicated the camera location. Most of the time, it read something simple, like 3F Hall West or Cam 4. It was cheap plain text, the kind of overlay you don't notice until you're looking for it. Now, as the clerk scrubbed through footage, the overlay flickered. Just for a split second, the label changed. It didn't change to another camera name. It didn't change to lobby or stairwell. It flashed 312. My breath caught so hard it hurt. "Stop," I said louder than I intended. "Stop. Go back. Just go back 2 seconds." The clerk froze, then clicked backward, a tiny amount annoyed. "What, right there?" I said, pointing at the top corner. It said, "Did you see that?" He leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Said what it flashed. 312, I said. My voice sounded too high. Too thin. This is a third-floor hallway. And it didn't say 312 before. The clerk's face tightened. He clicked back again, trying to find the exact moment. The overlay returned to normal. Then he nudged forward. Normal. Nudged again. Normal. It's not there, he said, and I could already hear the dismissal forming in his tone. It's a glitch. No, I said, and the word came out raw. Do it again. The same spot. He sighed sharply, then dragged the timeline back a few seconds and played forward slowly. And there it was again. A flicker. A flash. 312. Then it vanished, replaced immediately by the normal camera label. My skin prickled all over. The number sat in my head like a nail. The clerk stared at the screen for a second longer than he should have. He didn't speak right away. When he finally did, his voice had changed. It wasn't bored anymore. It wasn't dismissive. It was cautious. That happens sometimes, he said too quickly. The system, it mislabels. It's old. But his eyes didn't leave the monitor. And his hands were very still on the mouse now, like he didn't trust himself to move. I watched his throat bob as he swallowed. You said earlier there's no room 312 on your property, I said quietly. His head snapped toward me. I didn't say that. I blinked. I didn't say you did. I'm saying 312 is a room number, not a camera label. And it's showing up. It's a glitch, he repeated, but the repetition made it weaker, not stronger. I stared at the screen again, and a colder realization started threading through me. We were watching a third-floor hallway. This hotel didn't have a room 312 on the second floor. My room wasn't 312. I wasn't even staying in anything close to 312. The number had no reason to appear here at all. Unless the system had something in it that cared about that number. Unless the number wasn't about a room. Unless it was about a target, a designation, a tag. I didn't say that out loud. I couldn't, because the moment I said it, it would reshape everything I'd already lived through the first hotel. The receipts, the intercom voice, the wrong room number following me like a shadow. It would make it all part of one continuous thread instead of separate incidents. I wasn't ready for that. The clerk cleared his throat again. He clicked to a different camera feed lobby, then stairwell, like he wanted to escape the hallway overlay, like he wanted to prove to himself that it was just a technical fluke. But my mind had locked onto the detail the way it locks onto a strange smell in your house at night. Once you notice it, you can't unnotice it. Why would it flash that I asked more to myself than to him? He didn't answer immediately. His eyes kept darting between feeds. His jaw was clenched. When he finally spoke, his tone had shifted again, softer, less certain. These systems, he began, then stopped, then started over. Sometimes the DVR mixes labels. It'll pull from other cameras or saved settings. From where I asked. He didn't have an answer. He just stared at the screen, as if hoping it would revert to a world where labels stayed in their assigned corners. I could feel the room around us, the cramped back office, the humming DVR, the cheap plastic chair under me. Outside the door, the lobby was quiet. The hotel continued existing like nothing was wrong. But the footage had opened something I couldn't close again. Because now, it wasn't just that a man had entered my room with a key. Now it looked like he had a method, a route, a pattern that started at other doors and ended at mine. And buried inside the system that was supposed to protect guests inside the very camera feed meant to provide truth was that number flickering like an error that knew too much. 312. The clerk tried to laugh it off, a short, awkward sound that didn't reach his eyes. See old equipment, he said. It's garbage. But the laugh died fast, and the silence that followed was thick, not with mystery, but with the shared awareness that something had just slipped. Not on the hallway, on the monitor. A detail that didn't belong. A number that shouldn't have been there. And the worst part wasn't the label itself. It was the way the clerk's voice changed when it appeared like he'd been able to dismiss everything else as a guest complaint until the system itself betrayed him. Until the hotel's own surveillance briefly whispered the wrong thing. Until it flashed a number that had already haunted me once before. And in that moment, staring at a grainy hallway feed, while a large man on screen paced like he owned the doors, I understood a truth that made my stomach go hollow. I didn't come here to find proof that I was safe. I came here to find proof that I wasn't crazy. And now, with that overlay flickering in the corner of the screen, it felt like the proof I'd found was pointing to something worse than a stolen key. Something organized. Something that didn't start tonight. Something that knew how to choose a door, then come back to it until it opened. I didn't go back upstairs. Not for my charger. Not for a better jacket. Not to double-check anything. The moment the officer finished taking my statement and the clerk finished fumbling through the refund paperwork like money could patch a hole in a door, I felt something inside me clamp down with finality. The building had already let a stranger into my room once. The building had already proven it could pretend nothing happened, while the truth sat on a monitor in the back office. There was no version of one more night that ended with me feeling normal again. The clerk tried to hand me a printed receipt for the refund, ironic, considering what receipts had become in my life, but I didn't take it at first. I watched the paper slide out of the printer, warm and curling at the edges, and for a split second, my brain flashed back to thermal paper slipping under a door to heat and ink like a signature. My stomach turned. "Email it," I said. He looked offended, but he did it, typing fast eyes avoiding mine. Everyone in that lobby acted like avoiding eye contact would keep the night from becoming a story. Like if they didn't witness my face while it happened, they wouldn't have to carry it. I walked out into the parking lot with my bag slung over my shoulder, the air colder than it should have been for that time of year. The sodium lights made everything look bruised. The lot was half full, but the people inside those cars might as well have been in separate worlds. I could see silhouettes through windshields, heads bent toward glowing phones, couples talking, someone eating out of a bag. Ordinary moments happening inches away from the worst thing that had happened to me in a long time. The camera pole near the center of the lot rotated slowly, motor humming. I looked up at it again as I passed under it and tried to imagine a feed somewhere showing me walking away. A timestamp. A record. But the night had already taught me how flimsy record could be when the system itself couldn't even keep its labels straight. I got into my car and locked the doors immediately, the way you do after a scare, even though you know a thin metal lock won't stop someone with intent. I turned the key in the ignition and just sat there with the engine idling, staring at the hotel's front doors. Nothing moved. No figure stepped out. No shadow crossed the glass. The lobby lights stayed the same dull brightness and different. For a moment the thought came small and cruel that the man might already be gone, that he had done what he came to do, stepped out quietly, blended into the night, and left me to argue with clerks and monitors while he drove away clean. Then another thought followed worse. He might still be here, sitting in his own car, watching the same doors, waiting. The uncertainty made my skin crawl. So I pulled out. I didn't drive fast. I didn't peel out of the lot like in movies. I drove with a controlled urgency, keeping my hand steady on the wheel, scanning mirrors, scanning the road behind me, scanning the edges of the lot as I passed the last row of parked cars. I expected headlights to swing out behind me. I expected to see someone follow. No one did. But the lack of a follower didn't calm me. It only made the threat feel more capable of disappearing. The highway was close. That was the whole point of that hotel, close to the highway, close to convenient. Within minutes, I was merging onto the dark stretch of road, the tires humming, the engine settling into a steady rhythm. The world outside became a moving tunnel of reflective signs and occasional overhead lights. I told myself I should go to another hotel, a nicer one, a chain with better security, a place with bright lobbies and keycard elevators and cameras that didn't flicker overlays like a nervous tick. But the thought of walking into another lobby made my throat tighten. Because the fear wasn't only about that man anymore. It was about doors. It was about sleeping behind any door that wasn't mine. It was about the helplessness of being horizontal in a room that someone else might have access to. It was about the idea that you could do everything right, chain lock, deadbolt chair wedge, and still wake up to someone's breath in your air. The interstate stretched ahead, black ribbon, under a pale sky, and the sound of it, the constant hiss of tires on asphalt, was the only thing that felt steady. That hiss became its own kind of blanket, not comforting, but consistent. It didn't change tone. It didn't surprise you. It didn't whisper your room number. I drove for a long time with the radio off. I didn't trust music. Music would distract me. Distraction felt dangerous. I wanted to stay sharp. But after an hour, maybe two, my body began to sag with exhaustion again. The adrenaline burn started to fade, leaving behind a heavy ache. My eyes felt gritty. My jaw hurt from clenching. I needed to stop. So I did what I'd done once before, in my life only once, on a road trip, when I was younger and didn't have enough money for a hotel. Back then, it had felt like an adventure, a scrappy choice. Now it felt like a last resort. I pulled into a rest area, the kind with harsh white lights, a big sign reminding you not to leave valuables visible, and a constant slow parade of trucks pulling in and out. The lot was mostly semis. Their engines idled in the distance like huge animals breathing. The air smelled like diesel and cold pavement. I parked in a spot where I could see the entrance to the building, the bathrooms, the vending machines. I wanted sight lines. I wanted motion. I wanted to be able to anticipate anything coming toward my car. I shut off the engine and immediately felt the world change. The hiss of the highway became more noticeable without the engine noise. It was a soft, constant shh that seemed to come from everywhere at once, like wind but steadier. Every so often a truck would downshift on the nearby road, the sound rising and falling like a distant groan. Sometimes air brakes hissed sharply and made my nerves spike. I reclined the seat a little, but not all the way. I didn't want to be flat. I kept my shoes on. I kept my keys in my pocket. I kept my phone in my hand, screen, dim thumb, hovering, like I might need to call someone. I tried to sleep. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thin line of hallway light cutting across the carpet when the door pushed against the chain. I heard the soft scrape of metal near the lock. I heard that deep voice calm, practice saying the words like a permission slip. It's housekeeping. In the dark of my car, the phrase became even worse. In a hotel, housekeeping is routine. In a car, it's absurd. That absurdity made it feel like a code, not a role. I forced myself to breathe slowly, in through the nose, out through the mouth, the way people tell you to do when your body is convinced it's dying. Time passed in ugly chunks. A woman walked a dog near the edge of the lot. A truck pulled in and parked 2 spaces away, then shut off. A man got out, stretched, went into the building, came back out with a coffee. Headlights swept across my windshield as cars came and went. Every passing light made shadows slide across the interior of my car. Every sliding shadow made my brain want to interpret it as movement inside the car with me. I checked my back seat twice, then a 3rd time. Each time it was empty. Each time the emptiness didn't satisfy me. Eventually, exhaustion won in the ugliest way. Not a gentle drift, but a blackout. My eyes closed, my grip on my phone loosened, and I fell into a shallow, fractured sleep, full of highway hiss and door handles turning. When I woke, my neck hurt and my mouth tasted stale. The sky had lightened slightly, not full daylight yet, but enough to make the world look washed out. My phone showed a time that made my stomach drop just after 6. I had slept, but not enough. Not well. The kind of sleep where you wake up feeling like you were chased the whole time. I sat up and looked around the lot. The same trucks, different positions, a few more cars. People moving in their own routines, unaware of mine. My hands were still shaking slightly. I drove home on autopilot. The drive back felt longer than it should have. Every billboard seemed too bright. Every overpass looked too close. Every time a car merged behind me and stayed there for more than a minute, my body tensed. I kept checking mirrors. I kept checking my speed. I kept checking the lane lines, making sure I was steady, making sure I looked normal. Because one of the quiet consequences of nights like this is that you start to fear your own fear. You start to fear becoming the person who jumps at everything. The person who sees threats in every shadow. The person who ruins their own life because their nervous system won't calm down. By the time I pulled into my apartment complex, the sun was up. The lot looked ordinary. Kids' bikes leaned against railings. Someone carried groceries. A neighbor waved. I waved back automatically and hated how easy it was to look fine. Inside my apartment, everything smelled like it always did. Faint detergent, my own coffee grounds, the stale comfort of familiar air. The silence was different here too. It wasn't attentive silence. It was my silence. I dropped my bag by the couch and stood in the living room for a long moment without moving, as if my body needed permission to believe I was home. Then I started doing what traumatized people do. When they get back, I checked. Deadbolt, chain, window latches. I hated myself for it, but I did it anyway. The motions weren't about logic. They were about reclaiming control. Only after everything was secured did I finally exhale fully. Only then did I take my shoes off. I went to the kitchen, poured water, drank too fast. My hands shook against the glass. I put it down like it was heavier than it should be. Then I sat on the couch and pulled my wallet out. I don't know why I did it. I wasn't planning to review expenses. I wasn't checking my card. It was more like my body needed to touch proof of my day. A tactile inventory of reality ID cards, cash receipts, things that exist. I flipped it open. The first thing I saw was a strip of thermal paper tucked behind my credit cards. White, glossy, folded. My stomach dropped because I knew that paper. It wasn't from last night's hotel. That clerk had offered to print me paperwork, but I hadn't taken it. I hadn't accepted anything warm and curling. I had walked away from their printer on purpose. This receipt was older. It was from the first story, the first hotel. The first time I'd seen thermal paper become a message instead of a transaction. I had kept it without knowing why. I had folded it small and slid it into my wallet like a superstition. Like keeping the paper meant keeping control over it. I pulled it out and unfolded it on my lap, my fingers suddenly clumsy. The original lines were there, faded slightly from being folded and rubbed, but still readable. Still wrong, still personal. And beneath them, beneath the last line, I remembered there was something new. A fresh line of black text, crisp and dark, like it had been printed minutes ago. Still checked in. My breath stopped. I stared at it so hard my eyes watered. For a few seconds, I didn't move. I didn't blink. I didn't even fully understand what I was seeing because the logic of it refused to settle. Receipts don't change after the fact. Thermal paper doesn't magically print itself. Ink doesn't appear where there was none. Unless someone printed it. Unless someone refed it through a machine. Unless someone had access to my wallet. That thought hit me like nausea. I checked my pockets, checked the couch, checked the room around me like the man might be standing in the corner bending over my bag again, calm as ever. Nothing. Of course nothing. It was broad daylight. It was my apartment. It was safe. Except it didn't feel safe anymore because the paper in my hand was telling me the night had followed me. I turned the receipt over, as if there might be adhesive on it, as if it might be some kind of trick label. Nothing. Just paper. The line looked too clean to be a pen. No pressure marks. No smudges. It had that exact printed sharpness, tiny thermal dots forming letters. Still checked in. The words sat in my lap like a verdict. My mind went back to the footage. The large man pacing doors. The calm entry. The repeated returns like checks. The overlay flickering that number 312 like a system glitch with a memory. I had been trying to separate things in my head. To keep story 1 and story 2 in separate boxes because separate boxes are easier to manage. One was weird hotel, the other was real intruder. One was creepy receipts, the other was stolen key. But the receipt in my hand didn't care about my boxes. It linked them. Not by explaining anything, but by echoing the same language, the same tone. Not a threat that screamed. A message that assumed authority. A message that treated my movements like administrative status. Checked in. Checked out complete. Still here. Still checked in. It was paperwork language. System language. The kind of language that sounds neutral while it tells you what you are. My phone buzzed with a work email. A reminder about next week's schedule. A normal digital ping that should have anchored me in normal life. Instead, it felt like a cruel contrast, my life continuing pretending it wasn't being annotated by something I couldn't see. I held the receipt closer and noticed something that made my skin prickle. The new line wasn't just darker. It was warmer. Not hot, just slightly warm, like it hadn't fully cooled yet. My fingers tightened around the paper so hard it crinkled. The sound of the crinkle was loud in my quiet apartment. I forced myself to breathe again, shallow and controlled. It would be easy to say I snapped, that I panicked, that I started tearing the place apart. I didn't. What I felt was colder than panic, a slow, hollow realization. The man in the hotel, the one on the footage, was human. That part, grimly, was simple. A person with a key. A person with intent. A person who could be caught if the system cared enough to catch him. But the receipts, the intercom voice, the number that kept appearing where it didn't belong, those weren't him. Those felt like something else. Something that used the same tools paper speakers labels, overlays, but didn't behave like a person. Not exactly. It was like the intruder was the hand and the system was the signature. Like the theft was the act and 312 was the stamp that showed up afterward to claim it. I didn't know what still checked in meant literally. I didn't know if it was a threat or a joke or a sick kind of tracking. I only knew what it did to me. It took away the only comfort I had left, the idea that leaving ended things. Because if I was still checked in, then leaving didn't count. Driving away didn't count. Sleeping in my car didn't count. Coming home didn't count. It suggested a world where a door closing doesn't end the interaction. A world where a place can keep you open in its system long after your body has moved on. I folded the receipt slowly, deliberately, like folding a letter you're afraid to throw away, because you don't know if throwing it away makes it worse. I put it back in my wallet with a kind of careful respect that disgusted me. Then I sat on the couch with my hands empty, staring at the wall. I didn't feel haunted in a dramatic way. I felt processed, like I had been run through something, like a machine prints a label, like a monitor flickers a tag, like a voice on an intercom announces a role. And now I was marked as part of a sequence. I thought about the man on the footage pacing doors like he was consulting something invisible. I thought about how he returned to mine again and again, as if timing mattered. I thought about the overlay flashing 312 in a place it didn't belong, and I couldn't stop thinking one sentence, the kind that forms when your mind is trying to connect dots you don't want connected. Maybe the intruder chooses rooms, but something else chooses people. That thought sat with me until the sun moved across my living room floor and the day became afternoon, and the world outside continued as if nothing had shifted. I went to my desk later and tried to work, tried to answer emails, tried to behave like the same person who had checked into hotels 100 times without thinking twice. But every time my phone buzzed, my body jolted. Every time my refrigerator clicked, I listened too hard. Every time my building's hallway made a small sound outside my door, I felt my throat tighten. Because the worst part wasn't the break-in. The worst part was the way something, whatever it was, kept leaving documentation. Not threats, not screams, paperwork. Like it was signing its name on my life in neat black letters, making sure I understood this wasn't a random night anymore. That I wasn't just a guest who had a bad experience. I was an entry. And somewhere in some system, I couldn't see the status next to my name still hadn't changed. Still checked in. I didn't stop traveling after the footage. I wish I could say I did. I wish I could tell you I quit my job, bought a cabin, stopped sleeping behind doors that weren't mine. But life doesn't rearrange itself around fear unless you force it to. And at that time, I was still the kind of person who thought fear was something you could outwork. So I kept the job. I kept the schedule. I kept the routine that required me to pack a bag and drive at odd hours when the roads were emptier and my mind had too much space to replay things. The only thing that changed was how I moved through the world. I started checking locks the way some people check their phones. I stopped sleeping with the lights fully off. I stopped trusting do not disturb signs like they meant anything. I began treating cheap hotels like they were not just places to rest, but places to survive. And then the nights started to blur together. Work nights, drive nights, coffee nights, highway nights. The sound of tires on asphalt became as familiar as my own breathing. So did that particular fatigue you get when you've been awake too long, and your body feels both heavy and hollow at the same time. I had been working nights for a small delivery company, then one of those jobs where your hours don't line up with anyone else's, and your weekends start when other people are finishing dinner. The pay wasn't great, but the schedule had a strange benefit on off days. I had entire mornings free while the rest of the world was still asleep. It was the closest thing I got to quiet. That's how hiking became my reset. Not in a healing journey way, not as a cure, just as an excuse to put distance between myself and streetlights and hallways and door handles. Trails don't have locks. Woods don't have master keys. In the woods, if you hear a sound, you can usually see where it came from. You can turn your head and look, and there's no shame in it. A trail doesn't pretend to be safe while hiding something behind a door. So when my schedule gave me a long weekend 2 nights off in a row, I told myself I deserved something that felt normal. A drive, a hike, a cheap hotel, a shower, a bed, in and out, no drama. That was my plan. The trail I wanted to hit was in New Jersey, a few hours away. Nothing famous, not some postcard location, just a state park with a route that climbed and looped back down. Enough incline to burn the stress out of your legs, enough trees to make your phone useless. I left late afternoon because that's what my body considered morning after night shifts. I drove with coffee in a paper cup that kept sweating onto my console. The sky was pale and flat, the kind of early evening light that makes everything look slightly tired. The radio kept cutting out when I passed through stretches of trees and low hills. I didn't bother switching stations. The silence between songs felt more honest than forced chatter. By the time I crossed into Jersey, the air had that damp edge it always seems to have there, like the whole state is holding a thin layer of moisture against its skin. Traffic thickened near exits, then thinned again when I got off the main highway. Streetlights flickered on one by one as the sun sank and the world started turning into reflections on wet pavement. The hotel I chose wasn't special. It was the kind of place you pick because it's cheap and close enough. The listing photos looked fine neutral carpet, a bedspread that could have been cleaned last week or 5 years ago, a lobby with a fake plant in the corner. The reviews were mostly about thin walls and lukewarm showers. Nothing about intruders. Nothing about missing staff. Nothing about anything that would make you feel stupid for going. When I pulled into the parking lot, it was already dark. The lot lights weren't bright. They were the weak kind, the ones that cast more shadow than illumination. A few cars were parked near the entrance. The rest of the lot was empty enough that my tires sounded loud as I rolled over the gravelly edges. The building looked older than the listing photos. Not abandoned old, just used old, like it had been patched and repainted too many times without ever being truly fixed. The signage was lit, but one letter flickered faintly, like it couldn't decide whether it wanted to be seen. I sat in my car for a moment, with the engine running, watching the entrance. A couple walked out laughing softly and got into their car. That should have eased me. It should have made the place feel normal. Instead, my mind did what it always did. Now it watched their routine like a checklist. Their door locks, their glance around the lot, the way they didn't hesitate, the way they moved like they believed in the building. I killed the engine and got out. The air felt cooler than it had on the highway. It smelled like wet pavement and old cigarette smoke that had soaked into concrete years ago and never fully left. Somewhere near the side of the building, an HVAC unit rattled behind a metal grate. The sound was steady and dull, like a machine trying not to be noticed. I grabbed my bag and walked inside. The lobby was dim, and the lights had that yellow tint that makes everything look older. The carpet was a pattern that probably looked trendy in the early 2000s and now just looked tired. There was a small seating area with 2 armchairs that faced each other like they were waiting for people who never arrived. The air smelled like stale air freshener trying to cover something damp. Behind the counter, a woman sat on a stool looking at her phone. She didn't look up right away. Not in a rude way. In the way people don't look up when they're too used to being alone. When she finally raised her eyes, her expression was neutral professional enough, but not warm. She asked for my ID. She asked for my card. She tapped at the keyboard. The printer behind her gave a small chirp as it spit out something. My shoulders tightened at that sound. I told myself it was ridiculous. It was just a printer. Hotels print paperwork. That doesn't mean anything. But my body didn't care about logic. My body remembered. The woman slid a keycard sleeve toward me. "Second floor," she said. I glanced at the keycard sleeve without meaning to, like I could read hidden messages in the numbers. Just a normal room number. Nothing strange. No 312. No weird annotations. She hesitated, then added something that seemed harmless at the time, like filler conversation. Housekeeping already cleaned all rooms for the night. The words were casual. A little too casual. Like she was reassuring me without being asked. Like she was telling me the building was done moving around for the day. I nodded automatically, but the sentence lodged in my brain like a splinter. Housekeeping already cleaned all rooms. For the night. It sounded like a fact you say when you're trying to make a place sound managed, controlled, closed for business in the way people want hotels to be closed when guests are sleeping. I didn't question it then. I even appreciated it in a way. It meant fewer knocks, fewer staff in halls, fewer unknown variables. It wasn't until much later that those words started to feel like the opposite of comfort. I took my key card and headed toward the stairs because I didn't want to wait for an elevator. The hallway on the second floor was narrow and carpeted. The lights weren't bright. They were spaced too far apart, leaving pockets of dimness between them. One of the ceiling fixtures flickered faintly, not dramatic, just enough to be annoying if you stared at it. The air felt warmer up there, and it smelled like old fabric and something faintly sweet, like laundry detergent that had soaked into the carpet years ago and never left. My footsteps sounded too loud. Every door I passed looked exactly the same, lined up like silent faces. Most of them had that tiny gap at the bottom where the carpet met the door, a thin black line where hallway light couldn't reach. I tried not to look at those gaps, tried not to imagine paper sliding through them, tried not to imagine breath on the other side. My room was near the middle of the hall. I stopped in front of it and did the thing I always do now. Without thinking, I listened. No sound, no movement, no muffled TV, nothing. I swiped the key card. The lock beeped green. I pushed the door open. The room smelled clean. Sort of. It had that generic hotel clean smell detergent, a hint of lemon, maybe a touch of bleach. But underneath it was something older, like the smell was layered on top of something the building couldn't fully hide. The air felt slightly stale, like the room hadn't been aired out long enough. The layout was standard bed against one wall desk, near the TV bathroom off to the side. Beige walls, generic artwork, carpet that looked like it had been vacuumed, but not replaced in years. At first glance, it looked fine. And that's what scared me later, how normal it looked at first glance. Because the second glance is where the details lived. A pillow sat on the chair near the desk. It wasn't dirty. It wasn't ripped. It was just crooked. Tilted at a slight angle as if someone had tossed it and left it, then thought better of fixing it. I stared at it longer than I should have. A crooked pillow is nothing. A crooked pillow is housekeeping rushing. A crooked pillow is a guest before you leaning against it and someone forgetting to reset it perfectly. I told myself that. Then I noticed the closet. It wasn't a walk-in, just a narrow closet with a sliding door, or in this case, one of those hinged doors that opens toward the bed. The closet sat in a corner that didn't get full light from the lamp. Even with the overhead on that corner looked darker, like the room's light avoided it. The darkness itself wasn't unusual. Corners are always darker. But my eyes kept going back to it. Not because I saw movement. Not because I heard anything. Because the shape of that darkness felt too solid. It's hard to explain without sounding like I'm trying to make it poetic. It's not poetry. It's the instinct you get sometimes when you look at an empty chair in your house and you don't like the way it looks, because for a second it resembles a person. Only this wasn't a chair. It was the space beside the closet door, where the wall met the carpet and shadows collected. I dropped my bag near the bed and forced myself to move normally. I walked to the bathroom, turned on the light, checked the mirror, checked behind the shower curtain. Routine. Adult who knows to be careful, as I like to tell myself. Everything was fine. The shower curtain was still. The tub was dry. The bathroom smelled like cheap soap. Back in the main room, I turned on the TV just to fill the space with noise. A local channel played an ad for a car dealership, the voice too loud and cheerful. I lowered the volume until it was background hum. I sat on the bed and took my shoes off. My body felt heavy, the kind of heavy you feel after a long drive when your limbs don't quite believe they're not moving anymore. I stretched my neck. My shoulders popped. The bedspread scratched faintly against my skin. I tried not to look at the closet corner. I failed. Every time my gaze drifted, it returned there as if pulled. Not because something was there, because something could be there, because hotels are full of places you can't see from every angle at once, because closets are the oldest hiding place in the world. I stood up and walked to the closet. Not dramatically, not in a panic. Casually, like a person proving something to themselves. I opened it. Empty. Hangers. An extra pillow. A thin blanket folded badly on the top shelf. Nothing else. I left it open on purpose. I wanted it open. I wanted no hidden space. I wanted the corner to be less of a corner. I stepped back and looked at it from the bed. Open closet. Empty. Fine. I checked the window latch next. The window was locked. The latch looked old, but intact. I tugged lightly to make sure. It didn't move. Deadbolt engaged. Chain lock engaged. I reminded myself I'm not paranoid. I'm prepared. I ate a protein bar from my bag and drank water from a plastic bottle. The TV murmured. The room stayed quiet. After a while, fatigue softened the edges of my awareness. The drive was catching up to me. My eyelids grew heavy. My thoughts started to lose coherence. This was what I'd wanted sleep. Normal sleep. A night where nothing happens. I turned off the lamp, but left the TV on low. The room dimmed, and the closet corner became darker again. The open closet door looked like a black mouth against the wall. I stared at it for a moment, then looked away. It's funny what fear teaches you to do. It teaches you to bargain. To say, if I don't look at it, it's not there. I lay down and pulled the blanket up. The hotel made its own soundtrack. HVC, hum mini fridge, tick a distant door, closing somewhere down the hall. In the hallway outside, someone's footsteps passed briefly and faded. Normal. I forced the word into my mind again. Normal. I closed my eyes, and even as I tried to sleep, I couldn't stop thinking about that casual sentence at the front desk. The way she'd said it, like a reassurance, like a promise. Housekeeping already cleaned all rooms for the night. As if that meant the building was done moving. As if that meant no one would come. As if the night was sealed. I didn't know yet that those words weren't comfort. They were foreshadowing. They were the first clue that something in this place had rules it wanted me to believe in, rules that would later be used against me. And as I lay there in that dim room, with the closet open and the dark corner watching me back, I felt the smallest, ugliest thought rise in my chest. If the room is already clean for the night, then why does it feel like I'm not the first person here? I don't know exactly when midnight passed. That's one of the things I hate about hotel nights. Time gets strange. At home, you have familiar anchors. Your neighbor's porch, light your fridge, cycling on the way, your own walls creak when the temperature changes. In a hotel, everything is unfamiliar, so your brain keeps listening for patterns it doesn't recognize. Hours don't pass cleanly. They smear. I remember waking up because the TV had gone quiet. Not fully off, just between programs, that small gap where the audio drops and the room suddenly feels too empty. The screen was still glowing, a dim blue rectangle painting the carpet and the bottom edge of the bed. The rest of the room was shadow. The closet remained open, the way I'd left it, a dark rectangle in the corner. For a moment, I didn't hear anything. Then I heard it. A sound so soft my brain tried to excuse it before it could scare me. A gentle sliding noise. Not outside the door. Not in the hall. Not the ice machine. Not plumbing. Inside the room. From the closet corner. It wasn't loud enough to be furniture dragged. It wasn't sharp enough to be plastic. It was the kind of sound you hear when fabric brushes carpet. When something shifts weight on a rug. When a shoe sole moves slowly over a soft surface. A whisper of motion. I lay still, eyes open, staring into the dim. My first instinct was to check the closet because that corner had been pulling at my attention all night. But I didn't want to look too quickly. I didn't want to give the sound the satisfaction of reaction. I told myself, it's the HVAC. It's the building settling. It's the curtain moving from the vent. Except the curtain was still. The vent was above the window, far from the closet. The HVAC made a click before it cycled, and I hadn't heard it. The sliding sound came again, softer, closer, like someone was adjusting their position carefully. Then layered over, that I heard something that made my throat tighten instantly. Breathing. Not mine. Not the shallow, barely noticeable breath of a sleeping person. This was slow, controlled breathing, the kind someone does when they're trying to stay quiet but can't stop their lungs from working. A faint inhale, a faint exhale. From the direction of the closet, my body locked up so hard it felt like my muscles turned to stone. In those first seconds, I didn't even fully register fear. I registered disbelief. The kind of disbelief that comes when your brain is trying to keep you functional by refusing to accept what you're hearing. I listened again because listening is safer than moving. Inhale. Exhale. It wasn't loud, but it had texture, a human wetness, a slight rasp like air moving over a throat. I held my own breath without thinking, because my brain wanted to isolate the sound to make sure it wasn't just my own breathing echoing weirdly in a hotel room. The breathing continued. That's when I noticed something else. The closet door. I had left it open. I remember doing it on purpose. I remember stepping back and looking at it from the bed, reassuring myself that there was no hidden space. Now, it wasn't open all the way. It was still cracked open, still enough to see hangers and darkness, but it was partially closed. Not shut, not slammed. Just pulled inward slightly like someone had nudged it with a hand, or like the door had shifted on its own. I stared at that gap. The gap seemed darker than it should have been, like the darkness was closer to the room now. My heartbeat was so loud it felt like it might cover the breathing. But the breathing was steady, patient. It didn't speed up. It didn't stutter. It was the breathing of someone who didn't need to rush. The sliding sound returned a tiny movement at floor level, then stopped. My mind flashed through a list of options in a panic spiral. Turn on the light. Yell. Run. Call the front desk. Check the closet. But every option had a consequence that felt worse than the one before it. If I turned on the light, I would see something, or I would see nothing, and be forced to question my sanity. If I yelled, I would announce I was alone and scared. If I ran, I would have to cross the room, passing the closet corner. If I called the front desk, I would have to reach for my phone across the desk again, passing that side of the room. If I checked the closet, I would be approaching the thing I couldn't yet name. So I did what my body chose before my mind could decide. I sat up. The mattress creaked softly under my weight. The breathing stopped instantly, like a switch. No fade, no hesitation. It simply ceased the exact moment I moved. That made the fear in my chest spike so sharply it almost felt like pain, because it meant the breathing wasn't mechanical. It wasn't the HVAC. It wasn't pipes. It wasn't some weird echo. It was responsive. It heard me sit up. It chose to stop. I sat very still, shoulders hunched, eyes locked on the closet gap. The TV glow made the room feel underwater again, like I was looking through blue-tinted glass at a corner where something might be crouched. I waited for the breathing to resume. It didn't. I waited for a cough, a shift, a footstep. Nothing. The silence was worse. Silence is where your imagination becomes confident. Silence is where you start filling in shapes that aren't there. But the closet door remained slightly closed, and that fact alone was enough to keep my fear grounded in reality. I didn't trust myself to stand up and walk toward it. So I did the only thing that gave me a direct path away from the corner. I slid off the bed on the side closest to the door, keeping my eyes on the closet as I moved. My feet hit the carpet without shoes, and the texture felt too soft, like it could hide things. My toes curled instinctively. I took one small step toward the door. The closet stayed silent. I took another step. The closet stayed silent. The distance between me and the corner grew. My heart began to race harder, like it realized escape might be possible. I reached the door and put my hand on the handle, careful not to make noise. My other hand found the chain lock and slid it off with a tiny metallic whisper. I paused, listening. No breathing, no movement. I unlocked the deadbolt, slowly. The click sounded loud in my ears. Then with a controlled motion, I opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The hallway was empty. It was too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're the only person in the building. The lights hummed faintly overhead. The carpet smelled stale and warm. Far down the hall, a vending machine glowed with neon buttons like tiny eyes. I stepped out fully and pulled the door closed behind me without slamming it. The latch clicked softly. Standing in the hall should have felt like relief. Instead, it felt like exposure, because now I was outside the room with whatever had been breathing inside it, and I didn't know if leaving made me safer or more vulnerable. I didn't know if the thing in that room wanted me trapped inside with it, or wanted me in the hallway where there were no locked boundaries. I looked left, then right. Still empty. No footsteps. No voices. No TV noise bleeding under doors. Not even the faint sound of someone walking to the ice machine. It felt like the whole floor was holding its breath. I started walking toward the stairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. Every door I passed looked the same dull paint metal peephole, little gap at the bottom. A few had do not disturb signs hanging like warnings. I kept imagining I'd hear a door open behind me, that I'd hear soft footfalls following, that I'd feel breath close to my neck the way I'd heard it near the closet. But the hall stayed empty. When I reached the stairs, I took them quickly, not running, but not slow either. My bag was still in the room. My shoes were still in the room. My car keys were still in the room. I hated that fact, but I hated the alternative more, going back alone to retrieve them. The lobby lights were brighter when I reached the bottom. The smell of stale air freshener hit me again. The seating area sat in silence, untouched. The vending machine hummed. A TV mounted high in the corner played a muted local channel, closed captions scrolling across the screen. The front desk was empty. Not someone stepped away. Empty in the way that feels deliberate, like a stage after actors have left. I approached, slowly scanning the counter. No clerk. No movement behind the back office door. No footsteps. I leaned over the counter slightly and saw the desk phone sitting there, its line blinking faintly. The phone looked old, hard plastic scuffed buttons. A pen on a chain lay beside it, the kind hotels use so guests don't walk off with it. I waited a second, expecting someone to appear from the back. Nothing. Then the phone rang. A sharp, loud ring that cut through the lobby silence like a blade. I flinched hard. The ring kept going steady, insistent. No one answered. The sound echoed in the lobby, bouncing off the walls and the hard tile floor behind the counter. It felt wrong, like the building itself was trying to call for help, and no one was picking up. The ring went on longer than it should have. 5 rings. 10. More. Still no one appeared. My throat tightened. I looked around the lobby again, suddenly hyper-aware of how empty the space was. The front doors were locked from the inside. No, they weren't. They were glass standard. Anyone could walk in. The parking lot beyond them looked still. The phone kept ringing. It stopped abruptly, then began ringing again a moment later, as if whoever was calling redialed immediately. The second round of ringing sounded even louder. Still, no one answered. I stared at the back office door. I almost expected it to swing open and reveal the clerk staring at me with that flat, bored expression. I almost wanted that, because boredom would mean normalcy. But the door stayed closed. I stepped closer to the counter. and looked down at the phone. My body undecided between grabbing it and running away from it. My hand hovered. Then I realized something small that made the fear change shape. The phone wasn't ringing because someone was calling me. It was ringing because someone was calling the desk phone, the place a person would call if they wanted to reach staff, if they wanted to announce something, if they wanted to confirm something. The idea of someone deliberately calling an empty desk made my skin crawl. It made the emptiness feel less like chance and more like timing. I backed away from the counter, slowly eyes on that ringing phone, like it could spit out a voice. The lobby TV continued playing silently. The closed captions scrolled nonsense. The vending machine hummed. Everything else stayed still. When the ringing finally stopped, the silence that followed felt heavier than before. I didn't want to stand there anymore. I didn't want to be in a lobby where the front desk was empty and the phone rang unanswered like a signal nobody cared to receive. I turned and walked toward the stairs again because there was nowhere else to go. My car keys were upstairs. My bag was upstairs. My shoes were upstairs. My life was still in that room. And as I climbed back up, my mind kept replaying the same two details in a loop. The breathing stopped the instant I sat up. The phone rang, and no one answered. Both of those things felt like responses. Like whatever was happening wasn't random, wasn't an accident, wasn't just a creepy hotel. It felt like I had moved, and something moved with me. And the worst part was this standing in that empty lobby with the phone ringing unanswered. I had a sudden, awful certainty that I wasn't the only one awake in that building. I was just the only one who was still pretending the night was supposed to make sense. By the time I climbed back up to the second floor, my legs felt strange light, almost numb, like my body had spent all its strength holding itself together, and now had nothing left for simple things like stairs. The hallway lights buzzed faintly overhead. The carpet swallowed sound. The air smelled warmer up here, trapped and recycled. My room door looked exactly the same as it had when I'd stepped into the hall. Closed, still, ordinary. That should have calmed me. Instead, it made me feel sick because I knew what ordinary could hide. I knew how quickly a room could swallow evidence and present itself like nothing happened. I stood there for a long moment with my hand hovering near the handle, listening. No sound. I pressed my ear closer to the door, feeling ridiculous, but the fear didn't care about dignity. I listened for breathing, for movement, for the subtle shift of weight on carpet. Nothing. I used the key card with a steady hand I didn't feel. The lock beeped green, the same friendly little sound it always makes. I pushed the door open slowly, ready to see the closet door shut, ready to see my things moved, ready to see something I couldn't explain. The room was dim. TV glow. Same blue wash. The closet door at first glance looked open. Open the way I'd left it. I stared at it, trying to decide if that was relief or a trick. I took one step inside. Still no sound. 2 steps. Still no sound. I reached the lamp and flicked it on. The light hit the room hard, flattening shadows, stripping the corner of mystery. The closet door was open wide. Wide enough that it looked almost staged. The pillow on the chair, the crooked pillow that had bothered me earlier, was straight now. Neat. Centered. Like someone had aligned it with care. The bedspread looked smoother too. Not perfectly made, but less wrinkled than it had been. That detail hit me oddly, like a contradiction my brain couldn't file away. I stood in the middle of the room, breathing too fast, trying to anchor myself to facts. The closet had been partially closed. I knew that. I was sure of it. I'd seen the gap with my own eyes. I'd watched it waiting to see movement. And I'd heard breathing from that direction that stopped when I sat up. Now the closet was open. The pillow was straight. The room looked cleaner than it had earlier. It was as if the room had been reset. My eyes moved automatically to my bag, still by the bed. Zippers closed. Shoes still where I'd left them. Nothing missing. Nothing out of place. Except the things that were. I grabbed my phone and called the front desk again. Not the desk phone this time, my own phone. I wanted a record of the call. I wanted the call to show up in my history like a tiny proof that I wasn't imagining the sequence of events. It rang twice. Then a woman's voice answered, calm and neutral. Front desk. My throat tightened. I was down there, I said quickly. No one was at the desk. The phone was ringing and no one picked up. A pause. Not long. Just long enough to feel like she was choosing a response. I stepped away, she said. Her tone didn't apologize. It stated, I heard someone in my room, I said. The words came out rough. I heard breathing near the closet. The closet door moved. I left the room and, okay, she said, still calm. Do you want me to come up? The calmness irritated me immediately. Not because I wanted her to panic, but because it made my panic feel embarrassing. Like I was a child reporting a monster under the bed to an adult who had heard it all before. Yes, I said. Please. Stay there, she replied, and hung up. I stood near the door with my eyes on the closet waiting. The seconds felt too long. Every tiny noise, the mini fridge's faint, tick, the HVAC relay click felt like a signal my brain had to interpret. My breath was loud in my own ears. When the knock finally came, it was gentle and slow, like someone trying not to scare me. I opened the door with the chain still on. The front desk woman stood there, holding a small flashlight she probably didn't need. Her hair was tied back. Her face was tired, but composed. She looked like someone who had worked enough nights to treat everything as routine. Can I come in? She asked, polite. I unlatched the chain and stepped back. She entered without hesitation, and the way she moved through the room immediately made me feel stupid. She didn't peer into corners like she expected something. She didn't flinch at the closet. She didn't treat the room like a crime scene. She treated it like a room. Where did you hear it? She asked. Near the closet, I said, pointing, from the corner. She walked to the closet and pulled it open even wider, as if to demonstrate how empty it was. Hangers swayed slightly on the rod. The top shelf held an extra pillow and a folded blanket. She shined her flashlight into the back corners anyway, thorough but unbothered. Nothing she said. I left it open. I told her, my voice tight. I left it open on purpose. I remember. And when I woke up, it was partly closed. She glanced at me with a look that wasn't exactly disbelief, more like the gentle expression people use when they're trying to keep you calm without validating you too much. These doors can drift, she said. Sometimes the hinges. It didn't drift. I snapped, then immediately regretted the sharpness. Sorry. It didn't drift. It moved. She didn't react to my tone. She just nodded, like she'd heard worse. She checked behind the curtains. She opened the bathroom door, pulled the shower curtain aside, leaned to glance behind it like it was part of a checklist. She looked under the bed. When she stood back up, her expression remained the same, calm, practical, almost bored. No one's here, she said. The words should have been relief. Instead, they felt like an accusation. I swallowed. I heard breathing. I insisted quieter now, because arguing with calm makes you feel unstable. It stopped when I sat up. She paused just briefly. Her eyes flicked toward the bed, then the closet again, then back to me. "Do you have nightmares?" she asked. The question hit me like a slap. Not because it was cruel, because it was dismissive in a way that disguised itself as concern. "No," I said flatly. She shrugged slightly. "Sometimes people travel. They're tired. New environment. It can mess with your head." She said it like she was offering an explanation to save both of us discomfort, especially after midnight, especially if you've been working nights. Your body's clock gets weird. I stared at her. The calmness in her voice was still there, but now I could hear the subtle firmness underneath it. The boundary. The implication. "This is probably you." I felt heat rise behind my eyes, anger, humiliation, and a tiredness that made both harder to manage. "I'm not confused," I said. "I'm not making it up. I'm not saying you are," she replied, but her tone didn't match the words. Then she added, "We only have 2 people with keys to guest rooms tonight. Me and our housekeeper. She's older. She left hours ago." The phrase "older housekeeper" made my stomach tighten for reasons I couldn't explain. It wasn't the detail itself, it was the way she used it as a shield. A character in a story. A plausible human figure you can point to and say, "See nothing dangerous." Like age made intent impossible. "Then who was breathing?" I asked. She didn't answer. Instead, she offered the only solution hotels ever offer when things get uncomfortable. "I can move you to another room." The words should have sounded helpful. They sounded like an attempt to end the conversation. But I was tired, and I didn't want to sleep in that room now, even if it had magically returned to normal. So I nodded. Yes. She took a keycard sleeve out of her pocket and handed it to me. A different room number. Same floor. Down the hall. "I'll walk you," she said. I packed in silence, moving fast, but controlled. I grabbed my shoes, my bag, my charger. I didn't look at the closet again because I couldn't trust my eyes to see it objectively anymore. I didn't want the room to win by making me stare at it like it was sacred. As I stepped out with my things, I glanced back once. The room looked normal. Lamp on. Bed rumpled. Closet open. Pillow straight. Normal enough that if someone showed me a photo of it the next day and asked what was wrong, I wouldn't be able to point to anything. That detail lodged in my chest like a stone. The woman led me down the hall. The carpet muffled our footsteps. Doors passed on either side like silent witnesses who refused to testify. The new room was only a few doors away. She swiped the card and pushed the door open. The room looked identical. Same layout, same bland art, same tired carpet. She didn't turn the lights on for me. She just stood in the doorway, like a person completing a task. "Anything else?" she asked. I wanted to say, "Believe me." Instead, I said no. She nodded once. "Have a good night." The words felt wrong. The night wasn't good. The night wasn't anything but long. After she left, I locked the door immediately. Deadbolt. Chain. Then I shoved the chair from the desk against the door, the legs scraping softly on the carpet. I knew it wouldn't stop a key, but it would make noise. It would give me a warning. It would make me feel like I was doing something. I turned on the TV again, low. Noise as camouflage. Noise as comfort. Noise as a way to keep the room from becoming too quiet. Then I checked everything twice. Closet, bathroom, under the bed, behind the curtains, all empty. I sat on the edge of the bed and tried to breathe, slowly, trying to convince my body that this room was different, that changing doors changed outcomes. But the fear had already changed shape. It wasn't only fear of someone hiding. It was fear of being dismissed. Fear of the building resetting itself so completely that your own memory becomes the only evidence, and memory is the easiest thing for others to challenge. That's what the desk woman had done without raising her voice. She hadn't called me crazy. She hadn't been rude. She had simply placed the blame gently into my hands, like a fragile object, nightmare travel fatigue body clock. A tidy explanation that made her job easier and made me feel smaller. I lay down fully dressed, shoes off, but everything else on the way you sleep, when you might need to leave quickly. The TV glow filled the room in pale light. The HVAC hummed. The mini fridge ticked. Somewhere down the hall, a door closed, and the sound muffled into nothing. I stared at the ceiling and tried to force my mind into sleep. It didn't cooperate. Minutes passed, then more. The night stretched and stretched until it felt like a hallway with no end. Every time the HVAC clicked, my heart jumped. Every time the fridge ticked, I held my breath. Every distant sound became a question. Is that a cart? Is that footsteps? Is that breathing? At some point, I don't know when, I realized my fear had evolved into something I didn't recognize. It wasn't just someone might be here. It was, what if it can make me doubt what I heard? Because the worst part of that first room wasn't the breathing itself. It was the way the room looked afterward. Open closet, straight pillow, no sign. Like it had snapped back into place to erase the moment. Like it had cleaned up behind itself. Like it wanted me to stand there in the light and question whether I'd ever heard anything at all. And when the front desk woman suggested nightmare, it wasn't just an insult. It was the perfect finishing touch. A human voice providing the exact story the room needed me to accept. That's the fear that stayed with me as the night dragged on in that second room. Not that something could hurt me in the dark, but that something could happen, and then the world could return to normal so smoothly that in the morning, the only thing left would be my own certainty. And certainty is easy to wear down. All it takes is an empty closet, a straightened pillow, and someone behind a desk saying the word nightmare, like it explains everything. I didn't sleep so much as I paused. That's the only honest way to describe it. My body would drift for a few minutes, then jerk itself awake like it had been trained to. Every time the HVAC relay clicked, I opened my eyes. Every time the mini fridge made that soft internal tick, my muscles tightened. The TV stayed on low, not for comfort, but because silence felt like an invitation. The clock beside the bed glowed a dim blue, one of those cheap digital clocks where the numbers feel too bright in the dark and not bright enough when you actually need them. I checked it obsessively, like time itself was the only thing I could still trust. 12, 28, 12, 41, 12, 56. My eyelids felt heavy, but my brain wouldn't let go. It kept replaying the first room in sharp fragments, the closet gap, the breathing, stopping instantly, the pillow, suddenly straight, the front desk woman saying nightmare like she was closing a file. I told myself the second room was different. I'd checked it. Twice. It was empty. I'd locked it. Deadbolt. Chain. I'd shoved the chair against the door. The chair legs sat pressed into the carpet like roots. If anyone tried to enter, it would scrape. It would thump. It would announce itself. That thought was the closest thing I had to reassurance. At some point, I realized I was holding my breath again. I forced myself to exhale slowly and sink deeper into the mattress. The TV murmured softly, a late-night infomercial voice selling something I wasn't listening to. The words blurred into a meaningless hum. Then the sound came. Not from inside the room. Not from the vent. Not from the hallway's general emptiness. From directly outside my door. A slow squeak. High and thin like rubber wheels turning with too little grease. My body went cold so fast, it felt like my blood changed temperature. The squeak wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It had shape a rhythm that carried intention. It started faint, as if it was far down the hall, then grew closer, in small increments. Squeak, pause, squeak, pause. Not steady rolling, measured movement, as if whoever or whatever was pushing the cart wasn't walking normally, as if they were counting their steps. The sound traveled through the carpeted hallway in a way that made it seem both distant and right beside me. Hotel hallways do that. The carpet muffles footsteps, but the hard parts, wheels metal, anything that vibrates carry. It turns sound into a ghost that can be anywhere until it stops. And when it stopped exactly outside my door. The squeak ceased. There was a brief stillness so complete, it felt like the entire floor had gone silent to watch what happened next. I sat up slowly, my heart hammering hard enough to make my ribs ache. The TV glow painted the room in blue-gray. The chair was still braced against the door, its silhouette stiff and useless. The chain lock glinted faintly. I didn't move toward the door yet. I listened. Nothing. No shuffling. No footsteps. No metal clink of supplies. Just presence. A pressure in the silence that made my skin prickle. Then I heard it. Breathing. Right outside my door. Slow controlled, slightly raspy. The same texture as before. The same human wetness. The same careful restraint, like someone trying to be quiet, but not quite able to control the sound. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't imaginary either. It had weight. It had timing. It had that faint irregularity you hear in someone who is trying to keep their lungs quiet, but can't fully hide the fact that they are alive. My hands went numb. I stared at the door, at the thin gap at the bottom, where the hallway's dim light barely touched the carpet. I expected to see a shadow shift. I expected to see wheels or the edge of a cart creep into view. Nothing. The breathing continued. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Slowly, I slid off the bed, keeping my movements controlled so the mattress wouldn't creak too loudly. I didn't want to announce myself. I didn't want the thing outside my door to know exactly how awake I was. My bare feet hit the carpet soft and cold. I moved toward the door in small steps, my eyes fixed on the peephole, as if it was an exit to another reality. My throat felt tight the way it does when you're fighting the urge to call out. Who is it? What do you want? Go away. Words felt useless. Words had already been used against me. Nightmare. Housekeeping. Words were costumes now. Roles. I reached the door and stood close enough to feel the faint draft along the edges. The breathing was still there, steady. Right on the other side. I leaned toward the peephole, and then I heard something else. Not a knock. Not knuckles tapping wood. A soft, dull contact against the door, like a palm being pressed flat against it. Not tapping. Not knocking. Just resting, feeling. The sound was subtle, a faint thump of skin against painted wood, followed by a slow, barely audible slide, like the hand was shifting slightly, as if testing the surface. I froze, with my face inches from the peephole, my breath shallow. That palm press did something to me that the breathing alone hadn't. Because knocking is communication. Knocking is a request. Knocking follows a social rule. A palm pressed flat against your door isn't communication. It's inspection. It's intimacy. It's the sensation of someone touching the boundary between you and them, not to get your attention, but to feel you through it. I forced myself to look through the peephole. The hallway was empty. No cart, no person, no shadow. Just the corridor stretching out both directions under dim ceiling lights. The carpet pattern repeating. The exit sign glowing down the hall with a faint electric buzz. Doors lined up closed and silent. Nothing. I blinked hard and looked again, pressing my eye closer, trying to widen the tiny fisheye view. Still nothing. But the breathing was still there. I could hear it. I could feel my own body reacting to it. I could sense the presence like static on my skin. And yet the peephole showed only emptiness. My mind tried to create explanations the way it always does, when reality doesn't line up. Maybe they were standing too close to the door below the peephole's angle. Maybe they were crouched. Maybe the cart was parked just out of frame. Maybe my hearing was distorted because of the door. But none of those explanations calmed me. They only created more shapes my fear could fill in. The breathing paused. For one long second, there was silence. Then came another sound so quiet I almost missed it. A faint squeak again, like a wheel shifting weight without rolling away. Like someone was adjusting the cart's position an inch at a time. Measured. Deliberate. The palm pressed again, one slow contact, then a slight slide. Not knocking, not asking, just checking the door like it was checking me. My body wanted to move. My body wanted to back away. My body wanted to grab my phone and call someone, anyone, and let a human voice fill the space. But my phone was on the desk across the room, and crossing the room felt impossible because it meant turning my back on the door. It meant moving away from the one point where I could still monitor what was happening. I stayed where I was, staring at the peephole that showed nothing, listening to breathing that felt too real to dismiss. Minutes passed in slow torture. Or maybe it was seconds. Time was syrup again. The breathing continued, then softened, as if whoever was outside was shifting their mouth away from the crack of the door. The squeak came once more, soft, controlled, and then the cart began moving again. Squeak, pause, squeak, pause. The sound retreated down the hallway at the same measured pace it had approached. Not rushing, not spooked, not reacting like a person caught, just leaving, like a worker finishing a check. I stayed frozen until the squeak faded into the distance. Only then did I exhale fully, realizing my lungs had been tight for too long. I rushed to the chair, braced against the door, and pushed it tighter, grinding the legs into the carpet. I checked the chain, checked the deadbolt. Both still locked, no sign of tampering. My hands shook as I grabbed my phone from the desk and checked the time. 1:03 a.m. The numbers glowed cold. I considered calling the front desk, but the memory of the empty desk phone ringing unanswered rose up immediately. The memory of the clerk suggesting nightmare. The memory of the other hotel clerk saying no housekeeping staff is here right now. Words again. Roles again. A voice on the other end of the phone that might be calm, dismissive, or worse, too familiar. My finger hovered over the call button anyway. Logic tried to push through fear. If someone was in the hallway, staff should know. If something strange was happening, it should be documented. But another thought cut through. What if calling is what they want? What if it's not about entering the room, What if it's about seeing what you do? Like the footage, man returning to doors again and again, not forcing, just checking. Like the receipts, sliding under doors, not attacking, just provoking. Like a system, not breaking in, but testing reactions. I didn't call. Instead, I sat on the edge of the bed, with my back against the wall facing the door. I turned the TV volume up slightly, not because I wanted it, but because I needed something else to occupy the air. My eyes stayed on that door. The chair braced against it looked ridiculous now, like a child's attempt to stop a storm. The locks looked thin. The peephole looked blind. And the hallway outside, empty in the peephole, full of sound in my ears, felt like the perfect place for something to exist without being seen. That's what terrified me most. Not that someone was outside my door, but that the thing outside my door could make sound press a hand against the wood, breathe close enough for me to hear, and still leave nothing for my eyes to catch. As if the night itself had learned a new trick, to become audible without becoming visible, to haunt you with pure sound so that even when you look, all you can see is an empty hallway and your own reflection in the peephole glass. I stayed awake until the sky changed color. Not because I was brave, because sleep stopped feeling like something I was allowed to do. The moment that cart paused outside my door, measuring breathing, pressing a palm flat against the wood, my body decided the rules had changed. It didn't matter that the hallway looked empty through the peephole. It didn't matter that the locks held. My nervous system had already written its conclusion: something can be there without being seen. And if it can be there, it can come back. So I sat with my back against the wall, facing the door, the way you sit when you're waiting for a knock you don't want. The TV stayed on low cycling through commercials and infomercials, and the muffled voices of people who didn't know what was happening on the second floor of a tired hotel. The HVAC clicked. The mini fridge ticked. The building creaked once in the hour before dawn, like an old spine shifting in sleep. And every time a sound happened, my eyes snapped to the door. I checked the locks too many times. Deadbolt. Chain. The chair pressed against the door like a useless promise. I checked the peephole again and again, even though it only showed the same empty hallway. At some point, the absence of the cart became its own presence. The silence after it left felt like a room that was waiting. When the first light finally seeped through the thin curtain, the room didn't feel safer. It just looked more pathetic. Daylight doesn't erase what happens at night. It just makes it easier to see how ordinary everything is while you're falling apart. I didn't shower. I didn't brush my teeth. I didn't even change my clothes. I just packed quickly, throwing my things into my bag with the kind of rushed efficiency you use when you're leaving a place you don't want to give more time than necessary. My hands still shook slightly, my mouth tasted stale, and my throat felt raw from holding my breath all night. Before I left, I looked at the door one last time. Nothing was wrong with it. No scratches, no marks, no sign of a palm pressed flat against it for too long. That's another thing hotels do. They swallow evidence like a mouth swallowing a pill. I unlocked the deadbolt. I unlatched the chain. I dragged the chair away from the door and winced at how loud the legs scraped on the carpet. The sound echoed down the hall like an announcement I'm leaving. I opened the door and stepped out. The hallway was brighter now, washed with morning light from the small windows at the ends. It looked normal, less creepy, less heavy, like the night had never happened. But my body still felt the same. I walked down the hall toward the stairs, scanning the carpet for wheel marks that wouldn't exist. scanning corners for carts that weren't there. Every door looked quiet. Every do not disturb sign hung limp and harmless. I took the stairs down, one hand on the rail, and when I reached the lobby, the first thing I noticed was that the front desk woman was gone. A different person stood behind the counter now. A man in his late 20s or early 30s maybe. Clean shirt, tired eyes, the posture of someone who'd been on his feet too long already. He was typing into the computer with quick practiced motions. A cup of coffee sat beside him, half drunk, the lid dotted with condensation. The lobby smelled slightly different now too, less stale, more like fresh coffee, and whatever lemon cleaner had been used before dawn. Morning shift, morning logic, morning denial. He looked up as I approached and gave me a standard customer service smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Checking out?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. I slid my keycard sleeve across the counter. My fingers brushed the laminate surface, cool and slightly sticky. I could hear the faint hum of the vending machine in the corner. A morning news show murmured from the TV caption scrolling. Everything looked like a normal checkout, and yet my entire body was still in last night. The man tapped keys, clicked a mouse, barely glancing at the screen. "How was your stay?" he asked on autopilot. That question, simple routine, hit me in a way that made my throat tighten. I could have lied. I could have said fine and walked out and left this place behind me the way people leave uncomfortable experiences behind when they don't want them to become real. But I was too tired to perform. "I heard a housekeeping cart outside my door at 1 a.m, I said. The man's fingers paused on the keyboard for a fraction of a second. He looked up at me more directly. "Okay," he said, tone still polite. "Like, cleaning." "No," I said, "not cleaning." It stopped right outside my door. I heard breathing, and someone pressed their hand against the door. The lobby seemed to quiet around us for a moment, as if my words changed the air. Or maybe it was just my own focus sharpening. The man blinked, slowly processing. Then he gave me a look I recognized immediately, the look people give when they're deciding how much truth to let into their day. "A cart," he repeated, like he needed to confirm he'd heard correctly. "Yes," I said, and my voice sounded too flat, too controlled, like I'd rehearsed this in my head all night. Slow squeaking wheels, like housekeeping. The man's expression shifted in a way that was almost imperceptible, but I caught it. The polite smile faded. His eyebrows tightened. His eyes flicked briefly to the side toward the back office door, then back to me. He didn't look confused. He looked uncomfortable, like I'd said something I wasn't supposed to know. "That's strange," he said slowly. His fingers resumed typing, but his posture changed. He wasn't relaxed anymore. His shoulders lifted slightly. His jaw tightened. I waited. He clicked again, then again, scrolling through something on the screen. Then he looked up at me and said, "Are you sure it was a housekeeping cart?" I stared at him. What else would it be? He hesitated, and that hesitation felt like the first honest thing anyone in that hotel had given me. Then he lowered his voice, slightly, as if the lobby itself could overhear. "We haven't had a housekeeper for a week," he said. The sentence didn't land immediately. My brain heard the words, but didn't connect them. What I asked. He exhaled through his nose like he regretted speaking. "Our night housekeeper," he said, choosing words carefully. "She stopped showing up, like a week ago. She just quit, I guess." My stomach turned cold. The front desk woman's voice flashed in my memory. "We only have 2 people with keys. Me and our housekeeper. She's older. She left hours ago. But this man was telling me there hadn't been a housekeeper for a week. I felt the world tilt slightly, not physically but mentally, the kind of tilt you feel when something you were trying to keep separate suddenly overlaps. Then who cleaned my room? I asked. He opened his mouth, closed it, then tried again. We've been covering it, he said. Front desk. Me. Whoever's on duty. We do what we can. It's not ideal. His voice had a practiced quality now, like he'd explained this to angry guests before. Like he had a script for it. Front desk cleans rooms, I repeated. He nodded quickly. Yeah. Like I said, not ideal. But last night, the woman at the desk told me housekeeping already cleaned all rooms for the night, I said. The man's eyes flicked again toward the back office door. A tiny movement, almost involuntary. Then he forced his gaze back to me. She probably meant we cleaned them, he said. The words came too fast. His face had that defensive tightness people get when they're protecting something that isn't really protectable. Not because they're evil, because they're embarrassed. Because admitting incompetence feels like admitting guilt. But the logic was cracking. If front desk had been cleaning rooms for a week, then housekeeping wasn't a person. It was a role, a label, a mask. And last night, outside my door, something had performed that role with perfect confidence. The slow cart, the measured squeaks, the breathing, the palm pressed against the wood like a signature. I felt my hands go numb again, and I realized I'd been gripping the strap of my bag too tightly. My knuckles hurt. So you're telling me? I said carefully, there was no one supposed to be pushing a cart down the hallway at 1 a.m. The man's mouth tightened. No, he said quietly. Then as if to soften it, he added, but sometimes guests? No, I interrupted. My voice came sharper than I intended. It stopped outside my door. It wasn't a guest rolling luggage. He raised his hand slightly, palms out. Okay, he said, calm but uneasy. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just... Then why did she tell me there was a housekeeper, I asked. He hesitated again. This hesitation was longer. When he spoke, his voice dropped even lower, almost a whisper behind the counter. Because it looks bad, he said. There it was. Not an explanation, but a confession. It looks bad. So they used the word housekeeper, like a bandage over a wound. They used it to make the hotel feel staffed, controlled, normal. But last night in that hallway, housekeeping had moved like it was real. I stared at him, feeling something shift inside me, something darker than fear. A kind of understanding. The front desk woman wasn't just dismissive. She was covering. She was smoothing over cracks. She was presenting normalcy even as the hotel failed behind the scenes. And that meant there was a possibility I didn't want to consider. What if the hotel wasn't just understaffed? What if it was hiding something? Not a supernatural secret in a dramatic way. Just the ugly truth that some places will lie to keep operating. That they'll deny problems, invent staff, minimize incidents. That they'll make you feel crazy because acknowledging you would mean acknowledging liability. My mind tried to latch on to that practical explanation because practical explanations are safer than anything else. But practical didn't cover the details. Practical didn't explain the breathing, stopping instantly when I moved. Practical didn't explain the cart sound disappearing while the peephole showed emptiness. Practical didn't explain how the closet door in the first room had reset itself, open wide and innocent, as if it knew how to erase doubt. The man behind the counter cleared his throat. Look, he said, voice regaining a bit of normal volume. "I'm sorry you had a bad night. If you want, I can—" "No," I said. The word came out flat. Because what could he offer? A discount, a refund, another room, another explanation. None of that would change the fact that the hotel's internal story didn't match what my body had experienced. And the mismatch, the gap between what happened and what they were willing to admit, was the place where fear grew. I took my keycard sleeve back from the counter, more out of habit than need. My fingers brushed his again, and I noticed his hand was slightly sweaty. He wasn't comfortable either. I turned toward the glass doors. Morning light poured through them, making the parking lot look harmless. People walked to their cars with coffee cups. Someone loaded a suitcase into a trunk. A child laughed somewhere near the far end of the building. Normal life. I stepped outside, and the air felt cold and clean compared to the lobby. But inside me, something had broken, because if there truly hadn't been a housekeeper for a week, if housekeeping was just a word they used to keep guests calm, then what I'd heard outside my door wasn't a person doing a job. It was something else stepping into a role, a performance, a routine that continued even when the actual staff didn't. And as I walked across the lot toward my car, all I could think was this: if housekeeping can operate without a housekeeper, then maybe the hotel doesn't need people to keep its routines going. Maybe it only needs someone to be inside a room, listening, waiting until the night is long enough and quiet enough for the role to begin again. I left without arguing. That's what surprised me most about myself when I replayed it later. A version of me from a year earlier would have demanded a manager, would have stood there at the counter until someone gave me a clean explanation, would have asked for incident reports, names, corporate numbers, anything that made the world feel structured again. But that morning, after hearing we haven't had a housekeeper for a week, I felt a different kind of exhaustion settle into my bones. Not the exhaustion of being tired. The exhaustion of realizing the rules you rely on staff schedules accountability can just dissolve in places like this, and the building will keep smiling anyway. I nodded once, because nodding is what you do when you don't want to give your fear any more oxygen. "Okay," I said, even though nothing about it was okay. The morning clerk looked relieved that I wasn't going to escalate. He slid my checkout paperwork toward himself, tapped some keys, and gave me that same thin customer service expression, as if we'd just discussed towels. "I'm sorry again," he said. I didn't respond. If I'd spoken, I would have either snapped or begged, and I didn't want either version of myself on record. I turned and walked out through the glass doors. The parking lot looked harmless under daylight. That's the trick. Daylight plays. It makes places look like they're incapable of wrongdoing. The weak lot lights were off now, replaced by the sun, and everything felt flatter, cleaner, less haunted. Even the air smelled different. Cold morning, faint exhaust, a hint of damp leaves. Cars started, doors closed. Someone laughed near the far end of the building. A man carried a coffee cup with a lid that rattled as he walked. Normal sounds, normal rhythm. But my body didn't reset with the sun. It carried the night like a weight strapped to my chest. Every time a door closed in the lot, I flinched slightly. Every time someone rolled luggage across the pavement, I heard the squeak differently, heard it like a memory, like a warning. I got to my car, unlocked it, and slid into the driver's seat. The interior smelled like me, my detergent, my stale coffee, the plastic of my steering wheel warming in sunlight. Familiar, controlled, mine. I locked the doors immediately. Habit now. For a few seconds, I sat there with both hands on the wheel staring at the hotel. It looked small from my car, just a rectangular building with cheap signage. It didn't look like something that could rearrange your sense of reality. It didn't look like a place where a closet could move on its own and then return to normal to make you doubt yourself. It didn't look like a place where housekeeping could exist without a housekeeper. It looked like nothing, and that made it worse, because it meant this wasn't about haunted mansions or obvious cursed places. It meant the thing I'd begun to sense, the thing that wore receipts and voices like gloves, could live in ordinary spaces and still function. I started the engine. The radio came on automatically too loud, a morning host talking about traffic. I turned it off with a jab of my finger, annoyed by how cheerful the world insisted on being. I pulled out of the parking lot and drove toward the highway, keeping my eyes on the mirror longer than necessary. No one followed. No car eased out behind me at the same time. No headlights hung in the same position. No slow, patient pursuit. I told myself that was the end of it. It had to be. I merged onto the road and watched the hotel shrink behind me until it was just another building among trees and signs, until it disappeared entirely around a bend. Only then did I allow myself to breathe out fully, like I'd been holding my lungs tight the entire time I was still within sight of it. The highway opened up ahead, and with it came that familiar hiss, tires on asphalt constant and indifferent. It was the same sound I'd clung to after the footage night, the sound that felt like a line of separation between me and whatever waited behind doors. The hiss settled into the background like white noise. Mile markers passed, exits flashed by. I kept my speed steady, my hands firm on the wheel, trying to keep my mind from spiraling. But my brain wouldn't stop chewing on the morning clerk's face when he'd said it. The discomfort, the secrecy, the way he'd looked toward the back office door before answering, like the truth, was something that lived behind that door and didn't want to be dragged into the lobby. It looks bad. That phrase echoed too, because it meant the hotel staff had reasons to smooth things over, reasons to lie, reasons to tell guests whatever story kept them from calling corporate or leaving a review. And still, even if the staff lied, the cart sound was real, the breathing was real, the palm press was real. My fear had sharpened now, not dulled. It had evolved into something more precise, something that wasn't satisfied with easy categories like prank or intruder, because an intruder hides from cameras. An intruder doesn't press their hand flat against the door like they're reading it. An intruder doesn't arrive with the sound of a housekeeping cart, then vanish completely from the peephole view, leaving only breath. That wasn't stealth. That was theater. A role being performed for my benefit. As the highway miles stacked up, I started to feel the physical consequences of staying awake all night. My eyes burned. My temples throbbed. My shoulders ached from tension. My stomach felt hollow, unsettled, like it hadn't decided whether it wanted food or nausea. I took the next exit for a gas station, partly because I needed caffeine, partly because I needed to stop moving. Movement can start to feel unreal when you've been running on adrenaline too long. The gas station was bright and busy fluorescent lights, people buying breakfast sandwiches, the smell of burnt coffee and sugary pastries. I went in and grabbed a bottled water and a cheap coffee that tasted like regret. I paid without really seeing the cashier's face. Then I went back out to my car. The parking lot was louder than the hotels had been. Cars idled, engines revved. A truck hissed air brakes. Someone's phone rang somewhere nearby. All those sounds should have grounded me. Instead, they only made me realize how quiet that hotel hallway had been, how perfectly sound could carry there, how easy it was for a single squeak to become a message. I got back in my car and drove again. It was only after I'd been back on the road for maybe 20 minutes that I noticed my toiletries bag on the passenger seat. The bag was small, cheap black fabric with a zipper that always caught. I'd used it for years. Toothbrush, toothpaste, deodorant, travel shampoo, I never fully trusted. It sat there, innocently slumped against the seatbelt buckle. And something about it made my chest tighten. Not because I remembered anything specific, because I couldn't remember it clearly. I couldn't picture myself putting it into my main bag that morning. I could picture grabbing my charger, my shoes, my jacket, but the toiletries bag, it felt like a missing frame in the film. That alone would have been nothing. Fatigue does that. Lack of sleep erases small moments. But my brain had become the kind of brain that doesn't leave nothing alone anymore. I waited until the next safe stretch of road, then reached over with one hand and grabbed the toiletries bag. The zipper tugged. The fabric felt slightly stiff. I brought it closer, resting it on my lap at a red light. The bag felt heavier than it should have. Not dramatically heavier, just subtly wrong, like something inside was pressing against the fabric. My pulse quickened. I told myself it was toothpaste shifting, a bottle of shampoo, but my fingers were already moving. I unzipped it. The sound of the zipper teeth separating felt too loud inside the car. I opened the bag and peered in. Toothbrush case, toothpaste, deodorant, a small bottle of hand sanitizer. All normal. Then I saw it. A thin strip of thermal paper tucked along the side bent into a slight curve. It looked like it had been folded once and then partially unfolded, leaving a soft crease. The edges were smooth, not torn. The paper had that faint sheen receipts have like a skin. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like my body forgot gravity for a second. I stared at it, without touching it, as if contact would make it real. Then I slid 2 fingers in and pulled it out carefully. The receipt slip was warm. Not it's been in a hot car warm. Not sunlight through the window warm. This warmth felt localized, like the paper had only recently been fed through a printer, like it hadn't had time to cool. That detail made my mouth go dry instantly. I turned it over in my hands, watching the curve of it, the way thermal paper naturally curls when it's fresh. Then I read the text. Do not disturb. Room 312. The words were centered and clean, printed in crisp black. No logo, no hotel name, no address. Just that instruction like a label. For a moment, I couldn't breathe, because a do not disturb sign is supposed to be something you hang on your door to keep people away. This wasn't that. This was a receipt slip, telling someone else not to disturb 312, telling someone to keep that room sealed. My hands began to shake so hard the paper trembled visibly. The car around me suddenly felt too small. The air felt thin. The sunlight through the windshield looked harsh, like it was exposing me instead of protecting me. I looked back at the road instinctively, as if I might crash while staring at the paper. The light turned green. Cars moved. I moved with them, brain half on the lane lines, half on the receipt burning in my hand like a fever. Room 312. Again, always 312. In a hotel where 312 didn't belong. In a video overlay where it flickered like a glitch. On paper that appeared in pockets and wallets like it was being planted. And now, in my toiletries bag. A bag I had used. A bag that had been in my room. A bag that had been in my hands while I brushed my teeth and washed my face. The thought made my skin crawl, because it meant something had been close enough to my private things to slide paper into them. Not just under doors, not just on monitors, inside my bag, inside my routine. And the message wasn't even trying to scare me with something graphic or violent. That wasn't its style. It was administrative, directive, a line of text that sounded like policy. Do not disturb. Room 312. The implication hit me in slow waves. There is a room being protected. There is a room being kept quiet. There is a room the system doesn't want disturbed. And for some reason, the system needed me to know that. Or worse, for some reason, the system needed me to carry that message away from the hotel. Like a delivery. Like I was part of housekeeping now too. I drove the rest of the way home, with that slip of paper folded in my fist so tightly it left a faint imprint on my palm. The paper's warmth faded slowly, and that made it even worse, because it confirmed it hadn't been warm from the sun. It had been warm from something else. From printing. From freshness. From intent. At home, I didn't throw it away. I wanted to. Every rational part of me wanted to rip it into pieces and flush it down the toilet and pretend it never existed. But I'd learned something about receipts. They weren't just paper. They were the way this thing marked an experience. The way it kept a record. The way it claimed ownership. So I did what I'd done before I kept it, because I didn't know whether destroying it would make it angrier, or whether keeping it was exactly what it wanted. I placed it in a drawer with the other slips I'd saved, each one more inexplicable than the last. It looked ridiculous, like a collection of trash. Except none of it felt like trash anymore. It felt like documentation from a system I didn't understand. That night, when I tried to sleep in my own bed, my own locked apartment, my own familiar darkness, I realized something had shifted in me for good. I wasn't afraid of a person with a key anymore. A person can be caught. A person can be named. A person can be explained. What I was afraid of now was a role, a voice on an intercom, a card in a hallway, a calm knock, a palm pressed flat against a door, like a signature. Because housekeeping wasn't just a job in my head anymore. It was a costume something could wear, a way to belong in a hallway after midnight without raising suspicion, a way to stand close to your door, close enough for you to hear its breathing without needing to break in, close enough to be near you, close enough to wait. And the coldest part was this: if it could play housekeeping this convincingly, then it didn't need to be a person to get what it wanted. It only needed the right role and a door. I didn't tell anyone at first. That sounds stupid now, but it's the kind of stupid that makes sense when you're living inside it. There's a specific embarrassment that comes with fear. You can't prove fear, that leaves you holding a curled strip of thermal paper like it's evidence in a court that will never hear your case. So, I did what adults do when something doesn't fit into the shape of normal life. I tried to fix it myself. The morning after I found that warm receipt in my toiletries bag, do not disturb. Room 312. I drove home on autopilot. I showered. I put my clothes in the hamper. I stood in my kitchen with the overhead light humming faintly and stared at the sink like it might offer instructions. I ate nothing but crackers because my stomach didn't trust anything heavy. Then as night came on, I did the one thing I'd been avoiding. I took all the receipts out. Every slip I'd saved from the earlier hotels. The weird ones, The ones that didn't have logos, addresses, anything useful. The ones that felt like they were written by a machine pretending to be a person. I opened the drawer where I'd been hiding them like a secret addiction and laid them out on my kitchen table one by one. My kitchen is small, apartment small. 2 chairs, a scuffed table from Target, the kind of place where the fridge door doesn't open all the way unless you move the trash can. It's not cinematic. It's not haunted looking. It's normal in a way that used to comfort me. That night, it felt like a room where I was about to perform surgery on my own sanity. I spread the slips across the wood grain like tarot cards. Some were curled from being folded and unfolded too many times. Some had smudges where my fingers had rubbed the thermal ink without realizing it. The black text looked too stark under the kitchen light. The paper itself had that cheap gloss that catches light wrong, making it seem alive when it isn't. I didn't start with the messages. I started with the timestamps, because that was the one thing that couldn't be argued with. Numbers are clean. Numbers don't care about tone. Numbers don't try to gaslight you. And almost immediately, I felt my skin tighten. The times clustered. Not perfectly. There were a few outliers, but the more I lined them up, the more obvious it became. A pattern so ugly my brain tried to deny it, even as my eyes read it. 3:16, 3:17, 3:18, 3:17 again, 3:17 again. I held one slip closer and squinted at the faint printed line at the bottom. The time was clear, 03:17. Another had 03:17 in the same position as if printed by the same machine. Another had 03:16 like a breath before the number. Another had 03:18, like the number had shifted slightly but refused to let go. I felt cold creep up my arms, because 3:17 wasn't just late, it was specific. It was the kind of specific that implies routine. A scheduled check, a nightly run, a system operating the way it always operates, regardless of who happens to be inside the room. I sat down hard in the chair and listened to my apartment. The fridge clicked faintly as it cycled. The vent in my ceiling whispered. Somewhere above me, someone walked across their floor, and the sound translated into a dull creak in my ceiling. Normal apartment sounds. But once you've heard a cart squeak in a hallway at 1 in the morning, once you've listened to breathing on the other side of a door and watched the peephole show, nothing normal. Sounds stop being neutral. They become ingredients. They become things that can be rearranged. I forced myself back to the table. I picked up the first receipt, the one from the Pennsylvania hotel, the one that had started as a simple sliding sound under a door and ended with a broken window latch and a feeling I couldn't shake. The message was still printed in blunt uppercase, "You left the latch broken." I remembered the window, the way the latch hadn't snapped cleanly, but had sat slightly misaligned, like it had been pried at, and then pushed back into place. Not broken enough to call it broken, just wrong enough to make you doubt your own memory of how it had looked before. I set it down and picked up the next slip. Room 312 is empty. Then the one that followed, checkout complete. Thank you for staying in 312. Then the one I'd found in my car, like a taunt, you're still here. I placed them in order and stared at the progression. It wasn't random. The language shifted from observation to instruction, from simple statements to something that felt like administrative status updates, like the hotel itself was issuing a record of my experience, like I wasn't a guest anymore, like I was a file. A thought hit me sharp and involuntary. What if room 312 wasn't a room? What if it was a category, a label assigned to people, not doors? I didn't like that thought, but once it existed, it didn't leave. It sat in the corner of my mind, like that dark space by the closet door watching. I pulled my phone out and opened the Notes app. I began typing addresses, names, any details I remembered from the hotel's exit numbers, nearby restaurants, the kind of signage, whatever scraps my brain had held onto. My memory was annoyingly sharp about sensory things. I could still smell the lemon cleaner. I could still hear the neon buzz. I could still see the slow rotation of those parking lot cameras on tall poles, panning back and forth like bored sentries. What I didn't have were solid facts, so I decided to create them. I started with the New Jersey hotel, the one with the closet, the breathing, the cart, the morning clerk's confession. I still had the key card sleeve in my bag because I'd never thrown it away. I dug it out and flattened it on the table beside the receipts. The brand name was printed on it in faded blue letters. The address was there too, in smaller text, a phone number. Finally, something that looked like a normal record. My finger hovered over the call icon. It was daytime, technically. Safe hours. If anyone answered, it would be a different person, a different shift, a different tone. Day staff always makes you feel like you imagined the night. I hit call anyway. The phone rang 3 times. Then a recorded voice answered, "The number you have dialed is not in service." No ringback, no transfer, just dead. I stared at my screen. I tried again, because denial makes you do stupid things. Same result. I set my phone down, slowly feeling my pulse pick up in a way I hated. Phone numbers don't just stop working overnight. Not unless someone disconnected them. Not unless the business changed lines. Not unless the listing was wrong to begin with. I opened my laptop and typed the hotel name into a search bar. A few results appeared. At first, maps, pins, old listings, aggregator sites. But when I clicked, the pages didn't load properly, or the map pin redirected to something else. One site showed a completely different hotel brand at the same address. Another showed an empty lot on satellite view, like the building had been scraped away. Reviews were inconsistent. Some existed, some were not available. I refreshed. The results changed. Not wildly, just enough to make me question whether I'd typed it wrong. I took the address from the key card sleeve and searched that instead. The map loaded slowly. A pin appeared. Then the label flickered and changed into a gas station, then into a storage facility. Then the street view refused to load at all. My mouth went dry. I told myself it was internet glitches, bad data, an old listing. Businesses change, but deep down, I knew I was witnessing the same thing I'd experienced on a smaller scale, with the receipts information rearranging itself just enough to refuse being pinned down. I moved to the other hotel, the one from story 2, where the intruder had used a key and said housekeeping while rummaging through my bag. That one had been in Virginia, late night, off a highway, during a long drive. I remembered the exit. I remembered the nearby Waffle House sign, the way it glowed like a promise in the distance. I searched for hotels near that exit. Too many results, too many options. I narrowed it by the brand I thought it was, then realized I wasn't sure if I remembered it correctly or if my memory had been overwritten by every other cheap hotel sign I'd ever passed. My mind offered me a logo in my head, but I didn't trust it. So I tried another approach, my card statement. I pulled up my banking app and scrolled back through transactions looking for the charge. There it was, a hotel name in a city. Not the address, but enough. I copied the name, pasted it into the search bar. A result appeared. I clicked. Page not found. I tried another listing site. The hotel name existed, but it was now labeled permanently closed. Another site showed it under a different brand, a renovation, different photos than I remembered. Reviews were missing past a certain date. The pattern wasn't clean, but it was there. The story of these places kept changing, depending on where I looked. Like the internet couldn't agree they existed. I leaned back in my chair and rubbed my eyes until they hurt. The receipts sat on the table like quiet witnesses. 317. The number stared back at me in stubborn digital ink. At some point in the middle of this, the kitchen clock clicked over to 3:00 a.m. without me noticing. I glanced up and felt my stomach flip. It wasn't 3:17 yet, but the night was advancing toward it with casual certainty. That's what made me panic, not in a dramatic way, but in a practical way. I was running out of time before the hour that kept repeating. My apartment felt too still suddenly, like it was waiting for the minute hand to reach a specific position. I gathered the receipts into a neat stack with shaking hands as if tidying them would tidy my mind. I slid them into a manila folder I found in a drawer. I didn't want them lying out where they could appear or rearrange themselves while I watched. I didn't want them to feel like they owned my kitchen table. I put the folder into my backpack. I told myself I would sleep. I didn't. Instead, I drove. Not far. Just enough to be around other people. Just enough to have fluorescent lights and open businesses around me. There's something about being alone at 3:00 a.m. that makes your thoughts turn sharp and predatory. I ended up at a convenience store off a main road near my apartment, one of those 24-hour places attached to a gas station. Bright lights, cheap coffee, scratch-off tickets, a buzzing lottery display behind the counter. The kind of place where night shift workers orbit each other without speaking. The automatic doors opened with a soft chime as I walked in. The air smelled like burnt hot dogs and floor cleaner. A microwave beeped somewhere behind the counter. A small cluster of people stood near the coffee station. A delivery driver in a reflective vest. A woman in scrubs staring at her phone. A guy in a hoodie buying energy drinks like it was medicine. Normal. I walked to the back aisle and grabbed a bottle of water I didn't want just to have something in my hands. My fingers felt too empty otherwise. I took my place in line, watching the clerk behind the counter scan items with bored efficiency. A radio played quietly somewhere, a classic rock station at low volume. The fluorescent lights made everyone's skin look slightly sick. That's when I noticed the man standing near the lottery machine. He was older than me, maybe mid-40s, with a face that looked permanently tired. Not sleep-deprived, tired life tired. He wore a dark jacket with a small embroidered logo on the chest, like a uniform from a job that didn't pay enough. His hair was flattened in the back, as if he'd been wearing a hat all night. He held a paper cup of coffee in one hand and stared at the scratch-off tickets like they were a math problem. I wouldn't have noticed him at all if not for the way he kept glancing toward the counter and then away, as if he was waiting for something, but didn't want to admit it. When the line moved, he stepped forward too. I ended up right behind him. He paid for his coffee, the clerk barely looking at him. As he turned, his gaze flicked toward my hands, toward my backpack, toward the manila folder edge, peeking slightly from the top because I hadn't zipped it fully. I saw his eyes narrow, not in suspicion recognition. He stared for a fraction of a second longer than normal. Then he said quietly, as if he couldn't stop himself, "Where'd you get that paper?" My blood went cold. I didn't answer right away. I didn't even fully understand what he meant until his eyes drifted again to the folder and he added, "Thermal, receipt paper. That's hotel stock." I swallowed. "I travel," I said, which was true, but useless. His face tightened. A muscle in his jaw jumped. He didn't look at the clerk, didn't look around, as if worried someone might hear. He just stared at me with a sudden seriousness that cut through the convenience store's fake normalness. "You shouldn't keep those," he said. The words made my heart slam against my ribs. "You recognize it?" I asked too fast. He hesitated, and the hesitation was heavy, like he was deciding whether talking to me was worth whatever it might bring into his night. Then his eyes dropped to my backpack again, and something in him visibly drained of color. His already pale face went even paler, like the lights had turned up. "Is it?" he began, then stopped. He licked his lips once the way people do when their mouth goes dry. "Is it one of those blank ones? No logo, just messages." My throat tightened so hard I could barely speak. "Yes." The word came out like a confession. He shook his head slowly, almost imperceptibly, like he was trying to erase something he'd just seen in his mind. "No," he muttered. No. Don't say that out loud." The delivery driver in line behind me shifted impatiently. The clerk scanned another customer's items. The store went on existing while my world narrowed to this man's face. "What do you know?" I asked. He looked toward the automatic doors, then back at me. "Not here," he said. "Not under these lights." Then where I pressed. He exhaled through his nose, like a man trying to push down panic. "Outside," he said finally. "By the side wall. 2 minutes. If you're serious." "I'm serious," I said. He nodded once sharp. 2 minutes, he repeated, then turned and walked out with his coffee as if nothing had happened. I stood at the counter, paid for the water I didn't want, and tried to keep my hand from shaking as I took my change. The clerk didn't notice. Nobody noticed. That was the worst part, how invisible fear can be when it's private. I walked out into the cold night air. The gas station canopy lights buzzed overhead. Cars hissed past on the nearby road. The security camera sat on the corner of the building, its tiny red light blinking. The convenience store's side wall was plain concrete stained by years of weather. The man stood there with his back half-turned coffee cup in his hand like a prop. When I approached, he looked at me and said, before I could speak, "You didn't stay at a place off Route 78, did you?" My stomach dropped. Because he hadn't asked for a city. He hadn't asked for a name. He'd asked for a highway. And I suddenly remembered the road signs from my earlier trips. I-81, I-78. The long stretches where the world becomes exits and gas stations and anonymous buildings you swear you'll never see again. How do you know that I asked, my voice barely steady? His eyes fixed on my backpack. Because he said, and his voice sounded thinner now, I used to work nights at one of those places. Front desk, couple years. And when you see that paper, he swallowed hard. You don't forget it. He reached toward his jacket pocket, then seemed to think better of it. He didn't pull anything out. He just held his coffee tighter, as if he needed the warmth to keep his hands from shaking. "I've seen those slips," he said. Or something like them. Not printed through the normal system. Not with our logo. Not with the property code. Just words. My pulse hammered. What words? He didn't answer immediately. His eyes moved past me, scanning the parking lot, the road, the shadows beyond the canopy lights. The way his gaze moved reminded me painfully of myself, at hotel doors, checking corners, looking for patterns. Finally, he said quietly, "Housekeeping." The word hit like a bell. He flinched as if he'd spoken a name that could summon something. Then he added, people would call down and say they heard the cart, heard squeaking, heard someone outside the door, and we'd check the hall and it'd be empty. My throat tightened. At night, he nodded once. Always around the same time, he said. And if they complained hard enough, management would do the usual. Offer a room change, discount, apology, then tell staff to stop talking about it. I felt the receipts in my backpack like a weight. What about room 312, I asked. The man's face changed. His eyes went glassy for a second, like the question dragged him back into something he'd been trying to bury. He didn't answer right away. He just said almost to himself, you shouldn't even know that number. And standing there under the buzzing canopy lights, with a stranger's fear mirroring my own, I realized something I hadn't allowed myself to believe until that moment. This wasn't just happening to me. And whatever I'd been trying to investigate wasn't a mystery that ended cleanly. It was a system, a routine, a role that could be recognized by the right person in the wrong place, at the wrong hour, someone whose face went pale the instant he saw thermal paper because he already knew what it meant. Because he already knew what time it liked to work. And because whether I was ready to admit it or not, the night was still moving toward 317. He didn't give me his name. Or maybe he did, and my brain refused to store it the way it refuses to store certain details that might make something feel too real. Either way, standing beside that convenience store wall, under buzzing canopy lights that made everything look slightly sick, he felt less like a stranger and more like a warning that had learned how to speak. He held his coffee like he needed the heat in his hands. His eyes kept flicking to the corners of the lot toward the dumpsters, the dark gap between the store and the gas station, the far end where the light fell off into shadow. The motion wasn't dramatic. It was subtle and habitual. A person who had learned to monitor space without admitting why. You got those slips because you kept them, he said quietly. Most people throw them away. They don't want reminders. I didn't keep them for fun, I said. He nodded like he understood that too well. Then his gaze dropped to my backpack again. You said the number, he murmured. 312. My throat tightened. It keeps showing up. He made a faint sound, half a laugh, half a breath without humor. Yeah, he said. That tracks. I waited, forcing myself not to interrupt. I'd learned that people only confess things like this if you let them unfold at their own pace. If you push, they retreat. If you stay quiet, they fill the silence. He took a slow sip of coffee and winced slightly, like it was too hot or too bitter. Then he looked at me and said, 312 used to be a real room. The way he said it used to be made my stomach turn. What do you mean used to? I asked. He stared past me for a second, eyes unfocused, like he was reading something on a wall that wasn't there anymore. There was an incident, he said. My body went rigid. What kind of incident? He shook his head once quick. I'm not... He swallowed. I'm not going into the details. Not because it was dramatic, because it was the kind of thing management turns into a rumor. They don't want the staff knowing the specifics. They don't want anything written down. His voice tightened on that last part. Written down. Like the receipts. But after it happened, he continued. They locked the room for a while. Like, permanently locked. Not the kind of lock where you just don't rent it. I mean the kind where the key card system flags it. The kind where you can't accidentally assign it. the kind where housekeeping doesn't go in because they're told not to. I thought of the warm slip I'd found, "Do not disturb. Room 312. The phrase suddenly felt less like a taunt and more like a rule. He rubbed his thumb along the rim of his coffee cup, a repetitive motion grounding. They said it was out of order. At first he went on. Then it was storage. Then it was something else. They kept changing what they called it, depending on who asked. Eventually, they stopped calling it anything. Like it didn't exist, I said. His eyes met mine sharply. Exactly. My mouth went dry. But hotels can't just delete a room. He gave me a look that was almost pity. They can delete it from you, he said. They can remove it from the guest-facing system, change the numbering, merge it into a maintenance closet on paper, turn it into a linen area. Do you know how many people actually look at the emergency floor plan by the elevators? I pictured those little maps behind plastic frames. The ones you glance at and immediately forget. The ones that feel like decoration until you need them. They can erase it from the map, I whispered. He nodded. They did. A cold quiet settled between us. The canopy lights buzzed. A car pulled up to a pump, and the driver didn't even glance our way. The convenience store doors slid open and closed behind us with their soft chime like a heartbeat for the building. What about the intercom, I asked, because if I didn't keep moving, my mind would fall into that hole and not climb out. The man's jaw tightened again. He looked toward the store, as if considering leaving, then forced himself to stay. You said you heard it? He asked. Yes, I said. Dead air. Then a voice right on the mic. Housekeeping. His face changed. He didn't look surprised. He looked resigned. Yeah, he said quietly. That's not supposed to happen. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. So I wasn't imagining it. No, he said. But listen to me. The intercom system in places like that, it's not like some fancy modern thing. It's old. It's patched together. It's wired into panels that most staff don't even understand. And there's only one way you get that dead air crackle you described. How I asked. He swallowed. Maintenance panel. The words hit hard. He leaned closer, slightly voice dropping, as if the night might overhear. There's a panel, he said, usually in a back closet or a locked utility room. You can access the intercom from there. Not from the front desk phone, not from the guest-facing buttons, from the panel that ties into maintenance. My skin prickled. So someone had access. He shook his head slowly. Not someone. Not like you're thinking. It's not supposed to be used after hours. Most places will lock that room. Only maintenance, maybe a manager. And even then, they don't use the intercom like that. It's for emergencies, for announcements, for system tests. Then, why would I started? He cut me off gently. Because it's a role, he said, and his eyes flicked around the lot again. Because housekeeping is the safest word in a hotel. It's the word that belongs in hallways. It's the word that makes people hesitate before they call the police. It's the word that can stand outside your door and not be questioned. A chill ran through my spine. I thought of the cart squeak, the breathing, the palm press, the way the hallway looked empty through the peephole, like the only visible evidence was my own fear. What about the receipts, I asked. My voice shook slightly now. No point pretending otherwise. Why do they show up like that, with no record, no logo, no anything? He grimaced. Because they aren't coming from the front desk printer. I stared at him. Then where? He hesitated again, and I saw something like conflict on his face, like he didn't want to say the next part, because once he did, we'd both be stuck with it. There are printers tied into systems you don't see, he said finally. Maintenance logs, keycard reports, old audit printers. Some properties keep a thermal printer hooked up in a back room to spit out daily reports, door access logs, lockouts, whatever. The kind of stuff guests never see. My heart thudded. So someone could print from there. He nodded once, then added, and sometimes it prints without anyone touching it. The words hung between us. I felt my mouth open, but nothing came out. He quickly continued, as if he regretted saying it that directly. Look, sometimes it's a glitch. Sometimes it's a short in the line. Sometimes it's an old system spitting out garbage. But what you're describing, he shook his head. That's not random garbage. That's targeted language. Receipts that don't exist, I whispered. Yeah, he said. We'd find them in the morning sometimes. Or a guest would bring one down, swearing it slid under their door. And the manager would act like it was a prank, like staff was doing it. His face tightened with anger, now the first real emotion that wasn't fear. But the manager would check the printer logs, he said, and there'd be nothing. No entry. No record of a print job. Like the paper existed in the world without ever existing in the system. My stomach twisted. And what did they do? His lips pressed together. He looked away. They made us throw them out, he said. Like immediately. Like it was contaminated. No photos. No saving. No talking about it. Just trash. Done. I thought of how I'd kept mine. How that choice had felt like control, like proof. Now it felt like I'd violated a rule I didn't know existed. You kept yours? He asked, suddenly reading my face. I didn't answer. He exhaled slow. Yeah, he muttered. You did. I wanted to ask him what happened to people who kept them. I wanted to ask if that was why it followed me now. But I could feel the conversation teetering on a fragile edge. Too many questions, and he'd shut down. Too much fear, and he'd walk away, and I'd be alone again with my receipts and my 317. So I asked the one thing that mattered most. Why 312, I said. If it's not even a room anymore, why does it keep showing up? He stared at me for a long second. His eyes looked tired in a different way now, like he'd been carrying this answer for years, and hated that someone else had forced him to set it down. Because it was never about the room, he said. My pulse spiked. He held my gaze and said slowly, carefully, like he wanted the words to land exactly right. It doesn't follow rooms, he said. It follows check-ins. The sentence hit me like something physical. I felt it in my chest, in my throat, in my hands. What does that mean? I managed. He shook his head, almost frustrated at how hard it was to explain without sounding insane. It means it doesn't care which door you're behind, he said. It cares that you arrived, that you signed in, that you accepted the key, that you became a guest. I thought of the act of checking in, the polite, mundane ritual. Credit card, ID, signature. Key card sleeve slid across the counter like a token. The way you accept it without thinking because you've done it 100 times. Like a contract, I whispered. His face tightened. Yeah, he said. Like a contract you didn't read. A car door slammed somewhere near the pumps. The sound made both of us flinch slightly, and I hated how synchronized our fear had become. He rubbed his forehead with his free hand. Look, he said, voice rough now. When you check in, you get assigned a room. But you also get assigned a status in the system. Occupied, in-house, active. And the audit runs at night. It checks doors. It checks locks. It checks which rooms are supposed to have bodies in them. I felt my skin crawl. 317, I whispered. His eyes sharpened. Yeah, he said. The word was heavy. That's audit time, he continued. Or close to it, depending on the property. The system runs reports, prints slips, checks logs. And whatever this is, whatever is wearing housekeeping, like a uniform, it uses that window. Because everything in a hotel is quieter then. Guests are asleep. Staff are half awake. The building is running on autopilot. My mind flashed to the dead air intercom, the voice close to the mic, the cart squeak measuring the hallway. So it's like I started struggling. Like it performs the role of housekeeping during audit, he said. Because that's when housekeeping belongs everywhere and nowhere. That's when you can be in a hallway and no one questions it. That's when you can be outside doors, and the only people who hear you are the people who are supposed to be asleep. I swallowed hard. And 312. He stared at the concrete wall beside us as if he didn't want to meet my eyes anymore. 312 became a symbol, he said quietly. A placeholder, a file name, a ghost entry in the system. Something that used to exist physically and now exists only in the way the hotel remembers it. My hands went cold. I pictured a room removed from maps, renumbered, repurposed, erased. A space that still existed behind walls, but no longer belonged to guests. Is it still there? I asked. He didn't answer directly. He just said, don't try to find it. The warning landed hard. I stared at him, my heart pounding. Why are you telling me this? He looked at me, then really looked, and his eyes held a kind of bleak honesty. Because you're doing what I did, he said. You're trying to investigate your way out of it. Like if you understand it, it stops. I didn't speak. He nodded once, as if confirming his own thought. It doesn't stop, he said. Understanding just makes you more aware when it's coming. The canopy lights buzzed overhead, and for a second, I imagined they flickered just slightly, the way hotel hallway lights flicker when a cart rolls underneath them. My stomach tightened at the thought. He took a final sip of coffee and looked toward the road like he was preparing to leave. If you're smart, he said, you stop checking in places. You stop giving it the ritual. You stop being an in-house status at 317. My throat tightened. I can't, I said. Sometimes I have to travel. Sometimes He cut me off, voice sharper now. Then you stop keeping the slips. I felt the folder in my backpack like a bruise. He stepped closer just enough that his voice could drop into something almost intimate. That paper? He said, it's not a message. It's a tag. It's a way of saying you're still active in the system even after you leave. My stomach twisted. He straightened again and took a half step back, as if he'd said too much already. I gotta go, he muttered. I shouldn't have even. Wait, I said quickly. What happened to the night housekeeper? The one who quit? He froze. For a moment, his face went blank, like he'd shut down a door in his mind. Then, without looking at me, he said, she didn't quit. The words were quiet, almost swallowed by the noise of traffic. What do you mean? I asked, heart hammering. He didn't answer. He just walked away toward the dark edge of the lot, coffee cup still in his hand, disappearing into the harsh white light, and then out of it. I stood there alone, beside the convenience store wall, the cold air biting my cheeks, my backpack heavy with paper that suddenly felt less like evidence and more like bait. And as I drove home afterward, my mind wouldn't let go of the line he'd said, with such brutal certainty. It doesn't follow rooms, it follows check-ins. Because that meant the The problem wasn't a hotel. It wasn't a hallway. It wasn't even room 312. It was the act of arrival. The moment you accept a key and become in-house. The moment you tell a system you exist inside its walls. And that night, sitting in my apartment, with the receipts in a folder in my bag, I realized something colder than fear. If it follows check-ins, then all it needs is for me to still be checked in somewhere. Even if I'm at home, I stopped traveling. Not dramatically, not with some grand announcement. I just started saying no. No to the weekend hikes. No to the cheap motels off the interstate. No to the quick overnight stays that used to feel like tiny resets. When my boss asked if I could cover a site visit 2 states away, I said I wasn't available. When a friend mentioned a cabin trip, I made an excuse about work. I took the hit. I let my world shrink because I couldn't shake what the former clerk had said under the gas station lights, his face pale, like he was remembering something that didn't want to be remembered. It doesn't follow rooms. It follows check-ins. So I tried to remove the ritual from my life. No keys, no counters, no printed sleeves, no signatures on clipboards, no late-night lobbies where the carpet smells damp and the lights buzz like insects. I told myself that if I stayed home long enough, the pattern would starve. For the first week, it almost worked. My apartment felt like a relief, small, familiar, predictable. The kind of predictable I used to take for granted. I cleaned. I cooked real food. I did laundry during daylight. I watched dumb shows that didn't require me to pay attention. I tried to train my nervous system back into believing my front door meant safety again. I even stopped looking at the receipts. I didn't throw them away. I didn't destroy them. I couldn't bring myself to do either. But I hid them deep. Folder inside a shoebox. Shoebox in the back of my closet behind winter coats. Out of sight the way you hide a thing you don't want to admit exists. Some nights I slept fine. Some nights I didn't. The problem wasn't just fear anymore. It was how normal my apartment began to sound when I listened too closely. In a hotel, you expect the building to make noises. You expect HVAC clicks and pipes tapping and distant elevator chimes. The unfamiliarity cushions the creep factor. You can blame the building. At home, those same noises feel like betrayal. My refrigerator clicked the way a hotel mini fridge clicks, and my body reacted before my brain could reason. The HVAC cycled on with that soft relay snap, and I felt my eyes open instantly in the dark. The neighbor above me walked to the bathroom at 2:00 a.m., and the dull creak in my ceiling sounded like someone rolling a cart down a corridor. I started leaving a small lamp on in the living room, not because I needed light, but because darkness began to feel like a condition that invited patterns. I checked my locks too often. Deadbolt, chain. Even though apartment doors don't really have chains, not anymore. I bought a portable door lock online, a stupid little metal gadget meant for travelers, and installed it anyway, as if the irony might protect me. I put a chair near the door, some nights, like I'd done in that second room, then hated myself for doing it because it made my apartment look like a crime scene staged by paranoia. Still, days passed, then weeks. My nervous system eased just enough that I started to believe I might actually be outrunning it. I told myself maybe the receipts were psychological. Maybe my mind had latched onto a number and built a myth around it. Maybe it was some chain of coincidences that only looked like a pattern because I needed it to look like something. That thought was dangerous, but it was also comforting. And comfort makes you careless. One night, late cold ordinary, I went to bed without checking the front door twice. I turned off my phone without scrolling. I didn't replay anything. I didn't picture hotel hallways. I didn't smell lemon cleaner in my imagination. I just lay down and let the dark settle. The apartment was quiet in that deep way it gets after midnight, when the building seems to hold its breath. The only sounds were the faint whisper of air moving through vents and the occasional distant car on the street below. I drifted, not fully asleep, but close. And then the refrigerator clicked. A small, sharp tick that meant nothing and made my eyes open anyway. I stared into the darkness, irritated at myself. It's fine. The HVAC cycled next, soft relay click, low whoosh of air, the same predictable mechanical sequence that should have been background noise. I rolled onto my side and faced the bedroom door, trying to anchor myself to normal objects, my dresser, the outline of the closet, the faint rectangle of moonlight along the curtain. I closed my eyes again. A few minutes passed, maybe more. Time in the dark is slippery. And then my body jolted awake as if someone had touched me. Not because of a dream, because of a sound. A quiet, deliberate shh. A sliding noise against the floor. It wasn't from the vent. It wasn't from the fridge. It wasn't from upstairs. It came from right outside my bedroom door. My heart slammed so hard it felt like it pushed air out of my lungs. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I lay perfectly still, listening. Silence. Then again, slower this time, shh. Like paper dragging over wood. Like something thin being pushed carefully across the floor. My blood turned cold. The hotel hallway flashed into my mind the way paper had slid under a door, like a finger pushing it. The way it hadn't been tossed. It had been delivered. I reached slowly toward my phone on the nightstand, fingers trembling. The screen lit the room in harsh pale light, and I winced as if the brightness would reveal me to whatever was outside. The time glared back at me in large numbers. 3:17 a.m. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like falling. Not because it was late, because it was exact. Because it was the number that kept appearing like an audit stamp in my life. Because it meant the system wasn't starving. It was punctual. I sat up careful not to make the bed creak. My throat felt tight, my tongue dry. The apartment around me suddenly didn't feel like my apartment. It felt like a hallway again, quiet sealed designed to amplify fear. I stared at the bedroom door. No shadow moved beneath it. No light leaked around the edges. My hallway light was off, and still the sound had happened. I swung my legs out of bed and stood bare feet on cold floorboards. The wood felt real under my skin, grounding domestic. But the air near the door felt wrong, still heavy, like it was holding something. I walked to the door in small steps, phone in my hand, like a useless weapon. I didn't call 911. I didn't text anyone. Not yet. Those actions felt like they belonged to a different kind of threat, the kind with a face. This wasn't that. This was paperwork. This was process. This was check-in energy in the shape of my home. My hand reached for the knob. I hesitated, because turning it felt like consent. Because in every hotel story, the line between safety and violation is always the same the moment you open the door. But I was already past the line. The sound had crossed it, so I opened. The hallway outside my bedroom was dark. My living room beyond was a shape of shadows and furniture. The front door sat at the far end, closed and still. And on the wood floor, just outside my bedroom, curled slightly, like it had memory, was a thermal receipt slip. White paper in the dark. Unmistakable. I stared at it frozen. Then I stepped forward slowly and picked it up. It was warm. Not I just picked it up, and my fingers warmed it. Warm like it had been freshly printed. Warm like it had been alive a moment ago. The paper curled against my fingertips the way thermal paper curls when it's new. The ink looked too black, too bold, as if the printer had pressed harder than necessary, like it wanted the words to burn into my eyes. 3 lines. Centered. No logo. No property name. No address. Just the message, clean and brutal. Checkout complete. A pause in my brain. Then the next line. Thank you for staying in 312. My mouth went dry. And the last line, the one that didn't feel like a status update anymore, the one that felt like a hand resting against the door, you're still here. The words sat in my palm like a diagnosis. I stood in my dark hallway, holding that warm slip of paper, and a sick understanding settled over me, not a new fear, but the sharpening of an old one. The worst part wasn't that it followed me home, because followed me home implies it had to travel. It implies distance. It implies effort. The worst part was realizing the distance had never mattered. It had always known where I lived, the way a system knows where a file belongs, the way an audit knows which entries are still active, the way something knows a door, not because it stumbled upon it, but because it was logged there. And that's when the former clerk's words twisted into something even colder in my mind. It follows check-ins. Because check-in wasn't just a way for me to get a room. It was a ritual that taught something how to interact with my life. A permission slip I never meant to sign. A moment of agreement. Yes, I am here. Yes, I am in the system. Yes, you may assign me a number. Standing there in my own hallway with that warm paper in my hand, I realized check-in had never been about hotels at all. It was a method, a way for it to introduce itself without being challenged, a way for it to stand near doors under the name housekeeping and be tolerated, a way to step into the edges of your routine so gradually you didn't feel the moment it stopped being a trip and started being your life. I didn't hear a cart squeak that night. Not yet. But as I stood there, the apartment silent around me, I found myself listening anyway, head slightly tilted, breath shallow, waiting for that measured wheel sound to appear in the most impossible place. Because the slip in my hand wasn't a warning. It was a confirmation. It was telling me that whatever had been auditing me at 3:17 wasn't checking whether I was still in a hotel. It was checking whether I was still checked into my own life. And it already knew the answer. When I think about this story, what stays with me isn't a monster in a hallway or a shadow behind a door. It's the way ordinary routines, check-in desks, key cards, receipts, maintenance panels become a language that fear can speak fluently. The horror doesn't arrive with sirens or screaming. It arrives with systems. It arrives with paperwork. It arrives with a word that belongs everywhere: housekeeping. That choice is why the narrative feels so plausible. We're trained, especially as adults, to trust the infrastructure of everyday life. A hotel is supposed to be neutral territory, not home, but safe enough. Not intimate, but regulated. You swipe a card, your door clicks, the hallway hums, and you assume boundaries are real. In this story, the boundary is the first thing that gets questioned, not through violence, but through a gentle test. A sliding sound, a warm strip of thermal paper, a message that sounds administrative, almost polite, and therefore more unsettling. One of the most interesting elements is how the villain is never fully defined. At first, you can interpret everything as human a prank, a stalker, a stolen master key, an inside job. Those explanations are not only reasonable, they're comforting, because a human threat fits into a human response. You can call the front desk file, a report, watch footage, change rooms, check out early. The mind prefers problems that can be solved with procedures, but the story keeps removing that comfort in small, precise ways. The peephole shows an empty hallway while breathing continues outside the door. A room looks reset after it felt undeniably altered. A clerk's calmness borders on gaslighting, not necessarily out of cruelty, but because the workplace demands normality. Most of us have been on both sides of that dynamic. We've minimized something to avoid conflict. We've been minimized by someone who wanted a quiet shift. That's why those scenes sting. They expose how easily reality can be negotiated when no one wants paperwork blame or a ruined night. From an objective positive angle, what stands out is the narrator's persistence in protecting themselves without escalating into panic. They check locks. They verify the window latch. They move rooms. They leave. They seek evidence. They do all the things a responsible adult would do, even when embarrassment or doubt creeps in. That's a form of strength. Courage isn't loud in this story. It's the quiet decision to act despite uncertainty. The narrator doesn't need to prove they were right to honor the fact that they felt unsafe. The receipts function like a metaphor for how experiences imprint on us. Thermal paper fades. It curls. It smudges. It can look fragile and disposable, yet here it becomes the most persistent object in the entire narrative. It shows up where it shouldn't. It carries timestamps. It refuses logos and addresses. In real life, we often treat our feelings like disposable slips, temporary reactions that should be thrown away when they inconvenience the story we want to tell about ourselves. This narrative asks, what if the thing you try to discard is the very thing you need to pay attention to? The repeated time. 317 also matters. Fear loves patterns, and patterns can be either grounding or imprisoning. On one hand, noticing a pattern is a survival skill. It's how we learn, adapt, and avoid danger. On the other hand, patterns can turn into cages when they become the only lens through which we interpret reality. The story lives in that tension. The narrator tries to investigate to end it, but investigation reveals rules rather than closure. That's frightening, yet it's also honest about how anxiety operates. The brain wants certainty, but certainty isn't always available. There's also a subtle commentary about permission. The line about check-ins feeling like a contract is chilling, because it mirrors how modern life operates. We consent constantly. Terms of service, key exchanges, security deposits, access logs, camera footage, small signatures that grant entry into spaces and systems. We don't read everything. We trust the framework. The horror here is the idea that consent can be repurposed, that a ritual meant to protect us could be used as a doorway. Yet even in that bleak premise, I find something oddly empowering. The narrator's growing awareness is a kind of reclaiming. At the start, they move through hotels with casual trust. By the end, they see the mechanics who has keys, how intercom panels work, how staff narratives protect reputations, how records can vanish, how normalcy can be staged. That awareness doesn't erase fear, but it reduces naivete. It's the difference between being trapped in a story and learning to read the margins. The former night clerk is crucial in this regard. He represents the moment when private dread becomes shared reality. When someone else recognizes the thermal paper and goes pale, it validates the narrator's experience without turning it into spectacle. It also adds a human layer of compassion. Sometimes the most meaningful help isn't a solution, it's a witness. A witness says, "You're not crazy." In our lives, that matters. People recover faster when their experience is acknowledged, even if the problem can't be neatly fixed. At the same time, the story warns about the dangers of institutions that prioritize appearance over truth. The morning clerk's evasiveness, the manager's insistence on throwing receipts away, the shifting brand names, and disappearing listings, these are exaggerated, but the impulse behind them is familiar. Organizations often protect themselves by controlling narratives. They call things misunderstandings. They offer discounts instead of accountability. They use politeness as a shield. The horror exaggerates this impulse into something supernatural, but the emotional truth is grounded. Being dismissed can feel as violating as the original threat. If I had to extract a constructive takeaway, it's this: you don't owe anyone your silence when you feel unsafe. The narrator's instincts, leaving early demanding footage, documenting receipts, are not overreactions, they're boundaries in action. In day-to-day life, we sometimes worry about being dramatic, especially when the threat isn't visible. This story reminds us that invisibility doesn't equal harmlessness. Your body often notices what your mind hasn't named yet. Another positive thread is adaptability. Each time the situation shifts, the narrator adjusts their strategy. They move rooms. They change habits. They stop traveling. They attempt to live normally again. Even when the final twist lands at home, the narrator has gained something valuable: clarity about what they are truly afraid of. It's not only an intruder, it's an entity, literal or symbolic, that exploits routine to get close. Naming that fear is the first step toward deciding how to live with it. And that, to me, is the deeper resonance the story is about: control versus exposure. Hotels are liminal spaces where you're temporarily unrooted, and being unrooted can make you feel permeable. The receipts say, "You're still here," which is terrifying, but it also highlights a choice. Are you going to let fear define where you are allowed to exist? Or can you acknowledge fear, respect its message, and still reclaim your life piece by piece? Of course, a horror story doesn't offer a tidy resolution. That's the point. It leaves you with unease. But unease can be useful. It can make you more intentional about boundaries, more attentive to your environment, more compassionate toward people who can't easily explain what they're sensing. The goal isn't paranoia. The goal is presence. Sound is the engine of this particular fear, and that's worth pausing on. Most of us navigate homes and hotels by audio cues without realizing it. The refrigerator click tells you the night is still running. The HVAC relay says the building is alive. A distant ice machine groan implies other guests exist somewhere beyond your door. Those sounds usually reassure us. In the story, they are retrained into signals. A soft slide becomes a delivery. A beep becomes a count. A cart squeak becomes a threat with a rhythm. That observation can become empowering. If fear can hijack your attention through sound, you can also reclaim attention through deliberate grounding. Grounding doesn't have to be sentimental. It can be practical, turning on a light, naming objects in the room, calling someone, leaving the space, asking for help. The narrator repeatedly chooses action over rumination, and that matters. Even when the story suggests there may be no solution, action keeps you oriented to yourself. I also think about the social layer. How many people in this story are tired, underpaid, or trying to keep a shift from getting worse? The desk workers aren't cartoon villains. They're people in a system that rewards denial. That isn't an excuse, but it's a human truth. When guests complain, staff may default to the easiest narrative. When management fears liability, they may demand silence. That dynamic exists outside horror, which is why the story feels so sharp. There's a positive message hidden in that recognition you are not weak for needing validation. Seeking a witness is often wise. The former night clerk doesn't offer a magic fix. He offers context. He provides a frame, and the frame reduces self-doubt. Sometimes that is the first relief a person gets, not relief from danger, but relief from isolation. If you've ever told someone a disturbing experience and watched them brush it off, you understand why that matters. The idea that places can erase themselves also taps into a modern anxiety about digital truth. If something can't be found online, we treat it as less real. The story weaponizes that dependence, implying the scariest threats are the ones that don't leave clean records. As a constructive habit, it nudges us to document what we can, while we can, and to trust our senses enough to take notes when something feels wrong. Finally, I keep returning to, "You're still here." In the story, it's a taunt. In a broader sense, it can also be read as a challenge after something destabilizing. Can you still be present in your own life? The narrator's attempt to live normally isn't naive. It's necessary. Life can't stay paused. The inspiring part for me is the willingness to keep trying without pretending the fear never happened. If you take one practical mindset from this story, let it be a balanced one. Stay aware, not consumed. Ask questions not because you distrust everyone, but because you value your safety. Believe people when they say something felt off. And if you ever feel embarrassed by fear, remember, embarrassment is just a social reflex. It's not evidence your instincts are wrong. One more thought. The story's rule about check-ins is terrifying, precisely because it turns politeness into access. We're taught to hand over an ID, accept the key smile, and keep the line moving. The narrator learns that safety sometimes means slowing that ritual down, verifying the lock, asking to change rooms, insisting on records leaving even when it feels inconvenient. That isn't paranoia, it's agency. In everyday life, agency can look small. Trusting your gut when a place feels wrong, naming what you notice, asking for help without apologizing, and refusing to be shamed into silence. The goal isn't to live afraid, it's to live awake. If a story like this leaves you unsettled, you can let that unease sharpen your boundaries rather than shrink your world. And sometimes, leaving is the bravest, quietest choice. Questions for you. Have you ever experienced a moment where something felt off, even though you couldn't prove it? When that happens, do you trust your instincts or talk yourself out of them? And if you were the friend receiving this confession, what would you say? So the person felt supported without being dismissed.